Chapter 3584. When the blade arrived, Ling Han casually flicked his finger, and with a ding the blade flew out. The brawny man who attacked screamed in pain. The web between his thumb and forefinger was torn open. Blood gushed out and the pain was excruciating. Ling Han showed no mercy. He pointed again with his finger. Pooh! A gust of energy shot out from the aperture acupoint and entered the brawny man's eye, instantly blasting his brain into pieces. The power of the aperture acupoint attack was slightly weaker. Against an expert like Lu Huayan, it could only serve as a distraction. However, not everyone was a one-star genius. That brawny man was only slightly stronger than the average Mystery Realm cultivator, and he could not even block Ling Han's aperture acupoint attack. Ling Han retracted his finger with a carefree expression, as if he had just done something insignificant. However, many people nearby saw this scene and all of them were awestruck. A ruthless person had come. They did not dare to provoke Ling Han. Anyway, they had not found the 18 claws of the Golden Eagle, and now was not the time to fight for it. Moreover, those with a bit of strength also believed that they would be able to advance into the top 32, so it was impossible for them to fight for the cultivation method with their lives. This was merely obtaining a ticket in advance and an immortal method. If they were to lose their lives because of this, it would be too unjust. Ling Han searched the mountaintop, but no one knew what the carrier of the 18 claws of the Golden Eagle looked like. Was it carved on a stone slab, a jade tablet, or a drawing on paper or cloth? Therefore it was a little difficult to find it. They needed to open their eyes wide and search carefully. Otherwise, with so many people crowding here, wouldn't they have been found long ago? The killing continued. Many people thought that since they had not found the mystical method, they might as well kill first. Anyway, if they killed most of the people, they could guarantee that they would advance to the top 32. Ling Han did not have the heart of a saint and did not stop them. Since they had come to participate in the competition, they had to have the corresponding awareness. The other party did not force them to go up the mountain with a knife, so now they could only be responsible for their own lives. Shouts and shouts filled the skies. From time to time, there would be miserable cries. There were people who fled down the mountain. They weren't looking for a place to hide, but rather that they didn't want to play anymore. They wanted to leave the mountain and give up on the competition. Ling Han turned a deaf ear to him. He had to quickly find the immortal technique so that he would have more time to study it. Found it? Someone suddenly shouted. In an instant, everyone's gazes shifted over. Under a huge rock there was a book with only a corner of its cover exposed. This should be the 18 claws of the Golden Eagle. The person who cried out had a look of regret on his face, as if he was regretting why he had cried out. Wouldn't it be better to keep quiet and get rich? Ha ha ha, this is mine. A figure flew over like a divine dragon and slammed a palm towards the boulder. He wanted to send the boulder flying and take away the celestial technique below. In your dreams. Someone tried to stop him. At this time, those who dared to snatch the immortal technique were naturally all experts. Ordinary people could only try their luck. At such a critical moment, trying to snatch it would be suicide. Bang bang bunga, fierce battle immediately began. More and more experts joined the fight, but under the mutual restraint, no one could send the boulder flying and take away the celestial technique below. Ling Han didn't go forward because he remembered very clearly that the book was definitely not there when he looked there before. Why did it suddenly appear now? Did that person really lose his composure in the surprise? Obviously not. Ling Han searched for the previous person in the crowd and very soon he located him. This was a young man of about 23 or 24 years old. Previously, his expression had been one of vexation, but now he was sitting on a rock, a green foxtail in his mouth, leisurely watching the show. As expected. Ling Han walked over, leaned on the boulder and said, "You must feel a sense of accomplishment to have single-handedly provoked such a huge battle, right?" The young man smiled slightly. "What are you talking about? I don't understand." Purposely placed a book under the boulder to trick others into discovering the celestial technique, which led to a bloody battle, Ling Han said. This time the young man didn't deny it. Instead he said, "What do you think? My acting skills are very good, right?" His acting skills weren't very good, but he had a good grasp of the human heart and instantly led to a battle. Otherwise, if one thought about it carefully, there were actually quite a lot of flaws. Ling Han said honestly, "Your acting skills are a bit exaggerated, especially the upset performance at the end. It's too much. I'll definitely improve next time." The young man was quite modest. He nodded repeatedly, then stretched out his hand. Sima Huai. What about you? Can ye? Ling Han also stretched out his hand. Bang. At this moment, someone finally took advantage of the chaos of the battle to break the boulder and pick up the book under it. He was extremely excited, waved the book and said, "I got it, I got it." Instantly, the attacks of the others smashed towards him. Although that person was extraordinary, he couldn't withstand the siege of so many powerful enemies. Added with the fact that he was too excited to defend himself, he was instantly blasted into pieces. His face was filled with disbelief. He had already obtained the celestial technique. Logically speaking, the people from the immemorial sect should have appeared to receive him. How could they watch him be blasted to death? He managed to raise the book in his hand a little higher. His gaze swept over it and instantly he couldn't catch his breath and died. 7 words were written on it: appreciation and analysis of 300 ancient poems. Fuck, I've been tricked to death. That person's eyes were wide open, revealing strong unwillingness. He definitely died with his eyes wide open. The others naturally discovered it too, and all of them were seething with anger. They were actually fooled. Shua, these people turned their heads at the same time, and looked towards Sima Huai. Sima Huai's acting skills were off the charts. He revealed an expression of extreme fear, pointed at Ling Han and said, "Misters, I was also forced." It was him. He made me press that book under the boulder, saying that he found the celestial technique. He was filled with righteous indignation and put on the appearance of a victim. Fuck, he could even do this? Ling Han was surprised. He had really underestimated Sima Huai's desire to perform. He had a feeling that Sima Huai was extremely powerful. Even if he couldn't defeat those people, it would be very easy for him to kill a way out. However, he had improvised and caused Ling Han to fall into a trap. Ling Han shook his head. It was really rare to see such a weirdo. "It's you?" Everyone stared at Ling Han. Although they still had some doubts, they were already 70% convinced. After all, if Ling Han had nothing to do with Sima Huai, why were the two of them standing so close to each other? The two of them were obviously watching the show. Damn it, this was too damn it. Ling Han smiled slightly. "If I say that I have nothing to do with this matter, you won't believe me, right?" He admitted it. "It really has nothing to do with me. I was forced to do it," Sima Huai immediately shouted. "Shut up," a red-haired man shouted. Then he said with a murderous aura, "Why don't we kill both of them?" Chapter 3585. Okay. The others nodded. Although Ling Han was the main culprit, Sima Huai was the accomplice of a villain, so he naturally could not let him off. Ling Han laughed and said to Sima Huai, "How was it? I said that your acting was exaggerated, right?" Sima Huai sighed. He felt that he had acted very well and was very engrossed. Shio. The people around them had already attacked Ling Han and Sima Huai. "Sai, why do you all have to seek death?" Sima Huai said calmly. His figure suddenly attacked and he was as elegant as a ghost. Piu. He moved freely through the crowd and blood splattered everywhere. All of them had their skulls removed by him and they fell to the ground dead. He had killed more than 10 people in a row, but he was not stained with blood at all. He was elegant and at ease. The others were so terrified that they were about to spit their guts out. How strong was this person? If they dared to fight for it, they would definitely be stronger than ordinary people in the mystery-seeking realm. However, with so many people besieging him, he still killed one of them with one move. How big was the difference in strength? They all suspected that this person was an expert of the celestial path. Immediately, someone turned around and ran. Such a killing god could not be matched. It was better not to go and die. If there was one, there would be another. The people here quickly ran away. Sima Huai turned around and smiled at Ling Han. "I'm quite loyal. I didn't implicate you, did I?" "But I'm still very unhappy," Ling Han said calmly. "So what?" Sima Huai asked as he looked at Ling Han. His eyes suddenly became bloodshot, and it was as if they were dyed with blood. "You are a pretty good opponent. I think it should be very beautiful to use your skin as a lamp. Aren't you good at acting? Why did you suddenly become crazy?" Ling Han took out the tombstone fragment. He decided to teach this guy a lesson. "Haha, you want to use a brick to fight against me?" Sima Huai laughed. It seems that you didn't give me the wrong name. You're a retard." Ling Han held the tombstone fragment in his right hand, and his left hand hooked at Sima Huai. "Come. I'll help you." Sima Huai attacked. Ling Han threw a brick at Sima Huai. Shio. Like a cannonball, it smashed toward Sima Huai. Ignorant. Sima Huai casually waved his hand and shot out a force to send the tombstone fragments flying. However, his expression immediately changed because the tombstone fragments seemed to be untouchable. The force he shot out was useless and the brick was still smashing towards him. At this time he had already missed the best time to dodge, so he could only cross his arms and block his face. Bam! He only felt pain in his hands and then his entire body felt unwell. It was as if he had been entangled by a wave of yin qi. Although it was invisible, he had a feeling that he had been entangled by something. Pain, pain, pain. He looked down and saw that both his hands were deformed. The bones must have been broken. He was greatly astonished. What kind of precious artifact was this? It was too terrifying. Ling Han's figure closed in and he delivered another punch. Sima Huai hurriedly retreated. He did not know how badly his hands were injured, so he did not dare to fight with Ling Han. Ling Han took the opportunity to take back the tombstone fragments. He had smashed this thing just to try it out, but he did not expect the effect to be so shocking. I think you should act as a dead person. He punched repeatedly as fast as flowing light. Sima Huai was angry and shocked. If he was still in his perfect state, he naturally would not be afraid of this thunderlight fist. However, it seemed that a few bones in his hands were broken, and his meridians were also injured. How could he be suitable for battle? He could only retreat and retreat again and again. It was such a humiliation. He had always been the one toying with others, but now he was in such a sorry state. Feeling the pain in his hands getting more and more intense, he did not continue to fight and turned to escape. If Ling Han used so near, yet worlds apart, he would definitely be able to catch up to Sima Huai and send him flying. However, this movement technique was very likely to expose him, so it was better to use it carefully. Forget it, this guy was already miserable enough anyway. Ling Han kept the tombstone fragments and continued to search for the celestial technique. He calmed his heart and dug 3 feet into the ground. Finally he found this celestial technique. This was a roll of beast skin. Of course it was not peeled off by the void beast. It was a little old. After unfolding it, it was a scene of a golden eagle hunting. From different angles, different opponents, but they were all quickly subdued. This was not a claw technique. How did it become a golden eagle hunting? Young man, you can go down the mountain. A voice sounded in Ling Han's ear. Now that he had obtained the 18 golden eagle claws, he could directly enter the main competition. Ling Han nodded, but he was a little anxious. He did not know if this person had seen the scene of him injuring Sima Huai just now. Although the tombstone fragments were inauspicious items, their effects were shocking. He did not want to let the experts of the celestial path see them and have evil intentions. Fortunately, after he went down the mountain, he did not see anyone come out to look for him. Once he returned to the courtyard, Ling Han immediately began to practice the 18 golden eagle claws. This was not a direct teaching of the claw technique. Instead, it should be through observing the golden eagle hunting to understand this celestial technique. He stared carefully, and in his sea of knowledge, the originally still scene started to move. Ling Han seemed to have returned to the prehistoric times. A golden eagle with a wingspan of 100 zhang was flying in the sky. Very soon, he discovered that a giant python that was 300 zhang long had appeared below. It was breathing towards the sky, and a mass of black qi was moving back and forth in its mouth. There was also a bronze-colored bead floating in front of its mouth. It had an indescribable charm. A python in the life core realm. Ling Han immediately thought in his heart. Shou, the golden eagle, directly launched an attack. It swooped down from the sky and clawed down with its claws, raising a golden brilliance. The giant python and the golden eagle fought fiercely, but it was torn to pieces by the golden eagle in just a few moves. The scene changed and the golden eagle was once again looking for prey. This time, it had its eyes on a silver rhinoceros, and the horn on its forehead was like a blade. That was a bladed rhinoceros. According to ancient records, this kind of demonic beast would be in existence in the life core realm when it reached adulthood. Moreover, it was an outstanding existence in the life core realm. Its blade-like horn could cut through anything and was indestructible. However, the golden eagle brazenly launched an attack. It directly grabbed this bladed rhinoceros, leaving it with no place to use its horn. Then, it forcefully tore this rhinoceros into 2 pieces in the air. And Ling Han saw one scene after another of the golden condor's wrongdoings. There were ferocious beasts on land, ferocious fish in the sea, and ferocious birds in the air, but all of them were cleanly torn to shreds by the golden condor. When all the scenes disappeared, Ling Han began to comprehend, transforming the golden eagle's attack into a claw technique that he could use. His comprehension was extremely terrifying. After a day he had already grasped the basics. At this time, someone came to deliver a message, asking Ling Han to hurry to the square in front of Great Wall Pavilion at 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. The main competition would be held there. Other than Ling Han, Niu Jianhua, who was in this courtyard, also received a message. In reality, those who had been eliminated had already left the ancient sect, and those who remained here were all qualified to participate in the main competition. Chapter 3586. It was not surprising that Niu Jianhua could enter the top 32. After all, he was a one-star genius. But to Niu Jianhua, he was shocked to find that Ling Han was still in the yard. Later, he found out that Ling Han was the lucky one to obtain the 18 golden eagle claws. No wonder. He was a divination master. It was normal for him to be the first to find the immortal art. He did not go to the top of the mountain to search. He was the descendant of perfected Lord Spirit transformation. There was no secret technique that he could not obtain. What a joke. But because he had shamelessly left Ling Han and Xiao Zhishuan behind, he was too embarrassed to greet Ling Han. He pretended that he did not know anything. After a night, Ling Han's understanding of the 18 golden eagle claws improved. But he would only know how much power he could unleash after a fight. When the sun rose, he began to cultivate. He opened the acupoints in his body and absorbed the power of heaven and earth to help expand his meridians. This process would only end at the secret-seeking realm. In the secret-seeking realm, there was no need to open up meridians. Instead, it would open up an area in the body to store mystic power. Everyone opened up different mystic realms. Some people used the heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys as storage space. Some people were creative and used the brain as storage space. But most people opened up their dantian. There was no real end to the secret-seeking realm. You could open up a small space to go to the Spring Immortal's door. You could also stay in this realm for a long time and expand the storage space. Because the secret-seeking realm only determined the duration of a martial artist's battle, the enlightenment realm affected one's battle strength. In this realm, one could continue to expand their meridians. The wider the meridians, the more mystic power one could release, and the more powerful it would be. Of course, if the cultivation of the secret-seeking realm was too careless, it would not work to use up all the mystic power in a few moves. The enlightenment realm was extremely important. Some people broke through after only opening 36 acupoints. Then, in this life they could only use 36 acupoints to absorb the power of heaven and earth. Compared to those who broke through the second and third realms, the gap would always exist, and it was impossible to disappear. Of course, Ling Han wouldn't be satisfied with the first realm. Even the third realm wasn't his final destination. He wanted to open up all his hidden points and lay down the thickest and thickest foundation. Half an hour later he stopped. In a few more days he would be able to welcome a leap in his life level. When that time came, he didn't know how many more chakras he would open. After breakfast he revised his 18 golden eagle claws. Seeing that it was almost time, he pushed open the door and left for the Great Wool Pavilion. Niu Jianhua left a step earlier than him, so the two of them did not meet. The Great Wool Pavilion was not far away. Ling Han only took 10 minutes to reach it. Looking at the time, it was still 5 minutes away from 10 o'clock. His calculations were very accurate. Ling Han looked around and saw 3 familiar faces. Niu Jianhua, Sima Huai, Lu Huayan, and the others all exuded a powerful aura. Naturally, they were the best in the secret realm. One-star geniuses should be the majority. When Sima Huai and Lu Huayan saw him, they all revealed expressions of anger and fear. The Foundation establishment powerhouse from before walked out with his hands behind his back. Although he was very pretentious in front of these people in the secret realm, he was naturally qualified. The official competition starts today, he said faintly. In a while, everyone will come and draw lots. Number 1 against number 32, number 2 against number 31, and so on. In the battle, other means are not prohibited except for talisman soldiers. After one party admits defeat, the other party must stop. Otherwise, I will kill him personally. If you don't admit defeat, you don't have to bear any responsibility, be it maiming or death. If you are afraid, then quickly admit defeat. He paused for a moment, giving everyone time to think. However, it was only a few seconds. Seeing that no one spoke, he waved his hand. Then let's start drawing lots. Everyone stepped forward one by one and drew a number. Ling Han took a look and saw that he had drawn number 9. The first match, number 1 against number 32. Hurry up and come out. Don't dawdle. The Foundation establishment powerhouse obviously had no patience. In his opinion, the people in the secret realm were like ants. Now that he was asked to preside over the battles in the secret realm, he was naturally very unhappy. The two people stepped out and immediately began a fierce battle. What disappointed Ling Han was that although these two people's battle prowess was quite powerful, they hadn't reached the level of one-star geniuses yet. However, because their battle prowess was close, they tangled with each other for over an hour, and used all kinds of techniques. In the end, it was because one of them had more stamina that they finally won. This was the advantage of cultivating the secret realm for a long time. Once it was a protracted battle, the effect would be obvious. Then, number 2 against number 31. This battle ended very quickly. Number 31 was a one-star genius, so it only took him a few minutes to finish the battle. The battles continued one after another. Number 9 against number 24. Ling Han walked out and saw that his opponent was actually Niu Jianhua. Niu Jianhua obviously did not expect this either. His face showed a surprised expression, but then he nodded and said, "You are no match for me. Hurry up and admit defeat." After all, Ling Han was proficient in divination. If he went to open ancient sites in the future, he might be able to help. Therefore, he did not want Ling Han to be publicly defeated to avoid embarrassment in the future. As soon as he said this, Lu Huayun and Sima Huai looked at him with disdain. "Where did you get your confidence from?" Ling Han shook his head and smiled. "It's better if you admit defeat. I am determined to win first place." Niu Jianhua was stunned, then he laughed. "What a joke. You still want first place?" He snorted and said, "You are just lucky to have obtained a celestial method so you can directly enter the main competition. If I were to attack, I would be able to defeat you in one move. So just admit defeat obediently. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and fight," the foundation building elite said coldly. He was extremely impatient. Niu Jianhua cursed him for being vulgar in his heart. He was even more furious. Since when did a foundation building elite dare to reprimand him? However, he was not arrogant enough to be arrogant here. He immediately snorted and said, "Can ye then don't blame me for being impolite." As for the star luo orchid fruit, he was determined to get it. He finally attacked. With a tap of his foot, he charged towards Ling Han. He struck out with his palm, raising a sky full of flames. He was not a kind person. When he attacked, he was merciless. Ling Han used the golden eagle's 18 claws. He stretched out his hands and they instantly turned into a pure gold color. Seeing this, the foundation building elite could not help but look shocked. His hands turned golden. This was the sign of mastering the golden eagle's 18 claws. But this brat had only obtained this celestial method for 2 days. How did he already master it? Monster. End of chapter. More refreshing reading on mobile. Chapter 3588. Black-bellied. Everyone made comments about Ling Han. Look, he was scared to the point of forfeiting, yet you still refused to let him go. How could there be such a mean person? Niu Jianhua retreated to the back. He turned around and left the primordial sect. Becoming a disciple of the primordial sect? How could he have such an interest? He only came here to obtain the star luo orchid fruit. Now that he had no chance of getting first place, why should he stay? Wait. He stopped. If he didn't stay in the primordial sect, how would he know when Ling Han would leave? He had to get rid of this person. Therefore, he had to stay in the primordial sect and guard Ling Han. When Ling Han left, he would secretly follow him and let the 4 servants capture Ling Han. He would interrogate and torture him before finally killing Ling Han. Daring to tease him? Did he know who he was? Niu Jianhua didn't leave. He returned to his original position and quietly watched the battle. The battle continued. Lu Huayun and Sima Huai went up one after another and easily won. There weren't that many one-star geniuses, so they could be considered outstanding. Ling Han's gaze focused on a young man in black. He was Lu Jun. He was the 3rd disciple of the primordial True Lord. To be accepted as a disciple by the Spirit Transformation True Lord, Lu Jun. He was definitely a one-star genius and could be ranked at the top among the one-star geniuses. As soon as he appeared, even the Foundation establishment expert was very polite. He faced him with a smile and gave him enough face. This guy had put on airs before, but now he was almost fawning, highlighting the power of the Spirit Transformation True Lord. An expert of the immortal path would have to bow to a mortal. After the first round of battles ended, the stronger geniuses naturally stood out. Among the one-star geniuses, only Niu Jianhua didn't advance to the second round. Because it was already late, the second round would be held the next day, so everyone dispersed. Niu Jianhua had just started to move when he was stopped by someone. After a while, a gray-robed elder appeared. Strangely, his body was actually translucent. True Self Realm. Niu Jianhua's expression changed. Even though the Ox family had an old servant at the True Self Realm, One couldn't deny the power of a true self-realm expert just because of this. Moreover, this place wasn't the 100 Victories star. If he really was killed by the other party, even if his family's old ancestor arrived, it was still uncertain whether he could make the archaic true monarch lower his head and hand over the murderer. Therefore it was better for him to be more respectful. "Greetings, senior." He cupped his hands in greeting. This true self-realm expert was called Tong Yu. He nodded his head and put on a very high attitude before saying, "Where are you from?" Niu Jianhua hesitated for a moment before deciding to tell the truth. "This junior comes from the Victorious Star Dragon sect. My ancestor is Niu Fong." "So you're a descendant of true monarch Niu?" Tong Yu nodded. "No wonder this brat could nurture weapons. So he came from another celestial body." "Senior knows my ancestor?" Niu Jianhua was pleasantly surprised. Could he ask him to take down Ling Han? Tong Yu smiled. "I haven't seen him before, but I've heard of true monarch Niu's fame. There was no friendship between them." Niu Jianhua sighed in his heart. Since there was no friendship between them, why would they give him a small secret-seeking realm face? "Since you're true monarch Niu's descendant, the archaic sect doesn't dare to accept you as a disciple. You can leave now." Tong Yu waved his hand. "Damn, they're chasing me away?" Niu Jianhua was stunned. Didn't they say that as long as he entered the top 32, he would be a disciple of the archaic sect? Why was he being chased away? However, Tong Yu had his own thoughts. If a descendant of a true monarch spirit transformation stayed in his own sect, what if something happened? Niu Fong could still be blocked by the archaic true monarch, but what if Niu Fong invited an expert from the Star Dragon sect? If a sect master level expert descended, the archaic sect would only be annihilated with a single palm. Right now they still wanted to keep a low profile and didn't want to attract a sect master level expert or even a venerable level expert to complete their plot. Therefore it was better for Niu Jianhua to leave early to avoid trouble. Once a true self-realm expert made up his mind, how could Niu Jianhua change his mind? Helplessly he could only leave the sect. "Young master." The 4 Foundation establishment old servants all jumped out and bowed to Niu Jianhua. "Congratulations, young master, for obtaining a treasure fruit. You've laid down an even more stable foundation and your grand Tao is within reach." One of the old men hurriedly flattered without even looking at how black Niu Jianhua's expression was. "Congratulations, your sister." Niu Jianhua kicked him. "Young master." The other 3 old men were all shocked. Did this flattery not work? That old man didn't dare to dodge or retaliate, allowing Niu Jianhua to kick him. Only after venting did Niu Jianhua tell them the reason. "What? That little bastard is actually the thief who ambushed and robbed young master. That bastard actually followed us all the way. Isn't he secretly mocking us? He's really too despicable. I already said that brat can't be trusted." The 4th old man's belated words immediately caused Niu Jianhua to explode in anger and beat him up. Some people, even if they stepped onto the path of immortality, were still mentally retarded. "Young master, what do we do now?" Niu Jianhua muttered. "I originally planned to keep an eye on Ken Yi in the sect, and capture him as soon as he left the sect. But from the looks of it now, we'll have to split up and guard the paths that lead out of the mountain." "Young master is wise." The 4 old men started to flatter him again. "Ken Yi, I definitely won't let you off." Leaving Niu Jianhua aside, a night passed. Ling Han faced the morning sun and cultivated. Then, after breakfast, he went to the plaza in front of the Great Wool Pavilion. Because they'd already drawn lots yesterday, there was no need for it today, and the competition directly began. Soon it was Ling Han's turn. He directly put on his battle armor and stood in the middle of the plaza. His opponent was Lu Huayun. This guy was very helpless. Previously he couldn't defeat Ling Han, and now that he was wearing a set of battle armor and looked very powerful, it was even more impossible for him to defeat him. However, if he didn't defeat Ling Han, he wouldn't be able to obtain the Star Luo Orchid fruit. He gave it his all. With a loud roar, black hair quickly grew all over his body, covering his entire body. In an instant he looked like a gorilla. I didn't expect this kid to have a trace of the vicious ape's bloodline. The Foundation establishment cultivator was surprised. Not only had this competition attracted many geniuses, there were even some freaks. Lu Huayun shook her hands and the nails on her 10 fingers popped out. They were about a foot long as if they were 10 sharp knives. He roared furiously and charged over, waving his claws at Ling Han. Ling Han didn't move, allowing his opponent to attack him. However, the armor's defense was unfathomable. At the very least, sharp weapons could not pierce through this layer of tough armor. Lu Huayan quickly came to his senses and changed his attack method. He clenched his hands into fists and punched at the armor. End of this chapter. Chapter 3589. Peng, the fist landed on the battle armor and the power of the shock rolled out. This was something the battle armor couldn't completely dispel, and it continued to transmit towards Ling Han. But to Ling Han, who cultivated to the true pinnacle of each cultivation level, this kind of blow was nothing. Ling Han only needed to circulate his mystic power slightly, and he was able to nullify the vibrating power. Fuck, seeing this scene, everyone was speechless. How could they break through such a thick defense? If they couldn't break through Ling Han's defense, they wouldn't be able to injure him at all, so how could they talk about defeating Ling Han? The remaining people all frowned. If they wanted to get first, they might encounter Ling Han, so how could they deal with him? They racked their brains and felt that after wearing this tortoise shell, Ling Han's defense was really unbreakable. Can ye, do you dare to fight fair and square? Lu Huayan roared angrily. Now, his whole body was furry and he was basically a gorilla. Ling Han was surprised. Did I injure you with a sneak attack? No, Lu Huayan answered subconsciously. Did I ambush you from behind? Ling Han asked again. No. Lu Huayan shook his head, not understanding why Ling Han would ask this. I didn't ambush you, nor did I injure you with hidden weapons. Why isn't it fair and square? Ling Han asked again. Lu Huayan was instantly speechless. Yes, it seemed like Ling Han was fair and square. Look, he was standing there and letting him hit him. But why did he feel that something was off? He thought and said, take off the battle armor and we'll fight fair and square. He finally realized that this was the key point. No. Ling Han refused decisively. You don't play by the rules. Shouldn't you be heroic and say fair and square? Your strength isn't weaker than mine, okay? Why are you afraid of a fair battle? Lu Huayan bared his teeth. He really wanted to pounce and bite Ling Han to death. Is it really okay to bully people like this? You don't even dare to have a fair fight? He continued to provoke. Ling Han chuckled and said, I snatched this armor with my own ability. Why should I take it off to fight you? Damn, that makes sense. Everyone was speechless. Not only was Ling Han's defense like a tortoise's shell, his skin was also as thick as a tortoise's. They couldn't pierce through him at all. Lu Huayan was at her wit's end. She looked at the foundation building powerhouse supervising the battle, hoping that he could uphold justice. Are you going to fight or not? If you're not going to fight, then admit defeat, said the foundation establishment expert impatiently. Yes, Lu Huayan thought for a moment, then shook her head and said, I admit defeat. Fight my ass, I can't hurt anyone at all. Ling Han, on the other hand, said, thank you for letting me win. I'm recuperating now, yet I can subdue the enemy without fighting. My character is indeed noble. Puff. Lu Huayan immediately spat out a mouthful of blood. How shameless can you be? This is called persuading people by virtue. Admire your sister. Even the foundation establishment expert's face darkened again. He already knew that Ling Han was a weirdo yesterday, but today he had raised his shamelessness to a whole new level. Ling Han chuckled. That's because you haven't seen the big black dog yet. If the big black dog was standing here now, just his iron underwear alone would be enough to blind your eyes, okay? This battle not only made Niu Huayan spit out blood, but also gave others a headache. They were all thinking about what they should do if they were to encounter Ling Han. With this thought, it naturally affected the brilliance of the next few battles, and they greatly lost their standard. Because there were only 8 battles, they were all finished by noon. Therefore, after lunch, the battles continued in the afternoon. Many disciples of the archaic sect also ran over to watch. Most of these people were in the extreme bone realm or the engravement realm. Being able to watch the battles in the mystery realm, especially when it was a battle between geniuses, was naturally very beneficial to their growth. Ling Han soon entered the arena, still wearing his armor. His opponent was Sima Huai. What a coincidence, what a coincidence. Sima Huai's face was a little ugly. If he wanted to get first place, it was inevitable that he would have to pass through Ling Han. However, he had encountered him so soon. His face was still a little dark, because he had not yet thought of how to break through Ling Han's defense. He slowly walked onto the arena and took out an axe. The axe was completely black, but the blade was flashing with a red light, as if it had just drunk its fill of blood. It made people tremble uncontrollably when they saw it. He roared loudly and brandished his axe in a slash at Ling Han. He used all his strength in this attack. However, at this moment, Ling Han gently took a step to the left, causing his axe to hit nothing. Then Ling Han punched at him. Fuck, you're being shameless. Sima Huai was about to cry. Previously, when you were fighting with Lu Huayan, didn't you not dodge or evade? Didn't you just rely on your defense to make the opponent admit defeat? Why did you dodge when it came to me? He had not expected that Ling Han would do this at all, so when he swung his axe, he put all his strength into the attack and turned it into an extreme attack. Therefore, he could only watch the punch coming at him. Bang! When the fist hit him, Sima Huai felt as if all his internal organs and lungs were boiling. He could not help but lie on the side and vomit. He struggled to raise his head and looked at Ling Han. Ling Han winked at him. My acting skills are not bad, right? Puff. Sima Huai suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. No, he just fainted. He was so angry. Everyone in the arena was speechless. Ling Han's punch was not amazing at all. He had completely taken advantage of Sima Huai's weakness, which was completely unguarded, to defeat his opponent. Sinister and shameless. The remaining people looked at each other. Were they going to let such a shameless person step on everyone's face to reach the top? The powerhouse in the Foundation establishment realm was also speechless. This martial arts competition was to select talents. Although the first place had already been decided to be given to Lu Jun, in fact, if someone could defeat Lu Jun, the primordial true lord would only be happy. This was the ideal disciple in his mind. But if this person was Ling Han, the primordial true lord would definitely grit his teeth. Third senior brother, didn't Master teach us that one's own strength is the way to go? But that person is wearing a set of armor and defeated his opponent with one punch. Among the disciples of the primordial sect who were watching the battle, a young man who was only 13 or 14 years old asked an older senior brother beside him with a dumbfounded face. This. The senior brother was speechless. This was simply ruining his worldview. After the 4 battles in the afternoon, there were only 4 people left who could fight again tomorrow. They were Ling Han, Lu Jun, Kong Rui and Ma Ruo. Ling Han's next opponent was Kong Rui, a young man full of spirit and extraordinary strength. The night passed and Ling Han still finished his cultivation. After eating breakfast he arrived at the public square. There were even more people watching the battle today. After the 2 battles in the morning, the finals would be next. The disciples of the sect naturally had to flatter their senior brother Lu Jun. Ling Han took a look. The primordial sect was indeed protecting Lu Jun. This was because Lu Jun's battle was the first, and he had to wait for Lu Jun to finish before starting the second battle. The key was that after the second battle ended, the finals would immediately begin. This was naturally extremely unfair. End of this chapter. Chapter 3590. There was no absolute fairness in the world. This competition was organized by the archaic sect, so it was not surprising that it would be biased towards Lu Jun. Ling Han smiled faintly. Did they think this could stop him from winning the championship? Come on. The first match was between Lu Jun and Ma Ruo. Ma Ruo could reach the top 4, so he was obviously not weak. He fought fiercely with Lu Jun. But Lu Jun was obviously stronger. He kept suppressing his opponent, and after more than an hour he finally defeated Ma Ruo. Long live Senior Brother Lu. Senior Brother Lu is invincible. Senior Brother Lu can be called number 1 under the immortal path. What Hong Tian step? If he dared to participate, he would definitely be easily defeated by Senior Brother Lu. Everyone was cheering for Lu Jun. Lu Jun walked back with an arrogant smile and took out some pills to recover his mystic power as soon as possible. After fighting for an hour, he had consumed quite a lot of his energy. The next match was between Ling Han and Kong Rui. Kong Rui was a young man with a pale face. He seemed to be seriously ill and his complexion was very bad. He was coughing as he walked, and when he faced Ling Han he said, "If you admit defeat, I will give you a set of immortal arts." Chem? Was this blatant bribery? The supervising Foundation establishment cultivator's face was ashen. He wanted to slap Kong Rui to death for daring to bribe him in front of him. But the problem was, if he slapped Kong Rui to death, then wouldn't Ling Han directly enter the finals? One was recuperating while the other had just experienced a big battle. It was naturally very disadvantageous for Lu Jun. So, he forcibly suppressed the urge to kill and had to buy more time for Lu Jun. "Don't talk nonsense," he said. "Let's begin." Kong Rui sighed and said, "These days you don't even want money sent to your door? You still dared to say it?" Everyone almost fainted. This person was also very unreliable. Ling Han laughed and said, "Let's fight." "You're wearing a turtle shell, how can you fight?" Kong Rui said and coughed, "Look at me, I'm so sick. It wasn't easy for me to run here. Why don't you take off your armor and treat it as taking care of me?" When everyone heard this, they only felt that this person was also very shameless. You were able to make it to the semi-finals. How could your battle prowess be ordinary? Patient? He had never seen a patient who was so good at fighting. Ling Han shook his head. Nothing much. Sigh, you really have no sympathy. Kong Rui shook his head. Suddenly, 2 streams of blood flowed out of his nose, causing him to be shocked. Fuck, I'm bleeding from my nose again. Everyone was surprised. This guy was really a patient. However, Ling Han's expression turned cold. That nosebleed wasn't bright red, but jet black like ink, and there was an indescribable darkness within it. Shio. Kong Rui charged out, his hands clasped together. Boom. Instantly, a black shockwave shot out from his palms, transforming into a black dragon that rumbled toward Ling Han. Dark dragon's spine. He roared. Ling Han's vision blurred, as if he really saw a black dragon baring its fangs and brandishing its claws at him. Its entire body was covered in indescribable symbols, as if it wanted to destroy the world. When the black light hit, Ling Han instantly felt that his armor was being corroded by a force. If this armor was only at the level of the mystery-seeking realm, then there would probably be a layer of rust by now. Unfortunately, this was a 1-star artifact, so how could it be destroyed by the mystery-seeking realm? The armor glowed on its own. The golden light illuminated everything, extremely eye-catching in the darkness. Boom. The black shockwave passed, but Ling Han still stood proudly. Kong Rui started coughing again. Freak, really freak. I've already risked my life, but I can't even hurt a single feather of his. Sigh sad. I'm done playing. Ling Han's expression couldn't help but darken. If you said you couldn't hurt a single feather, then so be it. Why did you have to say feather? Kong Rui really did say he was done playing. He turned around and left decisively. This dark dragon's spine was his greatest killing move, but even his ultimate move with the greatest attack power couldn't break through Ling Han's armor. Continuing to fight would be futile. He might as well admit defeat. Fighting consumed a lot of energy and he might even get hurt. It wasn't worth it. The foundation building elite at the side wanted nothing more than to strangle Kong Rui. Was he still a martial artist? Why didn't he have any battle awareness? Oh, retreating without even fighting a single move? He was a complete coward. He looked towards Lu Jun. Even if the latter had taken a spiritual medicine, he'd only recovered 1/3 of his strength at most. What should he do? How could he stall for time? Let's fight. Unexpectedly, Lu Jun stood up and volunteered to fight. The foundation building elite was a bit hesitant. It was fine if Lu Jun won, but what if he lost? He couldn't bear the responsibility. No matter. Lu Jun had already walked out. He waved his hand, appearing extremely relaxed. This person is just relying on this armor. As long as I can break it, I can suppress him with 1 strike. His right hand shook and a sword appeared out of thin air. This sword was extremely thin, like a piece of paper. It seemed like it would break with the slightest bit of force. Kenyi, I didn't think it would be you standing in front of me, Lu Jun said indifferently. Lu Jun said indifferently, however, no matter who it is, they can only prostrate themselves before me. Ling Han made an inviting gesture and said, please continue your performance. Performance? Lu Jun instantly felt as if he'd received 10,000 points of damage. Was he, the personal disciple of the spirit transformation true lord, a clown, performing in front of him? Looks like you'll have to suffer a bit, he said darkly and raised the thin sword. Instantly the entire sword lit up. A celestial tool. Ling Han took a look and could immediately determine that this was a 1-star celestial tool. Having used battle hammers many times, he was no stranger to 1-star celestial tools. Under my unfettered sword, so what if you're wearing armor? Lu Jun said proudly. A celestial tool against a celestial tool, then Ling Han's advantage would be gone. No wonder Lu Jun was so confident. As it turned out, he already had a way to deal with Ling Han. Shua Lu Jun unsheathed his sword, and a flash of sword chi slashed over extremely fast. Ling Han stretched out his arm to block. Pooh, the sword chi slashed onto the armor. The majority of its power was neutralized, but there was still a portion that managed to penetrate through. He felt as if his skin had been torn open and blood flowed out. Ling Han was shocked. Did a 1-star celestial tool have such great power? It wasn't like he hadn't used it before, and he definitely didn't think that the mystery realm could activate a 1-star celestial tool with such power. Unless, Ling Han came to a sudden realization. This celestial tool must have been tampered with by the primordial true lord, which was why it could release power that was above average. However, it couldn't be too strong or else the cheating would be too obvious, and if word got out, it would be a joke. A dignified spirit transformation true lord couldn't even afford to lose a 2-star celestial fruit. However, did battle armor only have the advantage of having thick defense? Ling Han charged out, the golden eagle's 18 claws spread out, and his entire person seemed to have transformed into a primordial ferocious bird, attacking Lu Jun. He was a field of dazzling golden light. Phone reading was more refreshing. Chapter 3592. Ling Han successfully obtained the Star Luo Orchid Fruit. When he obtained the immortal fruit, he breathed a sigh of relief. Previously, he was worried that the ancient sect would not keep their promise and not give him the immortal fruit. After all, the martial art competition was just a pretense, and the real purpose was to build momentum for Lord Lu. Of course, capturing Ling Han and recruiting outstanding talents was also done conveniently, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. He forcefully intervened and seized this treasure fruit, which was tantamount to a slap in the face for the ancient sect. Naturally, he was worried that the ancient sect would not keep their promise. Eat it, he immediately said in his heart. Only by eating it into his stomach would it be the safest. Ling Han ate it in large mouthfuls, but he immediately frowned. The taste of this thing really could not be described as delicious. There was an indescribable sour smell, and the flesh of the fruit was also gritty, not at all smooth and tender. He resisted the urge to spit it out and swallowed the entire fruit into his stomach. Did I eat a fake immortal fruit? Ling Han could not help but think, but before he finished his thought, he immediately felt a world-shaking change in his body. A powerful force surged, causing his life level to rise. Pa pa pa. One shackle after another was broken, but Ling Han clearly did not open a single new aperture. As such, he could only sit and watch. Whether he used his secret force to guide it or sat down to rest, the change in his life level did not accelerate or slow down in the slightest. It was as if he had become an outsider. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ling Han counted in his heart. More and more shackles were broken, causing him to be filled with joy. This was tantamount to an increase in a small realm, which was tantamount to an additional realm for him. Although it was not as terrifying as the 7 transformations and 7 bones, it was still very beneficial. If he was a 4-star genius before, then now he might have reached 4, 3 stars or even 4, 5 stars. In less than 20 minutes, the effect of the immortal fruit disappeared. Ling Han smacked his lips. Although the taste was terrible, he did not mind eating another one. If he could, he would eat until he was full. Of course, this was just wishful thinking. Moreover, even if he had an unlimited supply of celestial fruits, there was still a limit to the space he could improve. Even if it was a celestial fruit, the effect would only be the greatest when he consumed the first one. After that, the effect would be halved, and after a few times, the effect would be negligible. Unless he could obtain an even higher grade immortal fruit. Sigh, I'll definitely be able to in the future. Of course, if he could cultivate all 6 levels below the celestial path to perfection, and there was no way for him to advance any further, he would naturally not need to consume any more celestial fruits. Bam! The door was kicked open and a man strode in. Lu Jun. Just now, Ling Han was experiencing a leap in life level, so he naturally revealed his original appearance. He almost failed to disguise himself in time. Ling Han looked over with an unfriendly gaze. Hand over the Star Luo Orchid Fruit, and I'll give you this sword controlling technique. Lu Jun tossed out a book and with a plop, it fell to the ground. Ling Han walked over and picked up the book. This was something that someone had specially delivered to his doorstep, so he naturally had no reason to reject it. Seeing Ling Han put away the cultivation technique, Lu Jun revealed a cold smile. He really was an inexperienced person being sent off by a sword controlling technique. He humphed and said, "Where's the Star Luo Orchid Fruit?" Ling Han smiled, then pointed at his stomach. "Fuck, you ate it? Fuck, then why did you still dare to put away the sword controlling technique?" To him, though the sword controlling technique was not all that precious, it was still a secret technique, and he had paid a price to obtain it. There was no reason for him to give it away for nothing. "Bastard, you dare to trick me?" he shouted in a low voice. Meanwhile, Ling Han had a self-righteous expression and said, "I'm doing this for your own good. That Star Luo Orchid Fruit tastes terrible, sour and stinky. If you eat it, you'll definitely vomit. You've gotten a bargain and you're still trying to show off. You've gone too far." Lu Jun said coldly. He was thinking if he suddenly attacked now, would he be able to kill this guy? We're all family, Jun, don't be rude. With a long laugh, a man descended from the sky. Ling Han was startled. Could this be? He looked over. This man had a jade-like face, looked to be in his 40s and had an extremely scholarly air. Master. Lu Jun hurriedly cupped his fists and saluted, then said, "This person played with disciple like this, disciple can't take it anymore." Lu Jun's master was obviously primordial true monarch. He smiled faintly and said, "Do you think you lost to Qin Yi because he has a battle armor and you don't?" Lu Jun was immediately unconvinced and said, "Of course in a fair battle, he's definitely not my match." Wrong. Primordial true monarch shook his head. If the factor of the celestial tool is disregarded, you can indeed tie with Qin Yi. Then it's settled. Lu Jun glared at Ling Han. Primordial sect only had a 2-star celestial tree, and according to primordial true monarch, it could only bear 1-star luo orchid fruit every 10 years. After 10 years, perhaps the next star luo orchid fruit would still belong to him, but the effect would be different if he took it while he was on the celestial path and after. Moreover, even if it was the same, he would lose an important leap in life level in these 10 years. Perhaps there would be some difficulties he couldn't break through, and perhaps there would be some strong enemies he couldn't defeat. The stakes were too high. The more he thought, the angrier he became, glaring angrily at Ling Han. Primordial true monarch smiled faintly and said, "So, in a fair battle, you're not Qin Yi's match." What kind of tongue twister was this? Lu Jun looked at his master in surprise. You already said, putting aside the factor of the celestial tool, his strength was equal to Ling Han's, so why did you say that he wasn't Ling Han's match in a fair battle? He was confused. Idiot, Qin Yi is only in the opening aperture tier. Primordial true monarch finally said the truth. He was in the spirit transformation tier, so it was very natural for him to see through Ling Han's true cultivation level. Lu Jun instantly sucked in a breath of cold air. What, Ling Han was actually only in the opening aperture tier? How could it be? How could an opening aperture tier fight him to a draw? There couldn't be such a monster in the world. But, would primordial true monarch make a mistake and deceive him? He finally understood what primordial true monarch really meant when he said that he wasn't Ling Han's match in a fair battle. If his cultivation level was suppressed to the opening aperture tier, how could he possibly be Ling Han's match? The difference wasn't just a little bit but like the difference between heaven and earth. He was dazed, this blow was too great and he couldn't accept it. Primordial true monarch looked at Ling Han and said, "Qin Yi, are you willing to take me as your master?" Ling Han's mind spun quickly and he cupped his fists saying, "Of course." Ha ha ha. Primordial true monarch laughed loudly, Good. A month later I'll hold a disciple ceremony for you and invite the whole world." This disciple's aptitude was too good, and he must use this opportunity to announce it to the whole world, first to show off, and second to tell others not to have any ideas about him. Lu Jun just came back to his senses and hearing these words he instantly received a 10,000 critical hits, wanting to vomit blood. Chapter 3593. This disciple of Ling Han's was too monstrous, so the primordial true lord planned to hold an incredibly grand disciple acceptance ceremony to announce to the world that it was not only the 9-spirit true lord that had taken in the incomparably talented Hong Tianbu. This also saved Ling Han some trouble because if he had to go through the formalities of becoming a disciple to the primordial true sovereign now, it would be too awkward. 1 month's time. Ling Han thought it was enough for him to stroll around the primordial sect a few times, find the treasury and then make his move. As for Qin Yi, of course he completely disappeared from then on. Perfect. Although he had to be a thief, Ling Han didn't feel any pressure. This world belonged to the people of Heavenly Sea Planet, and Primordial True Monarch and the others were outsiders. Just because they were imprisoned for 2,000 years, they were qualified to occupy famous mountains, great rivers and immortal herbs and historical sites. But it was strange, why didn't these people run away when they were free? The Azure Dragon Empire suppressed them here and no one came. They must have thought that this cage could last for a long time. This place was destitute, so of course they didn't need to send people here. But the Azure Dragon Empire couldn't never send people here. When this envoy arrived and found out that the cage was opened and the environment was restored, it would definitely cause a war, right? On the surface, the Azure Dragon Empire had a few sect master-level experts and a venerable in the dark. How could they be a match for Spirit Transformation Realm? So, why didn't Primordial True Monarch leave in a hurry and establish a sect here? This made Ling Han puzzled. Not to mention that they couldn't leave, Spirit Transformation Realm Niu Fang could send Niu Jianhu here. Couldn't Spirit Transformation Realm Lord himself have a way to cross the universe? There must be some profit to be made and the profit is very big enough to make them take the risk. Ling Han murmured, "It must be a peerless cultivation method, such as a sect master level grimoire, or even a venerable or saint level. Or a peerless immortal plant. It said that Heavenly Sea Planet's quality isn't high, so it was given to the Chen clan. That's because the immortal plants here are transplanted from other planets, and the highest is only 4 stars. But 2,000 years ago, several sect master level almighty experts walked out of this place. This means that there might be a 5-star immortal medicine here, and the quality of the celestial body might exceed the evaluation. The reason why these spirit transformation perfected lords are staying here is because they want to obtain high-grade immortal herbs. Could there be a mother tree here?" A bold idea suddenly flashed through Ling Han's mind. A celestial body could only have one mother tree, but not every celestial body could give birth to a mother tree. There was a very high requirement for the celestial body itself. Logically speaking, the heavenly ocean star could not give birth to a mother tree because the quality was too low. However, the ancestor of the Qin family, Monkey King, and the others had all charged up to the sect leader level. This caused all of this to change. There was one thing that was certain. Over 2,000 years ago, when the Azure Dragon Empire destroyed the Qin clan's empire, they must have searched the entire world, but they didn't find the mother tree or any high-tiered immortal herbs. Is it because the time isn't up yet, so the immortal medicine isn't showing itself? Or perhaps it was not so complicated at all, and the spirit transformation true lords were waiting for the opening of a certain historical site to fish up a fortune before leaving. Ling Han had a headache. He had too little information, and it wasn't enough to piece together the truth. Forget it. It doesn't matter if these spirit transformation true lords are going to fish up a fortune before leaving. I will definitely fish up a fortune before leaving. Ling Han began to walk around the primordial sect. With his current status as a quasi-sect master disciple, no one would dare to stop him wherever he went, except for 3 places. At night, he put on the void beast skin and explored the 3 places one by one. The first place was the spirit spring. The heaven and earth energy here was extremely dense and had turned into mist. If the spirit spring was used to assist in refining elixirs, the effect would be increased by several times or even doubled. Ling Han was envious. This spirit spring could be used to refine immortal pills. Although he hadn't stepped into the path of immortality and didn't have the qualifications to refine immortal pills, the day wouldn't be far away. However, this spirit spring was really little. A spring mouth was only the size of a bottle mouth, and there was only about half a gourd of liquid inside. It would take a long time to produce a drop. Ling Han didn't make a move immediately. He had to take a look at the other 2 places first. However, it wasn't easy for him to enter the second place. There was a Foundation establishment stage powerhouse guarding it, who could easily see through his disguise. Ling Han could only go to the 3rd place first. Although there was no powerhouse guarding it, there was a dense array formation flashing, making it impossible to get close at all. Was there a treasure vault hidden in the array formation? Ling Han tried to break it, but this was an immortal path level array formation. It wasn't something he could break with just a few glances. He thought hard and compared it with the things recorded in the void beast skin, trying to find a way to break the array formation. After a night, Ling Han had no choice but to retreat. There was still a lot of time. In the morning he cultivated as usual, but he rested in broad daylight. His mind was filled with that array formation. He activated his eye technique and saw many things. He would go again at night. After 3 days he finally had some ideas. This array formation wasn't set up by the primordial true lord or anyone else. It had originally existed. Array master was an extremely rare profession. The power of heaven and earth was incomparably complicated. Without talent in this aspect, one wouldn't be able to grasp a thing or two even if they exhausted their entire lives. The people here were all suppressed in the cages. If there was an array master, would they still be imprisoned? Therefore, Ling Han didn't believe that this array formation was set up now. It had existed for a long time and just hadn't been opened before. This world had experienced too many changes. The power of heaven and earth must have changed drastically, and the array was built on the use of the power of heaven and earth. Therefore, there would definitely be flaws in the array now, and it wouldn't be as perfect as before. I can definitely break it. Another 4 days later, although Ling Han couldn't break the array formation, he ushered in another upgrade in life level. He broke through another 9 apertures, and his cultivation speed increased explosively. I heard that others can only open 1 aperture at a time, but I open 9 apertures at a time. I'm really awesome, Ling Han said to himself without humility. After opening another 9 apertures, Ling Han immediately realized the importance of the enlightenment state. If the speed at which he absorbed the power of heaven and earth in the engravement state was said to be 10, then after opening 9 apertures, this speed became 15 and now it was 20. With this comparison, one could see the impact of the number of apertures on cultivation. Those who broke through after opening only 36 apertures were much slower than those who were at the second and third stage in terms of cultivation speed. Moreover, this was an eternal difference. There's also the hidden aperture, so the difference will be even greater. Ling Han was even more determined to open the hidden aperture. This wasn't just a matter of increasing his battle power, but it had incomparably far-reaching significance. I'll go study the array again. Chapter 3594. A month's time was actually very fast. Ling Han felt a sense of urgency. He had to open the array and leave the archaic sect before the apprenticeship ceremony began. If he really had to become the apprentice of an archaic true sovereign in front of everyone, he would feel extremely disgusted. Even if he was only using an incarnation. Therefore, if he really couldn't break the array, he could only dig the spirit spring and run away. There were still 15 days, 10 days, 7 days to the month. Ling Han finally had a major breakthrough. He decided to try it tonight. Late at night, he once again came before the array. He used his eye technique to observe again and nodded. There was originally no flaw here, but the upheaval of heaven and earth has caused a certain amount of damage to the array. Therefore, even if there is no flaw, there is still a flaw. He leaped and entered the array. The light of the array rose, but it did not attack him. Ling Han revealed a smile. His judgment was correct. He was also a little afraid. If he had made a mistake and triggered the array to attack, he could only put on the armor to save his life. Whether he could succeed or not was still a question. Again. He leaped up and stepped forward. The array still did not activate, as if it did not exist. Ling Han activated his eye technique and looked for the place where the power of heaven and earth changed. This was the node and also the flaw of the array. Step by step, it took him nearly half an hour to finally walk out of the array. In front of him was a small house, located in the center of the entire array. Ling Han gave a light push and the door opened. Of course, with such a powerful array protecting it, there was still a need to lock it. The house was decorated with night pearls, so the house was not dark at night. Soft light sprinkled down like moonlight. Treasures. Apart from these pearls, it could be said that the 4 walls of the house were bare. There was only a stone table and a stone stool in the middle, and on the stone table was a piece of paper. It should also be animal skin, giving off a thick feeling. Could it be another piece of void beast skin? But it was too small. With hope in his heart, Ling Han walked to the stone table and sat down. Then he looked at the beast's skin. He immediately revealed a look of surprise. This was a spirit map that communicated with a type of destructive dark energy. After taking a look, Ling Han felt as though his soul had been sucked into a strange space. There was an incomparably dark energy everywhere. No matter what it attacked, everything would be destroyed. The planes in his body vibrated as if they were resonating, and also as if they were rejoicing. Ling Han's body trembled, and his soul immediately returned to his body. He staggered and almost fell. What happened? When he saw it, he couldn't help but be overwhelmed with shock, because he had unknowingly used both hands to support himself on the stone table. But now, the place where he was pressing down was missing 2 palm-shaped pieces, and there was an additional layer of incomparably dark energy on his hands. One had to know that he didn't use any secret power at all. With just a press, 2 pieces of the stone table disappeared. What kind of destructive power is this? Ling Han couldn't help but stretch out his hand and press it on the stone table. Wherever his palm touched, the stone table immediately disappeared, as if it had never existed. Is this the power of annihilation? Ling Han was shocked. When did he master that spirit map? It could actually communicate with this destructive, or was it dark or annihilation energy? With a thought, he dispersed the energy in his hand and looked at the spirit map again. Strictly speaking, he didn't completely master this spirit map. He only learned a little. Being able to draw a part of the destructive energy, let's call it the destructive energy. This thing was really full of destruction. Ling Han continued to watch, and he was once again pulled into that dark space. His consciousness was separated from his physical body, and only when the planes in his body trembled did he wake up again. Then, his control over the destructive energy had increased slightly. Strange, it seemed that it wasn't him who controlled the destructive energy, but the planes in his body. Ling Han scratched his head. He was able to break through the 7 transformations, 7 bones, and 7 veins because of the life force of the planes in his body. But now, he had inexplicably controlled this destructive energy, and it was actually the work of the planes in his body. How could he not feel strange? If it wasn't for the fact that these planes and these creatures were all born by him, he would have suspected that he had fallen into the trap of some powerful existence. Even though his soul would always be broken, Ling Han still couldn't control himself and continued to study this spirit map. After a few muddle-headed times, Ling Han was surprised to find that this spirit map was actually incomplete. It might only be half or even a third. He had learned it, but he was unable to activate the destructive energy to the extreme. Ling Han wanted to put away the spirit map, but he found that this thing couldn't be stored in a spatial magic tool. No wonder this spirit map is placed here. He nodded. It was precisely because he couldn't store it in a spatial magic tool and the primordial True Lord wanted to study it, so he could only set up a formation to protect it. Therefore, there were tables and stools here for the True Lord to study here. Look at this table and stool. There's no dust on it. It's obvious that the primordial True Lord has been studying this spirit map all this time. In other words, he hasn't mastered this destructive energy yet. Strange, I learned it in an instant. What's so difficult about it? No, I didn't learn it myself. It's my body that learned it, so I naturally learned it. It's as if I was born to know it. Fuck, could it be that this spirit map has something to do with the God Stone? Ling Han's head was about to explode. A piece of God Stone could nurture an incomparably complicated Yuan world. This was an extremely strange thing in itself. Then this beast skin or this destructive energy was related to the God Stone, so it must have a great origin. I can't stay here. Ling Han put away the beast skin, stuffed it into his bosom and left. After stealing such an important thing, he obviously couldn't stay in the primordial sect any longer. This thing could be found with a search. Then let's go. Ling Han made another trip to the spirit spring, took out the spirit spring and stored it in a spatial magic tool. If he wanted to fill it up again, it would probably take a few years. He left. Ling Han used the void beast skin to quietly descend the mountain. Then he returned to his original appearance and swaggered out. Xiao, a figure flew down and blocked in front of him. It was an old servant under Jianghu. However, he clearly didn't recognize Ling Han. Uncle, what can I do for you? Ling Han asked with a smile. Go. The old man only swept a glance over Ling Han's body, then waved his hand, looking impatient. Oh. Ling Han nodded and strode away. Wait. The old man caught up again. He looked at Ling Han a few more times and frowned. Your back looks a little familiar. Ling Han didn't bat an eyelid. Uncle, have you seen me before? No. The old man shook his head again. Feeling that he was being overly suspicious, he waved his hand again. Go. Chapter 3596. Don't go, don't go. The silver-haired lowly chased after him. Handsome big brother, what's your name? Ling Han was amused. This little girl matured too early and was too unafraid of strangers. Didn't you think that I might kidnap and sell you? Such a delicate and beautiful little girl could almost be compared to Hunyo when she was young. My name is Ling Han. He smiled. And you? I'm a great demon king. The silver-haired lowly puffed out her chest. Ling Han chuckled and didn't say anything. Seeing that you want to know so much, I'll tell you kindly. The silver-haired lowly snorted. My name is Tang Yun, but my family calls me Little Milk Candy. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Little Milk Candy, it was quite an appropriate name. Little Milk Candy, why did you run out alone? He asked. Tang Yuner immediately put on a wary expression and took a step back. Are you trying to kidnap and sell me? I'm telling you I'm very powerful, you'll be in trouble. Then she burst into tears. Mommy, I want mommy, the people outside are so scary, they want to kidnap and sell cute, beautiful, obedient and filial. She thought for a moment and counted with her fingers. Smart, brave Little Milk Candy. Ling Han's face darkened. What was she talking about? No one is kidnapping and selling you, don't worry. He sighed, feeling a headache coming on. You really don't know how to kidnap and sell Little Milk Candy? The silver-haired lowly tilted her head and looked at Ling Han. No. Ling Han shook his head, then muttered, You have to be able to sell me. Wah. Tang Yun, cried again and pointed at Ling Han. You really want to sell me? Whoa, I'm so pitiful. She peeled the milk candy and ate it. After chewing, she stopped crying since there were no tears. Then you have to find a better family and have candy to eat every day. Ling Han's face darkened even more. I said I'm not selling, not selling. Tang Yun shrugged. How boring. I'm not playing anymore. I think it's quite interesting. Crunch, crunch. She chewed on the milk candy, looking very relaxed. Ling Han was sure that this little loli was definitely not from Heavenly Ocean Star, but from another star. However, her background should be more powerful, so she came on a shuttle. "Did you run away from home?" he asked. The little loli turned pale with fright. "How did you know? Did you secretly follow me? Did you want to kidnap me for a long time?" She was extremely narcissistic. "I can't help it. Who asked me to be so cute, beautiful, obedient, and filial?" Ah, she forgot her lines again. "Smart and brave," Ling Han said on her behalf. Yes, 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 little milk candy is just that outstanding." Little loli nodded vigorously. "You seem to be going in the wrong direction. Weren't you talking about kidnapping and trafficking just now? It's almost time to go back. My family will be worried," Ling Han said. Although Niu Jianhua had been beaten by him the moment he arrived and robbed clean, that was because the latter deserved it. But facing a little loli who had run away from home, Ling Han naturally could not bear to make a move on her. Tang Yuner shook her head vigorously, and her beautiful silver hair danced like a fairy. "I don't want to. Mom scolded me, Dad didn't help me, and Grandpa isn't here. I want to run away from home and they are worried to death." "Running away from home after scolding? You're usually so spoiled." Ling Han shook his head. "How did your mom scold you?" "I didn't finish eating and Mom scolded me. Dad is even worse, he didn't help me," little loli said angrily. Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This was a little ancestor. "Hurry up, continue to use that shuttle to go back," he said. "No, the energy is used up." Little loli shook her head and then grabbed the corner of Ling Han's clothes. "Uncle, let me be your daughter for a few days. I am so cute, beautiful, well-behaved and filial." "Stop, stop, stop." Ling Han quickly waved his hand. "I can't afford to raise you." Little loli's snacks were all made of golden cloud cow's milk. He couldn't afford it even if he killed her. "I prepared a lot of snacks." Tang Yuner looked proud. "Since you are running away from home, how can you not prepare?" What she said seemed very reasonable, but why didn't you bring more things like energy blocks? The shuttle would be useless after half the journey. Your spatial artifact is already filled with snacks. Ling Han bared his teeth. If not snacks, then what? Little loli retorted with a face full of righteousness. Alright, you win. Ling Han sighed and said, Alright, you will follow me for a few days. When the shuttle can be used again, immediately go home. Although little loli's brain circuit was relatively strange, she was clearly not stupid. At this time she did not want to disobey Ling Han. She was secretly proud in her heart. Wasn't it up to her to decide when the shuttle could be used again? Her great dream was to establish a kingdom and then find many handsome men to line up to feed her. Not good. Ling Han's expression suddenly changed. He sensed several powerful auras approaching. He was just about to put on the void beast skin, but it was already too late. Shio, only to see 5 figures already appear. Niu Jianhua and his 4 old servants. They were really lingering. Why did they chase after him again? Ling Han knew that they must have been attracted by the commotion caused by the little loli descending the shuttle, but these people were actually in the vicinity, which still gave him a shock. Young master, it's him. Wang Quan immediately pointed at Ling Han and shouted. He really hated Ling Han to the core, causing him to be insulted by Niu Jianhua in every way, almost doubting life. Meanwhile, Niu Jianhua looked at Ling Han. He was a bit puzzled. His party was attracted by the shooting star, but he didn't expect to so coincidentally run into Ling Han. However, if Ling Han was Can Yi, then this guy's appearance here was not strange. Previously when he descended, didn't this guy also immediately come to give him a beating? If it's really you, you'll regret coming to this world. Niu Jianhua took another look at little loli and couldn't help but be startled. How could there be such a beautiful little girl? In theory, foundation building cultivators had the right to traverse the universe, but with the speed of foundation building cultivators, it was impossible to reach any star suitable for cultivation even if they flew until their lifespan ran out. Even if it was him, perfected Lord Spirit transformation had done something to him, and it had taken him almost a year to get here. This little loli was definitely a real loli, and not an old monster who could not grow up, so behind her definitely stood a spirit transformation true monarch. Why wasn't it a small realization tier powerhouse? Because Heavenly Ocean Star's level was very low, so how could a sect master level powerhouse take a fancy to it? No, although sect master level powerhouses didn't take a fancy to it, there was no problem at all for their descendants to come here to gain experience. Niu Jianhua couldn't be sure just how powerful this little loli's background was. He decided to put this matter aside for now, and first figure out Ling Han's true identity. "You're called Ling Han?" he asked Ling Han. End of chapter. Chapter 3597. Ling Han was calm and composed. He nodded and said, "I am. What can I do for you?" "You're very much like someone," Niu Jianhua said coldly. "I'm such a handsome man." "There's actually someone who looks like me," Ling Han said in surprise. "Pooh." The little loli immediately burst into laughter. She had never seen such a shameless person. On the other hand, Niu Jianhua's face twitched slightly. Why did he feel enraged when this person spoke? From this aspect he really was similar to that Kenyi. He would rather kill wrongly than let them go. "Get him," he ordered. "Yes, young master." The four old men looked at Ling Han in disdain. Any one of them was confident that they could deal with a mere enlightening realm cultivator. Therefore they were all slowly approaching, not anxious at all. Instead they were putting immense pressure on Ling Han. Ling Han's mind raced. Was he using so close, yet worlds apart to run away? But let's not talk about whether or not so close, yet worlds apart would be stopped by experts of the immortal path. Even if they weren't, if he successfully escaped and then used the void beast skin to wrap his body, what would happen to this little loli? Would she become his punching bag? "You guys want to kidnap the cute, beautiful, obedient, filial, smart and brave little Tang Tang?" the little loli said trembling. She looked like she had been frightened, but when Ling Han looked at her, there was not the slightest bit of fear in her eyes, but rather excitement. As an expert who specialized in scamming people, Ling Han was 100% sure that this little loli was going to cause trouble. "The baddie has appeared. Summon the dragon god and transform," the little loli shouted as she jumped. She even struck a very embarrassing pose, but inconceivably, a silver light surged out of her body. More accurately, it was a button that enveloped her. When the silver light dissipated, the little loli was already wrapped in a set of silver battle armor. Seeing this, Niu Jianhua's first reaction was that this was the second armor he had looted. However, he immediately rejected the idea. This set of armor was completely different. Although it was also silver in color, there were extremely exaggerated and childish patterns drawn on it. He would never wear it even if he was beaten to death. "Shameless kidnappers, I'm going to establish a large kingdom and become a great demon king. You can all be my slaves." The little loli was incomparably excited as she charged out. With the help of the armor, her speed was astonishingly fast. With a bang she knocked an old man into the air. "Amazing. This is extreme Dao power. Young master, watch out." The remaining three old men cried out one after another. The old man who was sent flying also crawled up with blood at the corner of his mouth. He was a Heaven Foundation establishment cultivator, so being hit by the power of the extreme Dao was naturally enough to make him suffer. Niu Jianhua shivered. Firstly, the little loli's current battle prowess was extremely shocking. Secondly, the little loli clearly hadn't stepped onto the path of immortality yet, but with the help of the battle armor she possessed the power of the extreme Dao. What did this mean? The quality of this armor was astonishingly high, far surpassing the two he had. His heart itched a little. If he could obtain it, to what extent would his battle prowess increase? Cauldron forging? But for a person who could casually take out this kind of battle armor, how powerful would the power behind him be? Moreover, could a little girl run out alone? The adults of her family would definitely be nearby. If he forcefully seized it, then he'd provoke the adults behind him and he'd be out of luck. How could he possibly think that this little loli was actually a problem child who ran away from home? "Let's go." He shouted lightly and took the lead to leave. He only suspected that Ling Han was Kenyi, and offending a mysterious and powerful force for this suspicion was obviously not something a smart person like him would do. "Ha ha, now you know how powerful this demon king is, right?" The little loli bounced up and down, appearing extremely excited. Ling Han was speechless. Niu Jianhua could be considered as having an unlucky year, actually running into such an unreliable yet incomparably powerful little loli. Silver light flickered on the little loli's body, and the battle armor actually began to flow like water, then turned into a flying shuttle. It changed into the wrong shape, the little loli mumbled. Then the flying shuttle changed again and it suddenly disappeared. Ling Han looked at the little loli and didn't say anything. "Were you scared by this demon king's battle prowess?" Tang Yun said proudly. Ling Han snorted and said, "Who was the one who said that the flying shuttle's energy was already used up? The battle armor from before was clearly a kind of flying shuttle form, how could it have used up its energy?" The little loli stuck out her tongue. Crap, she'd been exposed. She revealed a fawning smile. Handsome big brother, what are you saying? I don't understand. Hurry up and go back. Ling Han waved his hands. It was better for this problem child to hurry up and go back. If she really provoked a sect master level or even a venerable level powerhouse, then it'd be a big joke. Not going back. The little loli pouted in a fit of pique. Ling Han said again, but she ignored Ling Han. Truly a little child. Ling Han patted his butt. Since you're not obedient, I can't be bothered to care about you. He took a step and walked away. After a few steps, Ling Han turned around and saw the little loli following behind him. When she saw him looking over, she hurriedly turned her head away, looking as if she didn't want to talk to him at all. Ling Han walked again, but the little loli still followed closely. Why are you following me? Ling Han stopped walking and asked. Tang Yuner, on the other hand, wasn't angry and said, because handsome big brother, you're a good person. What kind of experience was it to be labeled as a good person by a 6 or 7-year-old loli? Ling Han shook his head. How do you know I'm a good person? Let me tell you, I'm a big bad person. I've killed people, set fires and sold children. This time the little loli wasn't afraid at all. She only giggled and said, it sounds fun. When are we going to kill people and set fires? Killing people will cause blood. I'm scared. Setting fires is fun and I often do it. It's just that every time I do it I get spanked by my mother. Ling Han slapped his forehead. This wasn't an ordinary problem child, but a super problem child. What kind of sin did he commit to actually run into such a little ancestor? Sigh. He sighed. Sigh. The little loli also learned to sigh. It seemed like he had been blackmailed. Alright, I'll take care of you for a few days, but you have to get in touch with your family as soon as possible and let them pick you up, Ling Han said. Right now, he also didn't feel at ease letting the little loli go alone, because who knew where she would fly to. Alright, since you insist on taking care of me, I'll reluctantly let you take care of me for 2 days. The little loli had a very helpless look on her face. Don't act like you're taking advantage of me. Ling Han only felt a toothache. Hee hee. Tang Yun revealed a flattering smile. After walking for a while, the little loli said that her legs were sore and wanted Ling Han to carry her. After walking for a while, she was hungry again. He really picked up a little ancestor. Ling Han secretly regretted it. Why was he so curious before and insisted on seeing what was inside the meteor? Handsome guy, look at the meteor. The little loli suddenly shouted. Chapter 3598. Damn, some unknown halo of mine is starting to work again. Ling Han looked up at the sky, only to find that it was really just a meteor and not another visitor from outer space, which made him heave a sigh of relief. His luck was not so bad after all. 2 days later, Ling Han returned to the imperial city, his head swollen. Tang Yun was really a problem child and she was super problematic. Who knew how much trouble she caused along the way? The silver-haired little loli also seemed very unhappy. Along the way she wanted to set fire and rob excitedly, but was stopped by Ling Han, which made her too unhappy. She was here to be the great demon king. Ling Han felt that it was necessary to enlighten this little loli. There were so many people in the imperial capital. If this little loli really had fun, how terrible the damage would be. The key was that there was most likely a sect master level power behind her, which would cause huge trouble. Little milk candy, why do you want to be the great demon king? Ling Han asked. Because grandpa is the old demon king, so I want to be the great demon king. The little loli said while looking around. When she saw someone selling candied haws on the street, she couldn't help but drool. She had never had any resistance to sweet things. Oh, this problem was with the little loli's grandfather. What did your grandfather do to be called the Demon King? Ling Han asked again. The little loli giggled. Grandpa calls himself the Heavenly Demon, and he specializes in making enemies of those who claim to be righteous. When he was young, he captured many saintesses and slept with them. Now they have all become my grandaunts. Ling Han couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This child was indeed precocious, and her maternal grandfather had actually slept with the holy daughters of the various great sects as his wives, yet he was still alive and well. Just how powerful was he? My mother is my grandfather's only daughter. My mother is too bad. She secretly ran away from home when she was a child and entered the sect where my father was. The two of them loved each other very much, and they had an adulterous relationship. The little loli took a few skewers of candied haws by herself. Ling Han broke out in a cold sweat again. This little loli liked to use idioms, but she was just randomly using them. How could she describe her parents like that? Furthermore, this little lowly's tendency to run away from home is actually hereditary. Wait, how old was your mother when she left home? About 15 or 16 years old. The little lowly bit on a candied haw while counting her fingers, which reminded Ling Han of second baby who counted idiots. Ling Han heaved a sigh of relief. That was more normal, unlike this little lowly who was completely acting out of spite. He paid the money, which made the little lowly very unhappy. He was the Demon King, how could he give money to eat? Ling Han laughed heartily. Don't worry, the capital is full of rich playboys. When we have time, I'll take you to fight them one by one. Wow. Wow. The little lowly put the candied haws in her mouth and clapped her hands. The little devil king is here. Are you afraid? Ling Han brought the little lowly to the Foreign Affairs Department. The little lowly grabbed the corner of Ling Han's clothes with one hand, looking a little scared. Damn, she was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger. Ling Han began to regret bringing the little lowly back to the capital was most likely a very wrong decision. Hey, what a beautiful little girl. Xianyuan Dinghua happened to walk out and said without thinking, you've got an illegitimate daughter after a trip outside. I'm not a beautiful little girl. The little lowly hurriedly corrected him. I'm a beautiful, cute, obedient, filial, smart and brave little candy. Xianyuan Dinghua was stunned. After a while he said, Ling Han, this little girl can't be an old monster in disguise, right? You're an old monster. How am I old? The little lowly was very dissatisfied. She pointed at Xianyuan Dinghua and shouted, Super Lightning Cannon, Level 1 ready, Level 2 ready, fire. Bang. A beam of light rushed out of her palm at an astonishing speed and hit Xianyuan Dinghua in an instant. Fuck you. Xianyuan Dinghua didn't even have time to dodge. He let out a miserable shriek as he was sent flying by the beam of light, crashing heavily into the wall. Crack, 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 the wall immediately began to crack. Fortunately, it hadn't collapsed. The little lowly giggled and became harmless again. She obediently ate the candied hawthorn. Ling Han did not stop her. The power of the cannon was only at the level of the secret-seeking realm. It was not enough to kill Xianyuan Dinghua. It was good to let this guy suffer a little so he would not dare to provoke the little lowly in the future. Dad. After a series of shouts, 7 children ran out. After such a long time their size had not changed at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. The little lowly could not help but open her mouth, even forgetting to eat the candied hawthorn. So powerful. So many children at once. Ling Han, I underestimated you. Finally she looked up at Ling Han and said, Underestimated me? Ling Han looked at the little lowly and did not ask further. His intuition told him that it was not a good thing. Princess Baishao also came out. When she saw that Ling Han was safe and sound, she breathed a sigh of relief. When she saw the little lowly again, her beautiful eyes could not help but brighten. She had never seen such a beautiful little girl before. She was like a fairy carved from jade. Are you jealous that little milk candy is prettier than you? The little lowly giggled. Ugly, you can only think about it. Princess Baijiao's face immediately darkened. This little girl was beautiful, but her mouth was too sarcastic. Don't be rude. Call me big sister, Ling Han reprimanded. Tang Yun pursed her lips. She looked very reluctant but still said, Ugly big sister. Fine, you might as well not call me that. Where did you find this child? Princess Baishao asked. She was also full of curiosity. Didn't Ling Han go to participate in the martial arts competition? Why did he bring a child back? I said that he fell from the sky and I picked him up. Do you believe me? Ling Han said with a smile. Princess Baishao only chuckled and even rolled her eyes at Ling Han. Alright, I know you don't believe me. Tang Yuner, on the other hand, became interested in the 7 milk babies. She chattered with the 7 milk babies. No one knew what she said, but they seemed to have already become good friends. Ling Han gritted his teeth. The 7 Calabash brothers were not easy to deal with. Together with a little lowly who wanted to see the world in chaos, their destructive power had increased by tons. However, these little girls could not be locked up, so he could only watch over them. Has anything major happened these days? Ling Han asked Princess Baishao. Yes. Princess Baishao nodded. Right now, all the major forces are expanding their territories, forming a super force led by the 9 Spirit Lord and the other 3 Spirit Transformation Realms. The remaining sects have all submitted to them, and they have almost divided up the world. According to the scouts, these forces have been sending people to search. They seem to be looking for something. Chapter 3600. Bam! The shuttle directly hit the ground and immediately caused terrible damage. With the shuttle as the center, a huge pit appeared on the ground nearby, and the energy waves were still spreading into the distance, and the flames were monstrous. Ling Han was speechless. He rubbed the little girl's head and said, "Can you be more reliable? How could you fall asleep during the landing?" The little Loli's eyes were hazy, and saliva was still dripping from the corner of her mouth. "Don't be noisy. I want to sleep. If I don't sleep well, I'll be stunted." Yes. Ling Han sat there. Without the little Loli's control, he could not open the shuttle at all. At this moment, a black object suddenly appeared on the window of the flying shuttle. What the hell? Ling Han was shocked. This thing actually had eyes and it was glaring angrily at him. Bam! That thing patted the window of the flying shuttle and opened its mouth as if it was saying something. However, the flying shuttle was shuttling through the starry sky. Of course, it was airtight and sound could not be transmitted. Otherwise, Ling Han and the little Loli would have been dead long ago. Oh, so it was a person, but his face was covered in soot. Ling Han could only see that the man's mouth was open, but he didn't know what he was saying. In short, he must be very angry. Although his face was black, he could still see it from his expression. Looking at the other party's posture, it seemed that he wanted him to go out and fight him one-on-one. Ling Han shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. This naturally made the man even more furious. He no longer used his hand to slap the shuttle. Instead, he took out a sword and slashed at the shuttle. However, that person had obviously made a grave mistake. The flying shuttle was definitely a secret treasure of the sect master level. It was just that it was limited by the little Loli's strength, so it could only unleash the power of the extreme path. However, now that there was no one to command it and it was being attacked, it possessed even more terrifying might. With a slash of the sword, the veined patterns on the flying shuttle lit up, and the person's sword was immediately shattered. Damn. That person was flabbergasted. Then he looked at Ling Han with a face full of bitterness and hatred. "You bastard. Not only did you smash him with the flying shuttle, you even sat there and didn't come out. You deliberately mocked me, causing me to break another magic tool. Damn it, damn it, damn it." Ling Han made a helpless expression. This had nothing to do with him. Noisy. Little Loli woke up. She was woken up by the sound of the man knocking on the window. She immediately looked at the man with a bitter expression. "How dare you interrupt my sleep? Don't you know that women don't sleep well? Their skin will deteriorate." She was a little beauty, but in the future she would become a great beauty and bring disaster to the world. "I'll beat you to death, you bastard." She was enraged and controlled the shuttle to attack that person. Shio shio shio. Beams of light shot towards that person. However, if she were to personally control it, the power of the flying shuttle would be much weaker. Hence, that person could completely wander around freely. However, he was completely unable to retaliate, because he had already tried it earlier. When the artifact slashed onto the flying shuttle, it only shattered on its own. Right now, that person's heart was definitely filled with a myriad of emotions. How wronged he was. He was cultivating here, but who would have thought that a meteor would come crashing down on his head? Because it was a crucial moment in his cultivation, his reaction was a beat slower, and as a result he was hit head-on. Fortunately, his strength was tyrannical. He was only covered in dirt. When he was about to angrily denounce him, the result was good. Not only did his dermic armament shatter, but he was also shot by a little Loli and had to dodge here and there. Just thinking about it made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Who did he offend? Enough, enough. Ling Han persuaded little Loli. "Can you talk to him?" Little Loli shot a few more beams of light before stopping reluctantly. After fiddling with it for a while, she said, "It's done." Ling Han said, "Friend, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to hit you." That person said unhappily, "Even if you didn't mean to, you still hit so accurately." What a deep resentment, but this was really a pure coincidence. Look, when little Loli went to Heavenly Ocean Star, she also hit him head-on. Ling Han looked at Tang Yuner. "Did you hit me on purpose back then?" "No." Little Loli hurriedly shook her head, looking very innocent. Ling Han was full of suspicion. This girl's words should be discounted by 30%. "Then how are you going to compensate me?" the victim outside asked. Ling Han smiled. "We don't have money, so we can only say sorry." That person was almost angered to death. "Is this the attitude you use to solve a problem?" "We really don't have money," little Loli added. "Are the adults and the children both stingy?" That person was speechless. Moreover, he couldn't do anything about this flying shuttle dermic artifact. It seemed like he could only swallow this loss. Ling Han gestured to little Loli. Little Loli opened the flying shuttle and the two of them jumped down. The person opposite didn't make a move. Although he could see at a glance that Ling Han and Little Loli hadn't set foot on the immortal path, to be able to possess such a flying shuttle dermic artifact, their background must be incomparably shocking. Sorry, I really didn't mean to hit you. Ling Han smiled. That person sighed. Although he was hit head-on because of Ling Han and Little Loli, he was the one who caused the dermic artifact to shatter later. So strictly speaking, the other party didn't do much wrong. Forget it, I'm just unlucky. He was quite open-minded. Ling Han said, I'm Ling Han and this is Tang Yuna. How should I address you, brother? That person took out a sweat towel and clean water. As he cleaned up, he said, I'm Li Xingqian. So it's Brother Li? Ling Han cupped his hands. Li Xingqian had already cleaned up his face. When Ling Han and Little Loli saw him, they both said, oh, this dark-skinned guy was actually a pretty boy. TSK, they really couldn't tell. Little Loli's eyes instantly lit up. Oh, so it's a handsome guy. Handsome guy, do you want some candy? She took out a milk candy and shook it in front of Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian's face couldn't help but darken. I'm not a 3-year-old kid. You actually dare to trick me with candy? Don't bother with this little brat. Ling Han laughed. Brother Li, I have something to ask you. Li Xingqian wasn't in a good mood. You guys hit me and caused me to lose a dermic artifact and you actually want to ask me about something? No way, I won't do it. Handsome guy, you have to think carefully. Little Loli patted the flying shuttle with her hand, overflowing with the intention of threatening him. Li Xingqian was speechless. Are you really a kid? You're too precocious. He sighed and said, what do you want to know? It was mainly because he found Ling Han pleasing to the eye. Otherwise he could just turn around and leave. As a cultivator of the immortal path, would he be afraid of two mortals? The place where the power of the 5 elements is the densest. Oh, you want to refine the 5 elements fortune pill? Li Xingqian immediately reacted. Ling Han glanced at Little Loli. Fortunately, although this girl was unreliable, she didn't deliberately trick him out to play. Yes. He nodded. End of chapter. Chapter 3601. Bam! The shuttle directly hit the ground and immediately caused terrible damage. With the shuttle as the center, a huge pit appeared on the ground nearby, and the energy waves were still spreading into the distance, and the flames were monstrous. Ling Han was speechless. He rubbed the little girl's head and said, can you be more reliable? How could you fall asleep during the landing? The little Loli's eyes were hazy, and saliva was still dripping from the corner of her mouth. Don't be noisy. I want to sleep. If I don't sleep well, I'll be stunted. Yes. Ling Han sat there. Without the little Loli's control, he could not open the shuttle at all. At this moment, a black object suddenly appeared on the window of the flying shuttle. What the hell? Ling Han was shocked. This thing actually had eyes and it was glaring angrily at him. Bam! That thing patted the window of the flying shuttle and opened its mouth as if it was saying something. However, the flying shuttle was shuttling through the starry sky. Of course, it was airtight and sound could not be transmitted. Otherwise, Ling Han and the little Loli would have died long ago. Oh, so it was a person, but his face was covered in soot. Ling Han could only see that the man's mouth was open, but he didn't know what he was saying. In short, he must be very angry. Although his face was black, he could still see it from his expression. Looking at the other party's posture, it seemed that he wanted him to go out and fight him one-on-one. Ling Han shrugged, indicating that there was nothing he could do. This naturally made the man even more furious. He no longer used his hand to slap the shuttle. Instead, he took out a sword and slashed at the shuttle. However, that person had obviously made a grave mistake. The flying shuttle was definitely a secret treasure of the sect master level. It was just that it was limited by the little Loli's strength, so it could only unleash the power of the extreme path. However, now that there was no one to command it and it was being attacked, it possessed even more terrifying might. With a slash of the sword, the veined patterns on the flying shuttle lit up, and the person's sword was immediately shattered. Damn. That person was flabbergasted. Then he looked at Ling Han with a face full of bitterness and hatred. You bastard. Not only did you smash him with the flying shuttle, you even sat there and didn't come out. You deliberately mocked me, causing me to break another magic tool. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Ling Han made a helpless expression. This had nothing to do with him. Noisy. Little Loli woke up. She was woken up by the sound of the man knocking on the window. She immediately looked at the man with a bitter expression. How dare you interrupt my sleep? Don't you know that women don't sleep well, Their skin will deteriorate. She was a little beauty, but in the future she would become a great beauty and bring disaster to the world. I'll beat you to death, you bastard. She was enraged and controlled the shuttle to attack that person. Shio shio shio. Beams of light shot towards that person. However, if she were to personally control it, the power of the flying shuttle would be much weaker. Hence, that person could completely wander around freely. However, he was completely unable to retaliate because he had already tried it earlier. When the artifact slashed onto the flying shuttle, it only shattered on its own. Right now, that person's heart was definitely filled with a myriad of emotions. How wronged he was. He was cultivating here, but who would have thought that a meteor would come crashing down on his head? Because it was a crucial moment in his cultivation, his reaction was a beat slower, and as a result he was hit head-on. Fortunately, his strength was tyrannical. He was only covered in dirt. When he was about to angrily denounce him, the result was good. Not only did his dermic armament shatter, but he was also shot by a little lowly and had to dodge here and there. Just thinking about it made him so depressed that he wanted to vomit blood. Who did he offend? Enough, enough. Ling Han persuaded little lowly. Can you talk to him? Little lowly shot a few more beams of light before stopping reluctantly. After fiddling with it for a while, she said, "It's done." Ling Han said, "Friend, I'm really sorry. We didn't mean to hit you." That person said unhappily, "Even if you didn't mean to, you still hit so accurately." What a deep resentment, but this was really a pure coincidence. Look, when little lowly went to Heavenly Ocean Star, she also hit him head-on. Ling Han looked at Tang Yuner. "Did you hit me on purpose back then?" "No." Little lowly hurriedly shook her head, looking very innocent. Ling Han was full of suspicion. This girl's words should be discounted by 30%. "Then how are you going to compensate me?" the victim outside asked. Ling Han smiled. "We don't have money, so we can only say sorry." That person was almost angered to death. "Is this the attitude you use to solve a problem?" "We really don't have money," little lowly added. "Are the adults and the children both stingy?" That person was speechless. Moreover, he couldn't do anything about this flying shuttle dermic artifact. It seemed like he could only swallow this loss. Ling Han gestured to little lowly. Little lowly opened the flying shuttle and the two of them jumped down. The person opposite didn't make a move. Although he could see at a glance that Ling Han and little lowly hadn't set foot on the immortal path, to be able to possess such a flying shuttle dermic artifact, their background must be incomparably shocking. "Sorry, I really didn't mean to hit you." Ling Han smiled. That person sighed. Although he was hit head-on because of Ling Han and little lowly, he was the one who caused the dermic artifact to shatter later. So strictly speaking, the other party didn't do much wrong. "Forget it, I'm just unlucky." He was quite open-minded. Ling Han said, "I'm Ling Han and this is Tang Yuna. How should I address you, brother?" That person took out a sweat towel and clean water. As he cleaned up, he said, "I'm Li Xingqian." "So it's Brother Li?" Ling Han cupped his hands. Li Xingqian had already cleaned up his face. When Ling Han and little lowly saw him, they both said, "Oh, this dark-skinned guy was actually a pretty boy." TSK, they really couldn't tell. Little lowly's eyes instantly lit up. "Oh, so it's a handsome guy. Handsome guy, do you want some candy?" She took out a milk candy and shook it in front of Li Xingqian. Li Xingqian's face couldn't help but darken. "I'm not a 3-year-old kid. How dare you trick me with candy?" Don't bother with this little guy." Ling Han laughed. "Brother Li, I have something to ask you." Li Xingqian wasn't in a good mood. "You guys knocked me down and caused me to lose a dermic artifact and you actually want to ask me about something? No way, I won't do it. Handsome guy, you have to think carefully." Little lowly patted the flying shuttle with her hand, the threat overflowing from her words. Li Xingqian was speechless. "Are you really a kid? You're too precocious." He sighed and said, "What do you want to know?" It was mainly because he found Ling Han pleasing to the eye. Otherwise he could just turn around and leave. As a cultivator of the immortal path, would he be afraid of two mortals? The place where the power of the 5 elements is the densest. "Oh, you want to refine the 5 elements fortune pill?" Li Xingqian immediately reacted. Ling Han glanced at little lowly. Fortunately, although this girl was unreliable, she didn't purposely trick him out to play. "Yes." He nodded. Chapter 3602. Li Xingqian looked deeply at Ling Han and then said, "You really deserve praise for your courage. However, collecting 5-element crystal elements will take an incomparably long time, so you'd better be mentally prepared and set a time limit." I've heard that there was once a genius who spent several hundred years to refine the 5 elements good fortune pill. By the time the pill was refined, he was already old and not far from death. In the end, he ended up benefiting others. Ling Han nodded. Thank you, Brother Li, for the reminder. I'll remember. Li Xingqian gave him a map. It was not made of paper but an artifact. Infusing it with psychic power, one would enter a 3-dimensional space. Mountains, rivers, seas, everything appeared vividly. I'll give it to you. It's not worth much anyway, he said. Was he mocking Ling Han's stinginess? Ling Han was thick-skinned and pretended not to hear. He was indeed poor now and had a low level. What could he offer to compensate the other? He did have something, but it was too precious. Brother Li, I owe you a favor. Ling Han said seriously. He would not come here only once, but by the second time he would be on the path to immortality. He might even be at the casting cauldron and Dan-forming realm. Li Xingqian waved his hand. Don't. I'm giving you this map to end the karma between us. From now on, pretend you've never seen me. I don't want to run into you again. With that, he sprang up and ran. Ling Han glanced at the little girl, and the little girl looked back at him. They pointed at each other at the same time. It's all your fault. You scared him away. After saying this, the two of them laughed loudly. Ling Han was thick-skinned, and this little girl's skin was definitely not thin either. Ling Han released the 7 milk babies, and the 9 of them moved together according to the map. The place where they landed was very coincidental. It was only a mere 2 days' journey away from the first place where the power of the 5 elements was the densest. Of course, this was calculated with Ling Han's speed. It was a valley of boiling flames called the Valley of Extreme Flame. In the Extreme Flame Valley, there were many fire creatures created from the essence of fire. They were born because of the Extreme Flame Valley, but they were also bound here, never able to leave. 2 days later, the 9 of them arrived at the place. What a powerful heaven and earth suppression. The little loli immediately cried out. I can't even use my Dharma artifacts. Only at the worldly realm can be displayed here. Second baby activated his eye sorcery to take a look. The suppression of the forces of heaven and earth has formed a natural array formation. Now that's not necessarily true. It's possible that it's man-made, but it must be a grandmaster of arrays. Ling Han nodded. It was precisely because of this that the 5 elements crystal essence became so precious. No matter how high one's realm was, they could only be used as a combat force in the mystery-seeking realm. They could not improve their efficiency at all. Of course, a saint or ancestral king might be able to ignore the suppression of the power of the world, but which saint or ancestral king would do such a thing? Besides, how many saints are there in the world? The ancestral king was an invincible great emperor that only appeared once in an era, so it was even more impossible. That's good too. I don't have to worry about anyone harming me in the valley, he said with a smile. Hit someone. Robbery. The little loli and the 7 milk babies all raised their arms and cheered, looking extremely excited. Ling Han slapped his forehead with his hand. Was it really the right decision to bring them out? They continued forward, and the suppression of the world grew stronger. It felt like an invisible shackle had been placed on their bodies, but they did not have any substantial change. This was because only those above the celestial path would be truly restricted. They were too weak and the suppression could be ignored. The Extreme Flame Valley was very big. Before entering the valley, they could already see the scorched earth all around them. It was mainly black, but from time to time, red flames could be seen jumping and flashing. A person appeared in front of them. He staggered over, and when he saw Ling Han's group, he looked pleasantly surprised. He stretched out his hand and said, "Water, water, I want water." Ling Han's gaze swept over and could not help but be shocked. This person was too skinny, as if he was just skin and bones. His eyeballs were about to fall out. He took out a water pouch and handed it over. The person hurriedly drank it after receiving it. The pouch of water was quickly emptied, and the effects were immediately apparent. His shriveled face became rosy again. However, a strange thing also happened. Steam rose from his body, and very quickly, his face became shriveled again, as if all the water had evaporated. "Water, I want more water," the person shouted at Ling Han. Ling Han shook his head. This was clearly useless. This person's body should have a powerful flame burning. No matter how much water he drank, it would only evaporate. It would not solve the problem at all. "I said give me water," the person roared. His eyes were cold and filled with killing intent. Boom. He pounced out and swung his fist at Ling Han. Ling Han casually shook his hand and the person was sent flying. Below the celestial path, how many people were still his match? Ah! The person screamed. Boom, his entire body turned into a ball of raging flames, burning fiercely. Very quickly he was burnt to a crisp. Ling Han, he only asked you for some water. You didn't have to burn him to death even if you didn't give it to him. The little girl shook her head and then pondered. Murder and arson, so it means arson to burn someone to death. Ling Han's face darkened. I didn't kill that person and I didn't set him on fire. The little girl rolled her eyes at him. Haha, I'll believe that he spontaneously combusted. Second baby used his eye sorcery to take a look and said, this person has a strong essence of fire in his body. He couldn't suppress it just now and it exploded from inside out. He instantly burned himself to death. Ling Han nodded and said, look, this is what you call a professional. Learn from him. Second baby laughed. Of course, I can't rule out the possibility that father did it. Fuck this bunch of idiots. It seems that this extreme flame valley is really a very dangerous place. Ling Han said, that person should have collected the essence of fire in the valley, but in the long battle, his body was slowly eroded by the fire poison, and he finally burned himself to death. I'm not afraid, fourth baby said. This place is really comfortable. I hate it. Fifth baby's face was full of disgust. One of them was of the fire attribute, while the other was of the water attribute. They were two completely different feelings. Let's go. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can call it a day. Ling Han brought Milk Baby and the little girl into the valley. Instantly, he saw many fire creatures wandering in the valley. Some of them were in the form of beasts such as mountain goats, tigers, and leopards. Some were in the form of humans and some were in the form of birds. However, they could only fly a short distance in the air. These fire creatures seemed to have a fixed area of activity and would not cross the boundary. Therefore, even when Ling Han and the others appeared, not a single fire creature attacked them. When Ling Han took a few more steps forward, he saw a fire tiger suddenly pounce on him. Bang! Ling Han destroyed it with a punch and a spark appeared on the ground. Chapter 3604. In such a dangerous place it was very normal for people to kill each other. Since he had sensed that someone was chasing after him, he would definitely make the first move to gain the upper hand. In Extreme Flame Valley, killing and robbing others of their flame essence was a very common thing. Why would there be a reason? Now that Ling Han had asked this, he didn't know how to answer. He thought for a moment and said, little brother, we are on the same side. I also saw the Nanyang Pang family's bounty notice, so I came here to collect flame essence. We are all here to make a living. What happened before was also a misunderstanding. Nanyang Pang family. Ling Han murmured. He grabbed the man and said, be more specific. You don't know? The man was surprised. Pa, Ling Han slapped him on the head. Am I asking you or are you asking me? The man gritted his teeth. This hit hurt, but when he saw Ling Han's cold eyes he could only tell the truth. This Nanyang Pang family was a very strong family. In the past they had produced a spirit transformation perfected sovereign, but after this ancestor died, the Pang family declined generation by generation. Now there were only a few life core experts left. But a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. The Pang family was still very rich, and in this generation the Pang family had produced a genius called Pang Yunfei. In order to raise this outstanding descendant, the Pang family spared no expense to refine the 5 elements fortune pill for Pang Yunfei. Thus they put out a bounty. As long as one collected enough 5 elements essence, they could exchange it for all kinds of treasures. For example, immortal items, immortal medicines, cultivation methods. As long as one had enough 5 elements essence they could exchange for them. When the news spread, it naturally attracted many people to the 5 elements land to collect 5 elements essence. Oh right, other than the Pang family, it seems that the Luo family is also collecting 5 elements essence. The man thought for a moment and squeezed out another piece of information. 2 forces were competing with him for business. Ling Han thought for a moment. Fine, others could rob him, so why couldn't he rob others? There was strength in numbers. In this case he might only need a few years or even a year to refine the 5 elements fortune pill. Ling Han patted the man's shoulder. Hand over the flame essence. That little brother, haven't I already apologized to you? The man said with a bitter face. Flame essence or life? Choose one. Ling Han said calmly. Just now, this person had launched a sneak attack with the intention of killing him. Now he was just trying to rob him. How broad was his heart? The man had no choice but to hand over the flame essence. Oh, that's quite a lot. How long have you been here? Ling Han asked. 2 years. 2 years? Ling Han shook his head. From the looks of it, the other party's harvest was pitifully small. You're too lazy. You only managed to get this much in 2 years. The man was speechless. His efficiency was already very high. The flame beasts had fire poison on their bodies, and after a long battle, they would definitely be infected with a trace of fire poison. They had to refine it, or else the fire poison would accumulate and cause serious consequences. It was not impossible for them to be burned alive. Scram, don't let me see you again. Ling Han casually flung the man backwards. He didn't pay him any more attention and continued walking. After a while, a new flame beast appeared. Naturally, it would be killed with a single punch. Ling Han had seen people being burned to death by fire poison before, so he naturally wouldn't be unprepared for it. However, he could kill his enemies with a single punch. Under the attack of the destructive energy, even the fire poison could be easily destroyed. He didn't have to worry about being corroded by the fire poison. As a result, even if someone with similar strength came in, they wouldn't be able to compare to him in terms of efficiency. The more he killed, the more shocked Ling Han became. Just what was the origin of this destructive energy? It was too terrifying. After circling this side cave once, Ling Han once again returned to the main cave, and continued to advance. There was more than one person here. Clearly, the bounty offered by the Pang clan or the Luo clan had been effective. Ling Han hadn't even taken a few steps before he was ambushed again. Just like before, he would capture the person, beat them up, and then loot their flame essence. Why didn't he kill them? There was another purpose, and that was to provide wool. If he encountered these people again in the future, he could rob them again and treat them as free labor. After circling all the side caves, Ling Han also robbed more than a dozen people, increasing his harvest dramatically. With the addition of 7 milk babies, he might be able to complete the flame crystal essence step in a few months. He wasn't worried about the milk babies at all. They were all sly and had extraordinary strength. They were the ones who tricked others. After walking for a while, he finally arrived at the bottom of the main cave. Previously, he had robbed many people and obtained some useful information. For example, there was a flame king in every cave. Its strength was far stronger than ordinary fire creatures, and it provided more flame essence. Sometimes, it would even drop something like a fire essence stone, which could gather the power of heaven and earth and speed up cultivation. This was very similar to an ice essence stone. Of course, not every flame king would drop a fire essence stone. It depended on luck. However, no one dared to have any ideas about the flame king. Firstly, the flame king's strength was too strong, and it could sweep through the mystery-seeking realm. Secondly, the flame king could also detonate the fire poison in a martial artist's body. Even if the amount was not enough to kill, how could they withstand such torment in battle? Therefore, everyone only dared to farm monsters in the side caves. As for the main cave, no one dared to ask. Of course, Ling Han wasn't afraid. On the contrary, he was in high spirits. He hadn't cultivated in the past 2 months, so he could use the power of the fire essence stone to catch up with his cultivation. He stepped into the last area of this cave. This was a very large cave, and there was a huge flame monster floating back and forth. In every corner of the cave there were white bones scattered. Obviously, it wasn't that no one challenged the Flame King, but most of them probably lost their lives. The Flame King also discovered Ling Han at the first moment and immediately raised its hand. Xiao, the fire halberd in its hand, shot toward the little lowly. "Ah, save me!" Tang Yuner screamed. Ling Han punched out. Peng, the fire halberd, instantly shattered. The little lowly was furious. She pointed at the Flame King and said, "Flamehead, why are you hitting the cute, beautiful, obedient, filial, little milk candy?" The Flame King naturally wouldn't pay attention to her. His hands had already condensed another fire halberd, and this time he threw it at Ling Han. Ling Han punched out again to neutralize the attack, but the Flame King condensed a third fire halberd and threw it over. This attack was really urgent. If it weren't for Ling Han, anyone else might not even have the ability to fight back and would have been shot to death. Ling Han humphed. "You're not done yet?" He opened his mouth and spat out a golden sword, slashing at the Flame King. "You think you can?" Xiao, the golden sword, slashed past, and the Flame King didn't dare to be careless. He waved his hand and raging flames raged. Chapter 3605. The Flame King slapped the golden sword away, but the flame on its hand also dimmed. Evidently, resolving this attack was not as easy as it looked. Handsome charge. The little girl cheered for Ling Han. He actually dared to sneak an attack on her. How despicable. Ling Han naturally would not allow anyone to attack him. Furthermore, if he attacked from a distance, he would not be able to unleash the power of the destructive energy. He rushed out, wanting to fight the Flame King in close combat. The Flame King was completely fearless and it also slapped over. Bang! Flames and darkness collided. Both were high-level energies, but even though they were high-level energies, there was a difference in intensity and quality. As the black energy surged, the flames instantly faded. The Flame King was shocked. Its incredibly simple brain only had battle instincts, and it knew that this was disadvantageous to it. It hurriedly retreated, but half of its arm had already completely dimmed, and there were no longer any flames burning. This human was so scary. It reached out its other hand and forcefully pulled at its dimmed left arm. Bang! This arm was torn off, but it was only for an instant. Flames burned fiercely, and its broken arm immediately grew out again. However, if one observed carefully, one would notice that the flames on its body were slightly dimmer. Evidently, it had to pay a price for its broken arm to regrow. This ability would definitely be envied by countless martial artists, because regrowing a broken limb was an ability that only venerables could possess. If one became a saint, even a drop of blood could be regrown, and the tenacity of their life force was simply terrifying. Ling Han was also shocked, but he immediately rushed out again. This time he would kill the Flame King as easily as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, not giving it any chance to recover. The Flame King was truly afraid of this human. It reached out its finger and pointed at Ling Han, wanting to detonate the fire poison in his body. However, it immediately revealed a dumbfounded expression, because there were no flames boiling in Ling Han's body. There should be some, more or less, right? However, Ling Han had previously killed his enemies with one punch, and with the sweeping destructive energy, what kind of fire poison could invade his body? Since it was the null fire poison, how could it detonate it? The Flame King did not believe it and pointed at Ling Han again, but there was still no effect. Fortunately, it couldn't speak. If it was pointing and shouting, the scene would be even more awkward. Holy crap! Is this human a monster? The Flame King had a constipated expression on his face. He was going crazy. Ling Han laughed out loud and punched again. The Flame King hurriedly parried, but the destructive energy corroded, and everywhere it touched, the flames dimmed. It was strong enough. Ordinary flame monsters were destroyed with a single punch, but it only dimmed a little. It was worthy of its name as a king. But so what? Ling Han followed up with a few more punches, and the Flame King was like a bonfire that had been doused with water. Very soon it was completely extinguished. Hang up. Ling Han's gaze swept over and he could not help but sigh. There was only flame essence and no fire essence stones. Forget it, it's just that I don't have the icing on the cake. Besides, there are so many caves here, I'll have to look elsewhere. When he reached the exit, he immediately sensed that there were many people outside. He robbed a dozen people and now they're here for revenge. Ling Han was completely unconcerned. Cultivation was suppressed here, so even if an elite of the celestial path came, he would still be unafraid. He would still be able to crush him. He strode out and saw about 20 people standing at the entrance, led by a 26 or 27-year-old red-clothed youth. After seeing Ling Han, the red-clothed youth smiled faintly. "My name is Pang Shu from the Pang family," asked Ling Han. Pang Shu stared blankly. He didn't know what to say after hearing her reply. He was a little embarrassed and coughed before saying, "I am the person in charge of the Pang family here. All the flame essence you collect must be handed over to me. I will record the quantity for you, and you can go to the Pang family to exchange for what you need." "Oh, this guy thinks I'm an employee of the Pang family," Ling Han said in his heart. "Also, malicious competition is not desirable," said Pang Shu. Pang Shu continued, "Return all the flame essences that you stole and compensate for some of the losses. Then we'll let this matter pass." Seventh young Master Pang is still fair. The others praised. "Kid, did you hear what seventh young Master Pang said? Quickly return the flame essence you stole. And compensation? It doesn't have to be much, just double it." These people clamored. The source of their confidence naturally came from Pang Shu. He was a Foundation establishment expert. Even if the realm was suppressed here, a Foundation establishment expert was still much stronger than a normal secret realm expert. Hey, what are you shouting for? There isn't even a single handsome guy here. Don't you feel embarrassed?" Little Lolita said with dissatisfaction. What was wrong with these people? There wasn't even one handsome guy among the 20 people. It was too embarrassing. Ling Han smiled. "Are you the person in charge of the Pang family here?" "Of course." Pang Shu said proudly. He looked down on everyone here. There was a difference between immortals and mortals, but in order to complete the mission he had to be pleasant, which naturally made him very unhappy. Ling Han rubbed his hands. Then you must have a lot of flame essence on you. Wait, why did that sound so awkward? Pang Shu was surprised and frowned. What do you want? Ling Han laughed. Robbery. Flame essence could not be taken out of the valley, so Pang Shu must have a lot of it on him. Pang Shu was stunned at first, then laughed. This young man was really crazy. He actually said he wanted to rob him. When he laughed, the others naturally laughed as well. They all looked like they had met an idiot. It was too funny. A small secret realm dared to threaten a Foundation establishment expert. If they knew that Ling Han was actually at the Enlightenment realm, they would be even more surprised. Ling Han did not get angry and laughed with the others. Pang Shu suddenly stopped laughing and said coldly, "Don't think that you can be arrogant just because you have some strength. It's just a secret realm." He looked at Ling Han, feeling a little strange. Was this really a secret realm? If they were in the outside world, he would be able to see through Ling Han's background with a single glance, but now that his cultivation level had been suppressed, his eyesight had also weakened considerably. He only felt that Ling Han was slightly unusual, but could not tell what it was exactly. Of course you can be arrogant if you have strength. Ling Han rushed out and punched. Pang Shu showed a look of contempt. A small secret realm dared to attack him? Good, kill one to warn 100. Just as he was about to attack, he felt a huge pressure coming at him. It was as if a primordial terror beast was pressuring him, causing him to be scared out of his wits. With this shock, his movements suddenly slowed down. Bang! Ling Han punched and Pang Shu was smashed to the ground. His face was deeply smashed into the dry and cracked ground. At this moment, the whole place was quiet, not a single sound could be heard. Chapter 3606. That was Pang Shu, a foundational cultivator, yet he was knocked to the ground by a single punch. How could they believe it? These people had all been taught a lesson by Ling Han and knew he was powerful. But to be able to knock out a foundational cultivator with a single punch was something they could not accept. So powerful that it was unreasonable. Pang Shu struggled to get up. It wasn't that he was no match for Ling Han, but that he was intimidated by the killing intent. Otherwise he wouldn't have been knocked down by a single punch from Ling Han. However, he had only gotten up halfway when a foot stomped heavily on his back, forcing him back down. He knew it was Ling Han. Damn it, a tiny secret-seeking realm dared to step on his head. You must be tired of living. If this wasn't the Valley of Extreme Flame, he could kill Ling Han with a single breath. Ling Han smiled. Where's the fire essence? Hand it over. Pang Shu ignored him. If he was threatened by Ling Han, would he still have the face to see others? Bang. Ling Han didn't care that the other was a foundational cultivator and immediately threw a punch. Not just a foundational cultivator, even if a spirit transformation cultivator came, he would beat him up. After a few punches, Pang Shu became obedient and obediently handed over a box. Ling Han opened it and saw more than half a box of fire essence. So shabby. He shook his head and put in the fire essence he'd collected. It was more or less a box. The crowd didn't know how much Ling Han had gained in one round and thought he'd robbed others. Naturally they were all jealous and angry. Ling Han looked around and smiled. What, you want to gang up on me? Go 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 kill him. Pang Shu roared. He didn't believe they couldn't take down Ling Han with so many people working together. Everyone looked at each other and rushed forward. 20 people against 1. Could they still lose? Ling Han smiled faintly, and suddenly unleashed a murderous aura attack. Instantly everyone stiffened slightly. He then unleashed his thunderlight fists and his fists rained down like rain. Ping ping ping, the figures were instantly sent flying like straw and fell to the ground. In front of him, ganging up on someone was not possible unless the other could withstand his killing intent. Ling Han put away the box and said coolly, "If you want revenge, bring it on. I won't leave until I get the fire essence." Hee, next time we'll have to find someone more powerful. The little loli made a funny face, then grabbed onto the corner of Ling Han's robe and followed him to another cave. At the scene there was a wave of wailing, but Ling Han did not hit them too hard. In a short while, everyone had crawled back up while gritting their teeth. Only Pang Shu was still lying there. This guy had been hit hard by Ling Han. Anyways, you're not going to enter the cave to fight monsters, so what's the point of keeping you in good condition? 7th young Master Pang. Everyone hurried to help him up. Pang Shu was lifted up, his face a bloody mess. His face had been stomped into the sand, so it was only natural that his skin had been scraped. His face was ashen. Not only had he been defeated in the secret-seeking realm, but he had also been publicly humiliated and robbed of the Pang family's 3 years of hard work. How could he endure this? Pang Yunfei was the Pang family's genius and future. Whether or not the Pang family could return to its former glory would all depend on him. That was why every member of the Pang family was willing to sacrifice for Pang Yunfei. Only when the family was strong would they be able to go out with confidence. The 5 elements fortune pill was incomparably important and could not be lost. You guys continue to collect the fire essence. I'll find someone to suppress this kid, he said darkly. He was practically going crazy with anger. All right. Everyone could only nod, hoping that the Pang family wouldn't renege on their debt. After all, the fire essence they had handed over had already been recorded. If it was stolen, it was Pang Shu's problem. Pang Shu left. This place suppressed one's cultivation, so it was useless to rely on one's realm. They had to find a genius who was invincible in the same realm. If it's nearby, the Zhang family's 4th son, Zhang Qihua, is a 1-star genius. Alright, let's find him. Ling Han believed that his speed would be much faster than the 7 children. Thus he didn't wait outside. Instead, he decided to sweep through another cave. He swept through the caves one by one before finally going to find the Flame King. Destructive energy surged and the Flame King was easily killed. This time, besides the fire essence, there was also a fire essence stone. Ah, I'm rich. Ling Han laughed. He returned, and when he came out of the cave he found that eldest baby, second baby, and third baby were already waiting outside. When he asked, he found out that they hadn't been out for long. After a while, 4th baby, 5th baby, and 6th baby also came out one after another. Except for 7th baby. 7th baby was not affected by any power. Logically speaking, she should be the strongest among the 7 children, but with her narcolepsy, it was a different story. The little girl must have fallen asleep in some corner of the cave. Sigh, it was better not to let her go next time. The children's luck was also mixed. Only 2nd baby and 4th baby each obtained a fire essence stone. The others only obtained the fire essence. Ling Han estimated that they would stay here for at most 2 months, and they should be able to gather a piece of fire crystal element. So fast. Didn't they need to wait for 100 years? Firstly, Ling Han and the others had 7.5, so the 7th baby was too unreliable. Secondly, the strength of 7.5 of them was too strong. The milk babies all had innate divine bodies and grasped powerful special abilities, so they were not afraid of fire poison. Once Ling Han's destructive energy was unleashed, even the Flame King would instantly surrender. This was the reason why they could be so efficient. Otherwise, the others would need to refine the fire poison after fighting for a while. Otherwise, they would be burned to ashes. In fact, most of the time was wasted on dispelling the fire poison. Ling Han was in a very good mood. He thought that he would have to fight here for a year or 2, but now it seemed that 2 months might be enough. The efficiency had increased by 10 times. Coupled with the fire essence stone, when he returned to Heavenly Starry Sky, he could be sure that he would already be in the Foundation Establishment realm. He whistled as he fought the monsters one by one. After the flame monster in the cave was killed, it would take about 5 days for it to be reformed by the heaven and earth. As for the Flame King, it was much slower. At least until now, no new Flame King had appeared. 10 days, half a month, it seemed that the Flame King would not appear again. On this day, Ling Han had just walked out of the cave when he saw a youngster sitting cross-legged on the ground in the valley. There was a sword lying across his lap, and around him, there was a bright flame essence that formed a circle. At this moment, a flame monster condensed out of thin air, not far from the young man. When it was completely formed by the world, it immediately floated toward the young man and launched an attack. Swish, the sword light flashed and the flame monster was immediately cut in half. The flame was immediately extinguished, leaving behind a little bit of shining fire essence. Strong. Chapter 3608. Zhang Qihua retreated and left the battlefield. He sheathed his sword and said, "I'm not your match." When he said that, his face was black. But as a genius, if he didn't even dare to admit the difference, then he had no right to improve. However, Zhang Qihua was still full of confidence. His cultivation was only suppressed. If they fought again at the Foundation Establishment realm, he definitely wouldn't be inferior. That was because his battle strength was ranked 29th in the younger generation, maybe even higher. The leaping celestial door could turn a genius into a mediocre person, but it could also make a mediocre person even more mediocre. Ling Han nodded. This youth was really not weak and he could be considered open and aboveboard. This made Ling Han feel less hostile towards him. Pajang Chihua stretched out his right hand and used it as a knife to chop his left arm. There was a crisp sound and his left arm instantly drooped down. It was obvious that the bones had been broken. Cold sweat flowed down his forehead. The next time we meet, I hope you will have entered the celestial path and we can have a good fight. Ling Han was shocked. He had actually planned to let him go, but Zhang Qihua really had a personality and directly cut off his left arm. This kind of person was worth befriending. He nodded and smiled. Okay, next time we meet, let's spar. Here. Ling Han threw out a bottle of pills. Zhang Qihua caught it and looked at Ling Han in shock. Medicine, Ling Han said. Zhang Qihua nodded and revealed a smile. He directly poured out a pill and swallowed it, showing his strong trust in Ling Han. Pretty boy, be careful that it's poisonous, the little girl said. She was someone who wished for the world to be in chaos. Zhang Qihua didn't care about her at all. He just nodded at Ling Han. We will meet again. He jumped out of the valley. When he was about to leave, he spoke again and slowly floated over. Be careful of the Pang family. They will definitely ask others to help. Ling Han smiled. This Zhang Qihua was really quite interesting. Little girl, you'll feel uncomfortable if you don't speak. He looked towards the little loli. Yeah. The little loli licked the milk candy. Unfortunately, that guy didn't fall for it. Let's go. Ling Han pulled the little girl into another cave. Ling Han fought monsters every day. Every morning, he would cultivate under the sun, holding a fire essence stone in his hand. Heaven and earth energy surged into his body, promoting his cultivation base. After so many days, his cultivation had also improved rapidly, and he had opened another 18 apertures. In theory, he could already break through to the secret-seeking realm. Of course, Ling Han wouldn't do that. He still desired to open his hidden acupuncture point, so his path to the enlightenment state would be extremely long. He was collecting more and more fire essence. It was said that once the amount of fire essence reached a certain level, it would naturally condense into fire crystal essence without needing to do anything. It should be about time. At most, it will take another 10 days. Ling Han smiled. These days he had been fighting with fire monsters. Although he wasn't afraid of fighting, he would also develop aesthetic fatigue if he kept fighting with the same opponents. He would be able to leave this place soon. After fighting for so many days, sometimes Ling Han didn't pursue efficiency. When he fought with the Flame King, he didn't use destructive energy. Instead, he fought head-on and fought to the death. He even deliberately suffered some fire poison to train himself. This way, even if he broke through immediately, he wouldn't have the flaw of having an unstable foundation. Here, Ling Han had become the publicly recognized overlord. Everyone would avoid him when they saw him. He and the 7 milk babies were too efficient in killing monsters. Even with the size of this valley, the number of fire monsters wasn't enough. There were often no monsters to kill. But what could they do? Who dared to steal monsters from Ling Han? This made everyone complain. How were they going to survive? At this moment, the Pang family finally made their move. When Ling Han walked out of the cave, he saw a young man standing in the valley. He looked to be about 24 or 25 years old and was dressed in azure. His hair was as black as ink, and he exuded a divine light. Ling Han. That young man looked at Ling Han, his gaze like a divine light that could cause one's skin to crack. Yet another powerful expert. Ling Han looked back and asked, "And who are you?" The azure-robed young man walked over with large strides. Boom. Blood energy surged from his body like a terrifying beast. You aren't qualified to ask for my name. I'm here to kill you. Fuck. Ling Han's expression immediately darkened. You're courting death. As expected of Lei Jiujuan. How domineering. That's a genius of the Lei family. He's ranked 19th among the younger generation of Anhua County. Young Master Lei is here. This time he's definitely in the bag. We can finally kill this malefic star. Otherwise we'll have to fight flame monsters here for decades. Just thinking about it makes me want to vomit. This time there were many spectators. After so many days they had all been holding back their anger. They all wanted to see Ling Han killed or at the very least driven away. Lei Jiujuan strode over. He couldn't unleash the power of a foundation establishment cultivator, but he was still very powerful in the mortal realm. His blood energy surged like smoke, like a great furnace that could incinerate everything. Do you have any last words? He asked. Handsome big brother, do you want some milk candy? The little loli came over. This Lei Jiujuan's appearance was not bad, and she was already drooling. Go to the side. Ling Han picked up the little loli and used a gentle force to send her to the side. He then looked at Lei Jiujuan. I only have 2 words for you. Ridiculous. Lei Jiujuan leaped out. Boom, he had cultivated a secret art. As he leaped out, lightning flashed behind him, pushing his speed to the extreme like a bolt of lightning. Ling Han snorted and waved his right hand. Shio, the heavenly pattern jade, shot out. Under the activation of psychokinesis, its speed instantly soared to 14 times the speed of sound. Lei Jiujuan's speed was already extremely fast. Facing the heavenly pattern jade at 14 times the speed of sound, it was naturally impossible for him to dodge. However, he didn't care. So what if it was a hidden weapon? He could send it flying with a punch. As expected, he waved his hand and slapped the heavenly pattern jade. Bang! His hand slapped the heavenly pattern jade and his expression changed immediately. Such terrifying destructive power. Such a small thing was actually so heavy, and with the addition of 14 times the speed of sound, how could he block it with his current cultivation of the secret-seeking realm? Instantly, blood splattered, and his right hand was directly smashed. But even so, the heavenly pattern jade's momentum was not stopped, and it smashed heavily into his lower abdomen. Ow! Lei Jiujuan staggered backward, his face first turning pale, then dark purple. He knelt on the ground, holding his lower abdomen with both hands, cold sweat rolling down his face. The people nearby were originally cheering for him, but when they saw this scene, all of them stopped abruptly. How could this be? That was a genius of the Lei clan. How could he kneel in one move? Chapter 3609. Lei Jiujuan, the genius of the Thunder Army, could be ranked in the top 20 of the younger generation in Anhua County. Such a genius was actually defeated in a single move. How is that possible? Who can accept that? Ling Han strode over. Lei Jiujuan was already powerful enough to survive a strike from the heavenly rune jade. Moreover, Lei Jiujuan was too careless. Otherwise, he wouldn't have ended up in such a miserable state. Ling Han, you're too ruthless. You've broken Handsome Guo's hand. He doesn't want it to be a cripple, cried the little girl. Ling Han ignored her and stared at Lei Jiujuan, his killing intent locked onto him. Lei Jiujuan wasn't Zhang Qihua. Zhang Qihua didn't try to take his life from the start. Moreover, this person was open and aboveboard. Ling Han naturally didn't have any killing intent. He didn't even plan to cut off his arm. But Lei Jiujuan was different. Whoever wanted to kill him, he would kill them. It was a matter of course. Feeling Ling Han's cold killing intent, Lei Jiujuan couldn't help but shiver. He was originally shouting in pain, but now he suddenly stopped and looked at Ling Han. You're so ruthless, he said through gritted teeth, his voice filled with hatred. One of his hands was crippled, and it was his right hand at that. It was enough to cripple a third of his combat strength. Although the Lei clan was extraordinary, it was impossible for them to obtain the sacred medicine that could regenerate flesh and bones. In other words, he would forever be a cripple. Ling Han smiled. Don't worry, you don't have to worry about becoming a cripple in the future because you'll lose your life soon. You actually want to kill me? Lei Jiujuan's face was filled with shock. Bam! Ling Han punched out, directly turning Lei Jiujuan into dregs. He knew that Lei Jiujuan would definitely say some threatening words, such as which family's young master, which sex Dao child, or that he had a powerful cousin. But does he care? After refining the 5 elements fortune elixir, he will return to Heavenly Sea Star and you can take your time to find him. You're in big trouble, someone said in a trembling voice. That's the young master of the Lei clan, the most anticipated member of the Lei clan. If we kill him, the Lei clan will be overturned. You should know that the Lei family's strength is no weaker than the Pang family. Now that Lei Jiujuan died because of the Pang family will probably go crazy. I'm dead. I'm definitely dead. Will we be implicated? Everyone was extremely pessimistic. They could only watch helplessly as Lei Jiujuan was killed. If the Lei family were to vent their anger on them, they would definitely be in trouble. Ling Han picked up the heavenly rune jade. There was no way he was going to explain anything to these people. He continued to farm monsters. After about 9 days, the 7 milk babies gathered again and put the flame essence together. Something strange happened. These shiny things fused together as if they were alive. A moment later, a scarlet bead appeared in the box. There seemed to be a flame dancing in it. Ling Han reached out and touched it. It's so hot. He closed the box. It was made of jade, so he didn't have to worry about burning it. Alright, the trip to Extreme Flame Valley was a success. It was time to go to the next place. Ling Han took out the map Li Xingqing gave him and quickly determined the next destination. Frost Lake. This was the closest to Extreme Flame Valley, so Ling Han arranged it as the next stop. But before the 9 of them left, a group of people walked in. 1295. Second Baby started counting. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched slightly. Although Second Baby had the best eyesight, he couldn't have any expectations when it came to counting. He took a look himself. There were a total of 17 people, and every one of them exuded the confidence of an expert. They were at least on the path to immortality. Ling Han, how dare you? You actually dared to kill the Qilin son of the Lei clan. A middle-aged man shouted at Ling Han. Naturally, there was an air of superiority about him. This was natural. He was a Foundation establishment cultivator, so he didn't need to be polite to a small secret-seeking realm cultivator. Ling Han's eyes sharpened. Since you know this Demon King's name, why are you here to die? Ling Han, don't steal my nickname. Little Lolita was dissatisfied and immediately protested. I'll borrow it for now. I'll return it to you later. Ling Han turned his head and smiled. That's more like it. Little Lolita stopped making a fuss and continued to lick the candy. The 17 people were infuriated. These 2 people were too arrogant. They actually dared to look down on these experts. No need for nonsense, take them down, someone said impatiently. Wasn't it a joke to waste time with a secret-seeking realm cultivator? All right, take them down and execute them as a sacrifice to Jiujuan. Another person nodded. Ling Han snorted. You think you've got me? A small secret-seeking realm. These 17 people were the allied forces of the Lei and Pang clans. They knew that no one was a match for Ling Han in a one-on-one fight. Even Lei Jiujuan was killed, so they joined forces to attack. Originally they were waiting outside. After all, entering the valley would mean that their cultivation would be suppressed, so it was better to wait outside. However, Ling Han didn't come out after a long time. Thinking that he was also farming fire essence crystals, he would have to stay inside for a few years. That was too long and they couldn't afford to wait. Oh, the prodigy of the Lei clan was killed, and they had to wait for a few years to take revenge. Wouldn't they be a joke? Therefore, even if they had to sacrifice a few people, they had to enter the valley and take down Ling Han. The Pang clan was tied up this time. They couldn't escape from Lei Jiujuan's death, so they naturally couldn't stay out of it. However, 17 Foundation establishment cultivators, even if their cultivation was suppressed, should be enough to suppress a small secret-seeking realm. Ling Han revealed a dense killing intent. Since you guys want to die, then I'll fulfill your wish. Kill. 17 people charged over at the same time. Ling Han faced them head-on, directly circulating his destructive energy, and threw out a heavy punch. Bang. Someone faced him head-on, wanting to restrain him so that others could take the opportunity to attack. However, under the destructive energy, that person was immediately blasted into pieces. This destructive power was too terrifying. In just a single exchange, 17 people became 16 people. Damn, when the experts from the Pang and Lei clans saw this, they couldn't help but reveal a look of horror. They knew that Ling Han was very strong, or else he wouldn't have been able to kill Lei Jiujuan and defeat Zhang Qihua. But killing a Foundation establishment cultivator with one punch still shocked them to the point that their scalps went numb. Didn't that mean that as long as Ling Han threw out another 16 punches, they would all be finished? Since Ling Han had started killing, how could he hold back? Using his destructive energy, he already had plans to silence them. Kill. Bang. 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 His figure moved and the destructive energy surged. Even if the opponents were prepared and also used high-level energy, the stronger ones would still have an arm destroyed, and the weaker ones would still not be able to escape death. In just a few moves, the 17 people had already been reduced to 9 people. This caused everyone to be scared out of their wits. How could they still care about killing their enemies? They hurriedly turned around and ran. Chapter 36:10. As long as they could escape the valley and recover their strength, suppressing a secret realm would be a piece of cake. But when they turned around, they found that their escape route was blocked by 6 milk babies. Eldest baby said, "I opened this road." Second baby said, "I planted this tree." Fourth baby said, "You have to pass this road." Fifth baby said, "Leave your life." Third baby said proudly, "Childish." The Foundation establishment cultivators were going crazy. They had fallen to the point where even milk babies dared to bully them. "You're courting death." They naturally had nothing to fear and charged forward. Then tragedy struck. None of the milk babies were easy to deal with. Two of them had their legs grabbed by the eldest baby and were sent flying back. The second baby saw through the other person's weakness and sent him flying with a light punch. Whoosh. The fourth baby spat fire and the fifth baby spat water, making it impossible for anyone to take another step forward. The first wave of attack by the 9 was in vain. None of them managed to break through. Monsters, these people were all monsters. The Pang and Lei clansmen were on the verge of tears. What was wrong with them? Why did they have to rush into the valley? Their realms were suppressed here, making it impossible for them to use their powerful strength. But they had no time to lament because the god of death was already here. Ling Han caught up with them, his destructive energy surging. This killing efficiency was too terrifying. He could sweep through those of the same realm and even those who were a realm lower. After another round of slaughter, the 9 people were reduced to 5. I surrendered, don't kill me. Someone immediately gave up. They had no choice but to give up or they would die. Coward, die. Ling Han showed no mercy and killed the person with one punch. I won't surrender. The remaining 3 decided to do the opposite. Okay, then let's fight. Ling Han did not stop attacking. Damn it, you can't play like this. The 3 wanted to cry but had no tears. They had surrendered, why didn't he stop? Bang. After a few punches, the remaining 3 were all killed. Ling Han naturally would not waste it. He searched everyone's body, but the result was very little. What kind of foundational powerhouse is this? So poor. Oh, that's right. This is Moonlight Star, where the martial arts environment is mature. Although the Foundation establishment realm is on the path to immortality, that's all. There are many people stronger than them, so naturally they won't have any treasures. Forget it, I should hurry up and refine the 5 elements fortune pill. Ling Han and his group left the valley. Of course, there were no more people from the Pang or Lei clan outside. They had all gone in to capture him. The little loli took out her flying shuttle and they boarded it. Xiao, the flying shuttle pierced through the air. You won't hit someone again, right? Ling Han saw that Tang Yuner had pushed the shuttle to at least 20 times the speed of sound, and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. Under such high speed, even his eyesight couldn't catch the changes in the environment, and it was very easy to hit someone. Don't worry, this shuttle has been strengthened by Grandpa and Grandpa, it won't be damaged. The little loli said. Ling Han's face is black. Is he worried about the shuttle? He's afraid that you'll kill someone. However, if the shuttle wasn't damaged, he could breathe a sigh of relief. At least he wouldn't be killed by the little loli. Wait, when did he get led astray by the little loli? Isn't it too immoral to think like this? Ling Han weakly reflected on himself. If they were to travel on foot, it would take about 3 days to arrive, but if they were to travel by flying shuttle, it would only take about half a day. The frigid water lake was already near. Oh no, it's too fast, we can't stop, the little loli suddenly said. You're too unreliable. Prepare to land hard, the little loli shouted. Although she was very anxious, she didn't sound panicked at all. Instead, she was full of excitement. You're doing this on purpose, aren't you? Boom. Before Ling Han could say anything, the flying shuttle had already landed, and it crashed heavily into the ground. Under the powerful push, it was still moving forward. After a full 10 seconds, the flying shuttle finally stopped. Haha, perfect landing, the little loli said excitedly. You damn child, see if I don't beat you to death. Ling Han gritted his teeth. What kind of problem child was this? Bang, at this moment, a hand suddenly slapped the window of the flying shuttle, and then a black face also appeared. This scene seems to be very familiar. Ling Han remembered that when they first arrived at Moonlight Planet, the little loli also drove the flying shuttle and hit the ground. In the end, she hit someone. Fortunately, Li Xingqian was in the Foundation establishment realm. Otherwise, he would definitely be killed by such a hit. Now she hit someone again? Ling Han looked at the angry face outside the window and muttered in his heart. Although the face was black, whether it was the expression or the action, why was it so familiar? Could it be that they hit the same person? Ling Han immediately shook his head. How could this be possible? It was too coincidental. He didn't dare to be careless. While asking the little loli to put away the flying shuttle, he prepared to fight. Who knew if the other party was easy to talk to? It was true that they were in the wrong, but it didn't mean that they had to be beaten. The little loli directly armed the flying shuttle on her body and prepared to fight. She was the great demon king. Bumping into someone was nothing in her eyes. Sure enough, it's you guys again. The black person on the opposite side said through gritted teeth. The corner of Ling Han's mouth twitched. Brother Li, what a coincidence, the unlucky guy who was hit was Li Xingqian. Strange, I didn't hit your head with the tombstone fragment. Why are you so unlucky? Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Brother Li, if I say that we didn't hit you on purpose, would you believe me? Li Xingqian gritted his teeth and said, do you think I should believe you? You should. Ling Han said righteously, Brother Li, we didn't install any tracking device on your body. How could we hit you on purpose? So all of this was a coincidence. Li Xingqian sighed. I always felt that you were an unlucky star. Sure enough, I deliberately hid in such a remote place, but I didn't expect that I still couldn't avoid you. Hee hee hee. The little loli laughed until she was holding her stomach. Brother Li, here's a 1-star artifact. Take it as compensation. Ling Han took out a sword and handed it over. This was what he obtained after killing Lei Jiujuan. Because he was killed in an instant, Lei Jiujuan didn't even have the chance to take out his artifact. It couldn't be helped. He had almost killed the other 2 times, so Ling Han was also very guilty. He really felt very apologetic. Li Xingqian couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. Although a 1-star artifact was nothing in a large force, it was extremely precious to a rogue cultivator, especially a Foundation establishment rogue cultivator. What was more coincidental was that he also used a sword. So he couldn't refuse this gift and could only accept it with a thick face. He sighed. Even if you hit me again in the future, I'll accept it. How is that possible? Ling Han hurriedly laughed, but he was a little suspicious. With this guy's bad luck, it was really possible that he would be hit again. Li Xingqian's temper also subsided. They sat down to drink some wine and eat something. It turned out that Li Xingqian had come here because he had found a seclusion place nearby. It used to belong to a strong cultivator who had reached the Foundation establishment stage. That strong cultivator had died long ago and might have left behind some treasures. He had been invited to join forces to enter this place. Chapter 36:12. Both of them were very young. One was dressed in blue, the other in purple. Both of them were very young. One was dressed in blue, and the other was dressed in purple. Both of them were very young, but when they stood there, they gave off an intimidating aura. Chen Xinlai, you couldn't beat me when you were in the Human Foundation establishment stage, and you couldn't beat me when you were in the Heaven Foundation establishment stage. Now that you've returned to the mortal realm, you're still no match for me, the young man in blue said proudly. He held a sword in his hand that was overflowing with light and color. It possessed a fierce might. The purple-robed young man called Chen Xinlai snorted. Rosie, my ranking is lower than yours. Is it because I'm weaker than you? It's just that your luck is good, that's why you're ranked higher than me every time. Rosie shook his head. Keep being stubborn. Watch how I teach you a lesson. You think I'm afraid of you? Chen Xinlai said fearlessly. But before that, we need to get rid of a fly. Rosie looked towards Ling Han. Neither of them had looked at Ling Han before, but that didn't mean they hadn't noticed Ling Han. Tang Yun'er had already entered the gourd. Although her telekinesis was far superior to her peers, it couldn't compare to Ling Han's. She couldn't hold on any longer. Meanwhile, Chen Xinlai was already striding toward Ling Han. He held a black saber in his hand, which was covered with veined patterns and exuded a ferocious might. Scram. You aren't qualified to observe our battle. Ling Han had originally planned to recover his telekinesis after reaching the ice island. There weren't any water elemental creatures here, but he had to be willing to leave. You're chasing me away? What? Did your family build this ice island? Ling Han asked. Chen Xinlai was taken aback. Of course not. It was naturally formed. But don't you know who I am? Even if it was built by your family, does this frigid water lake belong to you? You'll be fined for building an illegal building on public land, Ling Han said. Chen Xinlai was dumbfounded. What was going on? Ha! Rosie laughed loudly. Because of the ranking issue, he and Chen Xinlai have been enemies for a long time. Now that he saw his old rival being fooled into a daze, he felt very happy. Chen Xinlai's face sank and he said, Must you suffer a bit? He strode over, the blade of his saber dragging on the ice island. Sizzle, sparks flew. In fact, the ice island was extremely sturdy and could completely withstand the battle of ordinary secret-seeking realm experts. However, the top of the island had been flattened by the two of them. Their strength was indeed terrifying. Naturally, this was because they had used high-level energy. Otherwise, the secret-seeking realm would not have been able to cause damage to this iceberg with brute force alone. Ling Han crossed his arms in front of his chest. What, you want to fight? Do you think you're worthy? Chen Xinlai sneered. He was ranked 9th amongst the younger generation of Anhua Commandery. In a battle of the same level, there were at most 5 people who were stronger than him. Of course, this ranking would not be strictly based on the battle strength of those at the same level, so he was confident that his true battle strength was definitely not the 9th. Even if he was only ranked 9th, this unfamiliar young man in front of him could not compare to him. The difference was too great. Ling Han stretched his neck, limbs and smiled. I'm a bit bored in the water, so I'll use you to relieve my boredom. Qian Senlai's thick brows rose. This guy really wanted to die, daring to provoke him like this. That's right, this guy doesn't even know who I am. No wonder he's so full of confidence. I'll let him see what a top-tier genius is like. Get down. Qian Senlai reached out with his left hand. Boom. A terrifying power surged out, suppressing Ling Han. Ling Han casually slapped out. Bang. Qian Senlai's attack was neutralized. Qian Senlai and Rosie were both stunned. This scene had exceeded their expectations. Even if Qian Senlai had not used his full strength, Ling Han's strength was not to be underestimated. If you could have this kind of strength in the Foundation establishment realm, you would have the qualifications to be ranked in the top 100. Qian Senlai gave his evaluation. Unfortunately, you're only in the mystic-seeking realm. With a single leap from the immortal gate, you might just fade into mediocrity. Even mediocrity can beat you up, Ling Han countered. He charged forward and punched out with both fists. Boom, boom, boom. The power of his punches surged out in an extremely domineering manner. Qian Senlai revealed a cautious expression. He did not use his blade and instead put it away. Instead, he used his palms to deal with Ling Han. What a joke. He was one of the few geniuses in Anhua Commandery. If he needed to use an immortal tool to deal with a nameless nobody, how shameless would he be? After exchanging a few blows, Qian Senlai frowned. This opponent was unexpectedly strong. Fortunately, his opponent did not seem to cultivate telekinesis and did not use any high-level energy. Although his battle prowess was strong, his lethality was limited to brute force. Qian Senlai only needed to use the transform technique to deal with him. This was only natural. Ling Han had only surfaced after using up most of his telekinesis. Although he could still use it for a while, wasn't there another person on the other side? He naturally had to hold back some of his trump cards. The best steel should be used on the edge of the blade. If he used his telekinesis, he would definitely be able to communicate with the destructive energy and directly kill the two of them. Even so, Ling Han used his eye technique and easily saw through the flaws in each of Qian Senlai's moves. Very quickly he gained the upper hand. Qian Senlai did not panic in the slightest. Instead he laughed loudly. Brat, I don't know why you're so strong, but you don't cultivate telekinesis, so your battle prowess is at least halved. I'll let you see just how strong the mystic-seeking realm can be. He exclaimed softly, and his palms immediately turned silvery white. This was also metal energy, and it was extremely likely that it was of a higher level than the metal energy that Ling Han had drawn upon. The way it was arranged was also different, which was why it appeared silver. Boom. Qian Senlai swung his palm, and the silver light was dazzling. Ling Han still met it with his bare fist. Bang, the two of them exchanged a blow, and both of them took a few steps back. Traces of blood appeared on Ling Han's fist. The destructive power of the high-level energy was too great. Moreover, the spirit diagram that Qian Senlai had mastered was very extraordinary, and its power was even greater. Fortunately, Ling Han's bones had been tempered to be extremely hard, so it was only a superficial wound. Looking at Qian Senlai again, he was not much better off. The web between his thumb and forefinger had actually split open. What? Ling Han used a high-frequency attack. He could not possibly maintain his original battle prowess while you used high-level energy, right? I've really underestimated you, Qian Senlai said solemnly. He had really given his all in that attack just now, but he could only fight to a draw with Ling Han. His opponent's strength was truly extraordinary. At least in the mystic-seeking realm, his opponent already had the qualifications to compete with him. The smile on Luoshi's face also disappeared. He also felt the pressure. If Ling Han could maintain his level during the Spring Immortals Gate, then this person would definitely become a strong competitor for them. More importantly, his opponent was already so powerful when he did not know how to communicate with high-level energy. What would happen if he learned the magical use of telekinesis? Chapter 36-13. Qian Senlai looked at Ling Han solemnly. He put away the last trace of contempt. Although in the outside world he could crush Ling Han with a single finger, in this place he was a formidable foe. He took a deep breath and got into an attacking stance. 3 elements floating wind palm. Luoshi blurted out in shock. This was one of Qian Senlai's ultimate moves. He did not expect him to use it so soon. Ling Han did not let his guard down. Qian Senlai was exuding a powerful aura, as if he could push back the sky with one palm strike. This was an immortal technique. One of the advantages of being an immortal was that one could truly master immortal techniques. Using the power of the secret-seeking realm, although the power would be much weaker, it would definitely be stronger than ordinary martial techniques. Very well, immortal technique against immortal technique. Ling Han turned his fist into claws, his body like a goshawk's wings. He also exuded a fierce aura, like a prehistoric bird about to attack. Golden Eagle's 18 claws. Qian Senlai was naturally shocked again. Damn, what was going on? How did someone in the secret-seeking realm learn immortal techniques? Are you a monster? While he was still in shock, Ling Han had already charged over. His claws danced and golden light filled the sky. Qian Senlai was shocked, but he was not afraid. He instinctively met the attack. Bang bang bang. The two clashed continuously, gold and silver flashing. Ling Han suddenly thought. Since the demon monkey fist was taught to him by Brother Monkey, then it had to be a celestial technique as well. Moreover, he had once summoned the shadow of an incredibly terrifying demon monkey, and its might was truly indescribably strong. However, the demon monkey fist's strongest point was the frequency of attacks. It allowed him to fight a strong opponent without being at a disadvantage. The problem was that he needed to first grasp the opponent's attack pulse before he could launch his attacks. This made him passive. Could he ignore the opponent's attacks and form a frequency of attacks from his own end? He could try. Once he succeeded, his battle power would increase steadily. Ling Han's eyes flashed. He suddenly switched to the demon monkey fist. Damn, what the hell are you doing? Qian Senlai was depressed. He was almost used to the rhythm of the 18 golden eagle claws, but Ling Han suddenly turned his claws into fists. The rhythm of his attacks completely changed, making him feel so uncomfortable that he wanted to vomit blood. Experts all like to study their opponent's absolute arts and then break them. Now he had just grasped a bit of it, but Ling Han was not using it anymore. This made him feel like a little kid whose favorite toy had been snatched away. It was incomparably uncomfortable. However, as soon as Ling Han unleashed his fist technique, he felt an immense pressure. His opponent's body emitted a ruthless aura, oppressing his mind. Artistic conception. Qian Senlai was shocked. Only celestial techniques could cultivate concepts, but not every celestial technique could. It had to be a relatively superior celestial technique, and the user had to be astonishingly talented, completely grasping the essence of the celestial technique. A mystic seeking realm cultivator was actually able to grasp the essence of an immortal technique. Furthermore, this fist technique was so powerful. Normal intent realms would only affect the environment, such as placing one in a furnace or an iceberg. Only a few intent realms could directly oppress one's soul. This effect was more direct, but it was also a double-edged sword. This was because once the opponent's will was strong enough, they could in turn suppress the caster. From this point of view, the person who created this fist technique must have been an incomparably domineering and confident existence. Once I punch, I'm invincible. Ling Han was the same. With a long howl, his demon monkey fists punched out wildly. He seemed to have transformed into a ruthless ancient demon monkey, crushing everything in his path. He punched out again and again, feeling the vibrations from his fists. You're underestimating me. Qian Senlai roared. His battle prowess was fully unleashed, and his telekinesis surged. His hands became incomparably bright, and the silver radiance seemed to be able to blind people. Boom boom boom. He kept clashing with Ling Han. When it came to battle intent, as a top-notch genius, he would naturally not lose to anyone. If you want to fight me head-on, then go ahead. I will definitely not back down. This was exactly what Ling Han wanted. He needed pressure to force himself to break through. The greater the pressure, the more motivation he would have. Luoshi's expression became more and more solemn. Although Ling Han had yet to enter the path of immortality, and accidents might happen when he leaped through the Immortal's Gate, what if he managed to leap through the Immortal's Gate without any damage to his battle prowess? This was going to be a formidable opponent. Strange, when did such a young genius appear in Anhua County? Ling Han gradually began to comprehend. He had already grasped the principles behind the frequency attack, but he was currently accumulating power on his own end. All he needed was a change. Like this. He punched out twice at lightning speed. The first wave of power was slightly slower, but the second wave of power caught up, forming a ripple. Bang. Ling Han could not help but stagger backwards. In contrast, Chen Xinlai did not even take a single step back. He seemed to have gained the upper hand. On the surface, it looked like Ling Han was at a disadvantage, but he was actually smiling. This was because his two waves of power had formed their own frequency attack, greatly increasing the power of his attacks. However, the accumulated power of his two punches was naturally unable to contend against Chen Xinlai's all-out attack. Thus he was at a disadvantage. Again. He punched out 3 times, one wave of power after the other like waves crashing down on the ocean. Bang bang bang. Ling Han clashed with Chen Xinlai again. This time he was still at a disadvantage, but the situation had taken a turn for the better. Ling Han let out a long howl as his 4 waves of power joined together. 5, 6, 7. As Ling Han's frequency of attacks grew fiercer and fiercer, he gradually recovered from his disadvantage. He was no longer any weaker than Chen Xinlai. Chen Xinlai bellowed. He thought that he had gained the upper hand and would soon win, but Ling Han was just too tenacious, forcefully wiping away his disadvantage. Chen Xinlai's attacks became even more ferocious, wanting to finish off Ling Han in one go. But to the side, Rosie felt a chill run down his spine as he watched. As a bystander, he could clearly see that Ling Han had been experimenting with a certain technique or something else, and because he was unfamiliar with it, he had suddenly fallen into a disadvantageous position. But now that he had mastered it, he was able to turn the situation around. It was a very simple matter, but the meaning behind it was far too terrifying. In such an intense battle, Ling Han was actually able to experiment with a new technique? Just how confident was he? Just how perceptive was he? Rosie had a feeling that Anhua County was destined to have another dazzling newcomer. Ling Han roared with laughter. He had already completed the transformation, turning the frequency of his attacks into one centered around his body. Come. He punched out again, his fist madly vibrating at a frequency that was difficult to capture with the naked eye. In an instant he had exerted a gravity of 70. The limit of the demon monkey fist was 108, and he was still far from reaching that limit. This was not a simple stacking of 70 layers of power. Rather, each wave of power had formed a specific frequency. Bang. Chen Xinlai took the blow head-on, but his expression changed drastically as he involuntarily retreated 3 steps. In contrast, Ling Han was completely steady. It was very obvious that Ling Han had the upper hand in the current situation. Chen Xinlai could not believe it. He stared at Ling Han in a daze, completely dumbfounded. How could this be? How could this be? Chapter 36:14. Chen Xinlai, let me do it. Luoshi stepped forward. Scram, I haven't lost yet. Chen Xinlai refused. Not yet. Luoshi shook his head. You don't even want to admit the difference between us. I'm ashamed to be associated with you in the future. Chen Xinlai was exasperated. In reality, he was only at a slight disadvantage. It was not like Ling Han had never been at a disadvantage before. Why did he lose just because he was pushed back a few steps? He was unconvinced and stepped forward to fight with Ling Han again. However, Ling Han had already adapted to the new frequency of attacks. He realized that this was the correct way to counter the demon monkey fist. Because the demon monkey that created this fist technique was most likely the ancestral king that Monkey Bro mentioned. That was an invincible emperor who once ruled over an entire era. Such a domineering figure, did he need to care about his opponent's attacks? No need. Once I punch, I'm invincible. Hence, after Ling Han adapted, he could use the demon monkey fist even more smoothly. Although they were both using 70 stacks of power, it was obvious that his current frequency of attacks was more powerful. Chen Xinlai really could not beat him. Although he was not much weaker than Ling Han, he was still a little weaker. He was suppressed by Ling Han, even if he could hold on for a long time. After all, he was a genius and still cared about his face. In the end, he roared and retreated from the battle. I'm not fighting anymore. Luoshi stepped forward. You have the right to declare your name now. These words were obviously directed at Ling Han. With his status as a Foundation establishment cultivator, this was not considered too much. Ling Han laughed. Let's fight then. What's with all the nonsense? He took the initiative to rush forward and unleash the demon monkey fist. Right now, he did not need to first grasp his opponent's attack pulse. He was completely at the center of it. It was a comfortable feeling and a domineering aura grew in his heart. I don't care if you are a human or a demon, I don't care how strong you are. If one punch can't do it, then 2 punches. Luoshi was helpless and was forced to face the attack. He had a well-thought-out plan. He hadn't been watching from the side for nothing. He had already thought of a countermeasure, but when he really started, he realized that it was completely different. The plan he had come up with was completely useless. He was also being suppressed by Ling Han. No matter what he did, he could not turn the situation around and could only passively defend. Haha, Rosie, weren't you very arrogant? Qian Sunlai laughed heartily. He and Rosie were competitors, and since he had not won, he naturally did not wish for Rosie to gain the upper hand. Luo Shi gritted his teeth as he executed secret arts one after another, wanting to turn the tables around. However, he didn't have many secret arts. For example, the demon monkey fist was extremely powerful. Just a single fist art was enough to suppress the entire world. Was there a need for other fist arts? No matter what he did, he was unable to turn the situation around. After exchanging 100 moves, he had no choice but to withdraw from the battle. If he continued to fight, he would not be able to gain any advantage. Although his competitor was defeated, Qian Sunlai was not happy at all. Two Foundation establishment cultivators, two geniuses of the Anhua Prefecture's younger generation, had actually been defeated by an unknown newcomer. How can this be endured? They looked at each other. Were they still going to spar? The two shook their heads at the same time. They couldn't even win a secret-seeking realm cultivator. How could they still have the face to spar? Let's go. What's the point of staying here? The two of them walked on the waves. Even though their cultivation was suppressed to the secret-seeking realm, walking on the waves was naturally not a problem. Ling Han smiled and sat down cross-legged, allowing himself and the spirit-nourishing gourd to absorb fresh air. The night passed and the sun rose. Gentle sunlight sprinkled down, but Ling Han did not feel warm at all. This frigid water lake was too cold. After one night, his telekinesis power had mostly recovered. He asked Tang Yun-er to come out and cultivate as well, but the little girl was extremely lazy and refused to cultivate properly unless he urged her. Strange. Why did the Calabash brothers' strength soar as long as they grew up normally? They grew out of the calabash vines. Ling Han's fire essence stones had not been used up yet, but if he used them here, the effects would be greatly reduced. Water and fire mutually restrained each other. He did not waste them and put away the fire essence stones. Since there were fire essence stones in the extreme flame valley, would there be ice essence stones here? After cultivating, he dove into the bottom of the lake and continued his hunt. This time his efficiency was greatly reduced. Even with the help of 7 milk babies, he would not be able to gather enough water essence without a year or two. Not to mention Ling Han, the news of Luo Shi and Chen Senlai's battle with Ling Han still leaked out after they left. The entire Anhua Prefecture was in an uproar. When did such a genius appear? Even though he was only in the secret-seeking realm, to be able to defeat super geniuses like Luo Shi and Chen Senlai, just how monstrous must he be? In a short time, the mysterious genius Ling Han became a hot topic of discussion. The Anhua Prefecture's younger generation had been selected based on their cultivation level, combat strength, battle achievements, potential, and other factors. Now that Luo Shi and Chen Senlai, who were ranked 8th and 9th respectively, had been defeated, the people ranked below them were all indignant. They had not even seen Ling Han's face, but they were already considered inferior to Ling Han. There were many young and energetic people who set out for Frigid Water Lake. They wanted to personally defeat Ling Han and prove themselves. On the other hand, when the Pang and Lei clans received the news, they immediately determined that this person was Ling Han. How could there be so many geniuses in this world? Ling Han had just appeared, and now another mysterious expert had appeared. Moreover, this mysterious genius was definitely going to Frigid Water Lake to collect water essence. Who else could it be other than Ling Han? This kid must be eliminated, the upper echelons of the Lei clan ordered. At all costs, the Pang clan's patriarch personally ordered. Once the 2 life core realm powers became serious, the amount of power they could mobilize was astonishing. They quickly formulated a strategy to deal with Ling Han's situation. This time they would make this kid disappear completely. The experts of the 2 clans set out, bringing with them the treasures that they had paid a great price to obtain, and rushed towards Frigid Water Lake. Frigid Water Lake. Ling Han had already stayed here for 10 days, but his harvest was still very little, completely incomparable to that of the extreme Flame Valley. He sighed ruefully. No wonder even though everyone knew of the existence of a good thing like the 5 Elements Fortune Pill, there were still so few people who were willing to refine it. Just look at this Frigid Water Lake. It was difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, Ling Han would not give up. He had a kind of obsession towards perfection. Even if he knew that this was the best, he would not be willing to lose even a little bit. It was precisely because of this that he had become the strongest celestial paragon. On this day he once again floated to the surface of the water, climbing onto an ice floe to rest. This ice floe was very small, not much bigger than an ordinary house. He looked into the distance, only to see a figure walking over on the waves at an extremely fast speed. This person also discovered Ling Han, and with a leap he had already landed on the ice floe. "Are you that mysterious person who defeated Luo Shi and Chen Xin?" that person asked. He was dressed in clothes made of golden thread, and he was full of arrogance. Chapter 36:16. However, although these two stones could chase after their target, the force of impact was not that strong. Ling Han's entire body shook, and he felt like he was about to spit out a mouthful of blood, but that was all. His physique was too strong, and it could be said that he was invincible in the mystery realm. Moreover, the battle prowess here was limited to the mystery realm, so he could only spit out a mouthful of blood. Who was attacking him? Ling Han was furious. He did not mind sparring with others as long as he had enough essence of water, but now, someone had ambushed him. Damn it. He wanted to push the stones away to find the culprit, but the two stones were magnets sticking tightly to each other. These were not ordinary magnets, and the magnetic force was so strong that he could not push them away. Bang, the stones fell and smashed into the ice. Logically, the ice was extremely sturdy and could not be smashed, but the interaction between the magnets produced a strong heat that quickly melted the ice. Shio. One figure after another flew over. Haha, Ling Han, you didn't expect this, did you? There were a total of 7 people and they all sneered. You killed the Qilin son of our Lei clan, and you think you can get away with it? Even if you hide here we can still take you down. Ling Han's heart trembled. So it was the Lei and Pang clans again. He sneered, a life core tier force can only use such despicable tricks. Don't talk nonsense with him. Take him down quickly or he'll sink, someone urged. Okay. Someone walked over and was about to grab the magnets. Ling Han could not let them succeed. Otherwise, once he left the ice lake he would not be able to escape death. He activated the killing intent attack and spat out a golden sword, slashing towards that person. That person was completely unprepared. Ling Han was already trapped between the two magnets, so how could he have the strength to attack him? Under the killing intent attack, his expression became sluggish, and he was slashed by the golden sword, directly ending his life. A powerful cultivator of the Foundation establishment realm had died just like that. Everyone else was stunned. They did not expect Ling Han to be able to kill a Foundation establishment powerhouse in a second under such circumstances. It was like he was harvesting grass. Peng? The magnet melted the ice and fell into the water, bringing Ling Han down with it. No one dared to come forward. With the precedent set, who would dare to throw away their lives? Therefore, the 6 of them could only watch as Ling Han sank into the water. After a while they came to their senses and blushed. Facing a nobody from the secret realm, they actually did not dare to make a move. This is so embarrassing. However, since this brat has sunk to the bottom of the lake, he's dead for sure, someone said in embarrassment. Yes. The others nodded in agreement. That's a green-red magnet that has been dyed in the blood of experts. It's not something that brat can break free from. Therefore he was either frozen to death, suffocated to death, or crushed to death due to exhaustion. There is no fourth possibility. For the sake of safety, let's go down and take a look. Okay. The 6 of them entered the water one after another, wrapping themselves with flame energy to fight against the chill. They accelerated and soon caught up with the 2 magnets that were almost merged together. They could clearly see that they were sinking rapidly with Ling Han. However, after a while they stopped following. They had already gone very deep underwater and the water pressure was getting more and more terrifying. If they continued, their bodies would be crushed by the pressure. There was no other way. They could only use the strength of a secret realm cultivator here. Therefore they stopped one after another and watched as Ling Han and the 2 magnets sank deeper and deeper until they disappeared into the darkness. They began to float up, jumping out of the water and standing on the ice floes. He's dead. The 6 of them nodded. This time Ling Han had no chance of survival. In the lake, Ling Han was trying to think of a solution. The attraction of the 2 magnets was too terrifying. He could not break free at all and he could not enter the spirit fostering gourd either. There was no way forward or backward. Not only that, he also needed to resist the crushing force of the magnets and communicate with the flame energy. Otherwise he would be frozen to death before he was crushed to death. More importantly, he was still at the bottom of the lake. Without air, an hour was his limit. Could he only choose between being crushed to death, frozen to death, or suffocated to death? The magnets continued to sink. Ling Han's mind was racing. He had to get out as soon as possible. Otherwise, he would have to face an even more serious problem: water pressure. Destructive energy. This was the only solution that Ling Han could think of. It had to work. Due to the limitations of his psychic energy, he withdrew the flame energy and circulated the destruction energy. In an instant, his hands and legs were shrouded in black energy. Under the powerful destruction energy, his shoes instantly turned into nothingness. Ling Han reached out and pressed on the magnets, but to his disappointment, the magnets did not change at all. No effect. No, it might be that the magnets themselves were made of amazing materials, so they could not be destroyed in a few blows. He could not give up. Ling Han continuously activated the destructive energy. Right now he could only risk it all. If he could not break the magnets, he would not be able to escape death. The magnets sank rapidly. This thing was abnormally heavy and sank very, very quickly. The water pressure came crazily. Ling Han only felt that every part of his body was being crushed. His skin instantly broke and blood flowed out, leaving behind a long line of blood that went straight to the bottom of the lake. Fortunately, Ling Han had cultivated the true extreme state of each realm. His body was incomparably strong and he could withstand the bone barrier. He was still sinking and blood flowed out of his eyes, nose and ears. At this moment he found that his hands and feet had a slight area to move. A portion of the magnets had been destroyed. Ling Han's spirit was lifted, and he hurriedly continued. Water pressure, compression, and extreme cold. Ling Han had to face 3 major problems at the same time. If it was someone else, any one of these problems would be fatal, but he managed to withstand it. The 7 transformations made his blood energy incomparably vigorous, and he had no problem resisting the cold for a short period of time. Heavy, 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 heavy. Ling Han was in a race against time. If he really reached the bottom of the lake, he might not even have the strength to swim back up. The space he had to move in was getting larger and larger, and the water pressure was getting more and more terrifying. Suddenly, Ling Han felt his body tremble and then he collapsed. He had reached the bottom of the lake. Ling Han came to a sudden realization. This place was too dark and he could not see anything at all without using his eye ability. But after his feet stepped into the mud, he naturally came to his senses. The water pressure here was too terrifying. Ling Han felt as if even his bones were trembling, and even the qi and blood that he had obtained after the 7th transformation was almost unable to sustain his life force. His life force was rapidly diminishing. Ling Han still did not give up. For a person like him, even if he was about to take his last breath, he would still fight. Destructive energy surged. Ling Han let out a silent roar, making one last attempt. The magnets made a crisp sound. Chapter 36:17. The magnet was about to break. Ling Han hurriedly gathered his remaining courage and increased the intensity of the destructive energy. His spiritual power was almost exhausted. If he couldn't break the magnet, then he really had no other way. He was even overloading now, and he only felt that his head was swollen. Loosened, loosened, loosened. Ling Han struggled with all his might, and his whole body immediately floated upwards, while the 2 magnets joined together. However, if he were to tug again, he would discover that the magnets would very easily separate. Because the structure was severely damaged by the destructive energy, the magnetic force was naturally not strong. Ling Han couldn't resist it anymore and hurriedly entered the spirit-nourishing gourd. The moment he entered, he seemed to see a light in the distance. How could there be light at the bottom of such a deep lake? With a vague thought, Ling Han entered the gourd and immediately fainted. Vaguely he seemed to hear Tang Yuner shouting, "Smelly Ling Han, why are you so miserable? Don't faint, otherwise who will cook for me? This damn child, she only knows how to eat. I will definitely teach her a lesson later." He finally fainted. After sleeping for an unknown period of time, Ling Han was woken up by a feeling of suffocation. "Ling Han, what the hell are you doing?" Tang Yuner bared her teeth. "What does it have to do with me if you can't think straight and jump into the lake? Why do you have to jump with me?" She went out earlier, but she was almost squeezed into minced meat by the water pressure. Fortunately, she still had a secret treasure on her, which played a role in time, allowing her to escape into the gourd again. But although the space of the gourd was not small, it couldn't withstand the breathing of 2 people. Now the air content was getting lower and lower. She still didn't know how to save and hold her breath, but Ling Han didn't know that he had fainted and consumed most of the air. Ling Han chuckled and said, "Don't worry, I have almost recovered. I will take you out now." His physique was really strong. After just sleeping like this, his external injuries were almost healed, and his mental power had also recovered a little. But to return to his best state, he still had to return to the shore. "You better hurry up or else I'll become a suffocating ghost." Tang Yuner stuck out her tongue. "If I die, then I'll hang behind you every day to scare you." Ling Han chuckled and exited the gourd. Just as he was about to float up, he suddenly recalled the scene he saw when he entered the gourd. There should be enough time for him to look for it after he stopped. The water pressure was astonishing, but Ling Han had endured it for so long before. Moreover, it was under the pressure of the magnetic stones. Naturally, it was easier for him now. The main reason was that his physique was too tyrannical and too comprehensive. Otherwise, even if there were people who had cultivated 7 bones, their internal organs would not be able to withstand such pressure, and their hearts and livers would explode. He circled around the lake and sure enough, Ling Han caught a glimpse of that bright light again. He hurriedly swam towards that place. Although he couldn't display his speed in the lake, it was convenient for him to be strong. His feet tapped on the bottom of the lake, and an enormous force immediately erupted, propelling him forward like a swordfish. It was just that there were no water elemental creatures at the bottom of the lake. This place could crush all existences in the secret realm. As Ling Han approached, the light grew bigger and bigger, and gradually revealed its true appearance. Ling Han couldn't help but reveal a look of surprise. It was actually a palace. There was actually a palace at the bottom of the cold lake. He quickly arrived nearby and saw that the entire palace was wrapped in a curtain of light. He tried to reach out and touched it, and was surprised to find that the curtain of light was like mud. His hand squeezed through just like that. Ling Han's curiosity was too great. He almost didn't hesitate and his whole body also squeezed in. After one step, he suddenly felt his body become light. The water pressure disappeared. This was an empty space without a drop of water at all. Ling Han was surprised. He knew how terrifying the water pressure was, but this layer of light that he could easily pass through could actually block it. This was full of contradictions. Baby is suffocating to death. Tang Yuner came out of the gourd and breathed heavily. After entering this space, the essence-nourishing gourd naturally replenished the air, and also let the little girl know that she had already left the bottom of the lake. She looked around and couldn't help but reveal a look of novelty, because there was a vast ocean around her, and in front of her was a huge palace. This was a scene that she never expected. "Ling Han, where did you kidnap me to?" Ling Han knocked lightly on her head and said, "No one abducted and sold you." As if, the little girl muttered. Since they were already here, they had to go take a look no matter what. Now they were in the square in front of the palace. The bricks were like white jade, so bright that they could almost be used as mirrors. Tang Yuner took a step and almost slipped. This immediately piqued her interest and she began to ice skate. "Come and play." She giggled. No matter how mischievous she was still a child. Ling Han smiled and he strode in the direction of the palace gate. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. After a few steps, Ling Han couldn't help but stop in horror, because the palace gate wasn't even the slightest bit closer. He looked back again and found that he didn't move forward at all. What the hell was this? Ling Han stared at his own feet and then walked again. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. His pace was normal. He looked back again and still hadn't taken a step out. But wasn't the little girl skating? Wait a minute. Ling Han walked along the periphery of the palace and sure enough, he immediately felt the change in his perspective. He could only walk in circles and couldn't get close. Ling Han walked around the palace, but no matter which position he walked towards the palace gate, he couldn't move forward. He thought for a while and came to a position directly facing the palace gate, and decided to fight to the death from here. "Ling Han, this place is so strange." The little girl said, "There's definitely a formation set up, but it's too brilliant and I can't find any traces at all." Ling Han expressed his agreement. He activated his ocular technique, and couldn't find any traces of a formation. It could only be said that the person who set up this formation was too brilliant. Since that was the case, Ling Han decided to walk forward with a single thought. At most, it would just be a waste of time, but there might be amazing opportunities here just for the strangeness of this square. He started to walk, but if he used the little girl beside him as a reference, he didn't move an inch at all. When he used imminent, yet worlds apart, it was the same. He could only see his body trembling, but his position didn't change. Ling Han stopped. The burden of imminent, yet worlds apart was too great and he couldn't take it anymore. He just walked at a normal pace and his eyes were sharp. After half a day, Tang Yun complained that she was hungry. Ling Han threw food to her for her to heat up, which made the little girl very dissatisfied, and she complained that Ling Han was abusing children. Ling Han had a feeling that this might be a test. Chapter 36:18. Ling Han believed in his own judgment. This was a test of his soul and willpower. If he wasn't resolute enough, then he could only look at the temple and sigh. He exploited the fruits of little Loli's labor and ate them in big mouthfuls. His feet didn't stop at all. This naturally made Tang Yun cry out in anger and almost rushed up to fight him. Fortunately, little Loli was still reasonable. But she thought that Ling Han's efforts were futile. Since he kept going in circles, how could he break the formation? Sigh, I met an idiot. She shrugged and licked the milk candy while watching Ling Han's performance. Ling Han didn't take it to heart. He just stuck to his initial judgment and followed his heart. A day passed quickly. Although the sun couldn't be seen here with the optical computer, he naturally knew when it was almost sunrise. Ling Han had even stopped his cultivation. He was determined to stay here and fight. Ling Han, you are the #1 idiot in the world. The little Loli did not admire Ling Han's determination and tenacity in the slightest, and instead began to make sarcastic remarks. Ling Han only chuckled. After walking for a whole day, his body was a little tired, but he didn't have any intention of stopping. In the blink of an eye, another day passed. Little Loli was very dissatisfied. Why did she have to be responsible for cooking for her and Ling Han? She was still a baby, okay? But Ling Han completely became a shopkeeper who didn't have to do anything. She couldn't let herself starve to death, right? Stinky Ling Han, damn Ling Han, I want to make a paper doll and prick you every day, Tang Yuna muttered. 3 days, 4 days. After traveling continuously for 4 days without any rest or sleep, even with Ling Han's strong physique, he still felt tired, and had an urge to lie down and sleep. But if he collapsed now, wouldn't all his previous efforts be wasted? Ling Han, you're really stubborn. Haven't you considered that this method is completely futile? You'll only waste more and more time. Little Loli couldn't take it anymore. It was too boring. There was nothing to do here and she was always looking at the same scenery. She had already vomited. If it weren't for the fact that she couldn't withstand the water pressure, she would have already gone ashore. 6 days, 7 days, 8 days. Even though he wasn't fighting and was just running, Ling Han was still as tired as a dog. His breathing was like a bellows and his clothes had long been soaked in sweat. His hair was also wet and stuck together. The soles of his shoes were already broken, and there were many blisters and even blood on the soles of his feet. His appearance could be said to be extremely tragic. Even so, Ling Han's eyes were still bright and his will was firm. In fact, his body had already reached its limit, and he was relying on his willpower to persevere. Ling Han gritted his teeth. His legs moved forward due to inertia and he could no longer feel anything. In fact, Ling Han also knew that this might be a waste of effort, but after running for 3 days, he treated it as a form of training. This was a test of willpower. In a situation where there was no pressure of life and death, to see how far he could persevere. He believed that after this training, his willpower would become a lot stronger, and he would be able to stimulate all the power in his body, which would also be very beneficial to his cultivation. He had always been climbing his limits and this was also a kind of limit. Running like this, the consumption of physical strength and mystical power was relatively small, but after running for 9 days, Ling Han's physical strength and mystical power were completely exhausted. If an enemy really came to him now, they could easily kill him. Unfortunately, who could go down to the bottom of a lake like this? If they could really go down, it would probably be a super powerful person like a venerable or even a saint. Even if Ling Han was in perfect condition, he would not be able to withstand a glance from that person. He was confident and dared to exhaust himself. He had no physical strength, no secret power, and even his mind power had been completely used up. Ling Han was now really relying on a tenacious will to move. He already had no way to activate his movement technique, and could only rely on his 2 legs to move mechanically. Little Loli was still laughing at him for the first few days, but she later shut her mouth. Even if she thought that Ling Han was wasting his life, seeing his tenacious willpower, she could only admire him. Such a person was worthy of respect. Oh my! Although this guy doesn't have a divine body, nor is he an immortal seed, his willpower is too terrifying, little Loli said secretly. It's really strange, how did he cultivate such powerful combat power, coupled with such willpower? It would be difficult for him not to become a powerful person. Ling Han's pace was getting slower and slower. His willpower was indeed tenacious, but after all he was still flesh and blood, and he still had to be restricted by his body. Although limits were meant to be broken, there was still an end. He was about to reach the end now, step by step, and he was as slow as a turtle. But at this moment Tang Yun suddenly opened her mouth. She was extremely surprised to see that Ling Han was approaching the palace step by step. Fuck, he really can do it. Previously, whether Ling Han ran or walked, he did not move, but now he was actually approaching the palace. Really, he did it? The owner of this palace must also be a one-track-minded fool, little Loli said with certainty. Ling Han himself did not feel anything at all. His mind was blank and there was only one thought. Go, 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 go. The plaza was very big, but it was only about 300 meters wide. Ling Han's speed was very slow, step by step like a turtle, but he was still constantly approaching. About half an hour later, Ling Han arrived at the entrance of the palace. At this time there was really no way to enter. Ling Han suddenly came to his senses, so I have already walked over. His heart relaxed and he immediately fell forward. He let out a sound of snoring and instantly fell asleep. At the same time he fell with a creak, the palace's door opened by itself. Ling Han, Ling Han. Little Loli called out from afar. She had no way of going over, and she was also not interested in running for 10 days to meet up with Ling Han. After such a long time this guy must have crawled up. She did not believe that Ling Han would die. This guy was like a tenacious cockroach. After sleeping for a day and a night, Ling Han woke up. Pain, pain, pain. He could not help but grit his teeth. His whole body felt like it was falling apart, and when he propped himself up, the pain was indescribable. However, his essence, chi and spirit were extraordinarily exuberant, at least a lot stronger than before. He took out some medicine and treated himself, then turned to look at little Loli behind him and shouted, "You wait there, I will go in and take a look." Even if you did not say, I did not intend to go in. Little Loli licked the milk candy, her face full of arrogance. Fuck. Ling Han turned around and walked towards the palace. So cold. Ling Han could not help but shiver. He hurriedly stimulated the flame energy but found that it was useless. This cold did not come from the flesh but from the soul. It was as if he had entered the netherworld. Chapter 36:20. Ling Han was stunned. Fuck, this is crystal essence. How hard is this thing to fight? Even with Ling Han's strength and the help of the 7 milk babies, it would take him a few years to get one. However, there were quite a few here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. There were a total of 6 water balls, which meant 6 crystal essences. Done. Ling Han was pleasantly surprised. He didn't expect that the crystal essences, which gave him a headache, would be settled in such a way. He hurriedly kept the crystal essences. He had already taken 6. It didn't matter that he didn't need so many. He could sell them. Just for these 6 crystal essences, this trip was worth it. Ling Han was even more expectant. What good things would there be in the second half of the palace? He no longer stared at those withered celestial medicines. He quickly entered the second half of the palace. Come on, use treasures to smash me to death. I don't mind. The second half of the palace was the same. The majestic bronze pillars stood tall. It was unknown how long they had existed, but they would exist forever. Black smoke came out. Ghosts were formed. The bronze pillars glowed and were easily destroyed. Ling Han couldn't even be bothered to look at them now. Anyway, once the light pillars twisted, the ghosts definitely wouldn't be able to survive. The palace was huge, but there was an end. However, before he reached the end, he saw a person standing in front of him. It was just a back view, but it was like a sun in the dark galaxy. It was incomparably dazzling and covered everything. He only felt the blood in his body boiling. An incomparably strong reverence rose in his heart. He wanted to kneel down and worship. Was this an ancestral king? Only a great emperor who ruled over the ages could have such power, right? Was he still alive? Ling Han forcefully suppressed the fear in his heart. This was a difference in the level of life. The other party was much, much stronger than him. He didn't even have the qualifications to compare. However, Ling Han could admit that he was weak. But in terms of spirit, he wouldn't lower his head. He gritted his teeth and insisted that he wouldn't kneel down. "Senior?" he said with a trembling voice. It wasn't because he was afraid. It was because he couldn't control his muscles. The other party acted as if he didn't hear him. He still stood there. He was dressed in white and was as agile as an immortal. Ignore me, hang up anyway. Ling Han felt that the other party's condition was a bit strange. For an existence like this, the fire of life should be burning fiercely, and his vitality should be astonishing. But now, although he was dazzling, he lacked vitality. If the other party was still alive, he should be even more terrifying. He could destroy the world with a single thought. Ling Han moved his body with great difficulty. He couldn't get any closer. If he moved even a little bit closer, his skin would rupture. This wasn't a misconception because he had tested it before. Just by moving a bit, there would be blood gushing out from his body. If he moved even a bit further, he believed that his body would explode. So what if he cultivated his physique with 7 bones and 7 veins? In front of such an existence, he was nothing but trash. Was this really an ancestral king? Ling Han moved to the other side. Although he wasn't close to the man in white, he could see the man's face from this angle. This was a middle-aged man who looked to be in his 40s. He was incomparably handsome, and even with his eyes closed, he had an indescribable domineering aura, as if he was the center of the world and there was no one else but him. However, this was really a dead person with no vitality. See, even a dead person was so powerful. It was impossible to get close to him. He could explode a person alive. Just at this moment, the man's lips curled up slightly, revealing a smile. Damn, what the hell? No, the corpse came to life. Ling Han was startled, but the man in white was dissipating like smoke. His body was like dust, scattering layer by layer, returning to the world. A voice rang out in Ling Han's consciousness. It was like a great bell, but also like the beginning of the universe, and the great Tao was passed down. My name is Wu Qingshu. In order to pursue the path of emperor, I racked my brains and found this palace of great Emperor Wuxia. The more I understand great Emperor Wuxia's achievements, the more I admire him. Thus, I decided to stay here and guard the coffin of great Emperor Wuxia. Although I can't become an emperor, my heart has no regrets. Ling Han was dumbfounded. This man in white wasn't an ancestral king, but someone who wanted to become an ancestral king. Ancestral kings were also known as great emperors and sacred emperors. They weren't emperors like Qin Fengyan, but emperors of martial art who suppressed all experts in the world. However, despite having such great ambitions, Wu Qingshu himself was an incomparably powerful existence. Yet, because he came into contact with great Emperor Wuxia's life experiences, he gave up on the idea of becoming an emperor and was willing to guard the coffin. Venerable sage? Most likely a sage. Otherwise, he wouldn't be qualified to pursue the path of emperor. This was too exaggerated. Was the glory of a great emperor so dazzling that it could even make a sage give up on the decision of becoming an emperor? Even if Wu Qingshu didn't give up, the possibility of him becoming an emperor was infinitely zero. What exactly did this great Emperor Wuxia do when he was alive? He actually made a sage endure the loneliness of eternity in this godforsaken place and grow old alone for the rest of his life. The great emperor set up this palace in order to suppress a yin eye in the world, to prevent ghosts from coming out and harming the world. However, even a great emperor can't fight against the vicissitudes of time. At this moment, it has already been hundreds of millions of years since the great emperor left behind this palace. Even the emperor's mark has started to fade. I used my entire life's effort to barely strengthen the emperor's mark. It should be able to last for another 10 million years. The person who came later, since you were able to come here, it means that your wisdom, willpower, and potential are all top-notch. You have a chance of becoming a sage in the future. If you become a sage, I hope that you can come here again and strengthen the emperor's mark. The great emperor left behind a fortuitous encounter here. Because I'm determined to guard the coffin here for the rest of my life, I didn't take it and left it for you to use. Wu Qingshu's voice became weaker. After saying a few more words, he finally disappeared. Ling Han was speechless for a long time. He was filled with admiration for Wu Qingshu. Sages, there were only a few of them in the world, and they were pitifully few. Apart from the ancestral king, they were the most powerful. As for the ancestral king, there could only be one in an era. Therefore, sages were equivalent to standing at the peak of the world. Such a powerful cultivator was willing to guard the coffin here. On one hand, he admired great Emperor Wuxia, and on the other hand, he wanted to suppress the eye of Yin. How could such a breadth of mind not be respected? Wu Qingshu had completely turned into nothingness. He had used all his power to strengthen the emperor's mark. Now that his obsession was gone, his entire being had disappeared. With a person gone and his path empty, there was naturally no pressure. Ling Han immediately recovered. He sighed inwardly. There would always be people who did great things in the world, and those who came later could only admire them. However, if it were him, he wouldn't choose to do the same as Wu Qingxiu. Instead, he would work hard to become an ancestral king and kill his way into the Eye of Yin to solve the problem once and for all. Of course, even great Emperor Wuya only left a palace to suppress it. This Eye of Yin would be extremely difficult to plow. Ling Han walked forward. Great Emperor Wuya was very broad-minded and left an extremely precious treasure for the latter. In front of him, there was a fist-sized piece of dark golden metal on a stone table. Streaks of chaotic aura dripped down from it. Each strand was extremely heavy, comparable to a star. Lightning flashed as if it could split the sky and earth. End of chapter. Chapter 36-21. This was not an exaggeration. Because this was mother gold, a precious material used by the ancestral kings. Every ancestral monarch would search for mother gold after achieving the Tao and forge their own weapons. They were called sovereign weapons, imperial weapons, or ancestral artifacts. Mother gold was the general name for this material. There were many types such as fairy tears gold, infinite dark iron, and mysterious earth source qi. But each material was extremely rare and there was only one in the world. Even an ancestral king might not find a piece of mother gold in his lifetime. This was not due to lack of strength but luck. However, great Emperor Wuya had obtained 2 pieces of mother gold. One was obtained in his early years and was forged into a monarch weapon, the Extreme Path Sword. The other was obtained in his later years and was never forged into a monarch weapon. Instead, he left it here and gave it to someone who was fated with it. In reality, mother gold was also divided into high and low grades, but the difference was very small. This mother gold was ranked in the top 10 of all mother gold. There was no specific ranking in the top 10. They were all extremely precious. This mother gold was called Chaotic Extreme Thunder. Legend had it that it was formed in chaos and was hammered by heavenly thunder for countless years in the pool of lightning. Only then did it become the size of a fist. There was no need to worry about not having enough. Once the mother gold was cast into a weapon, it could be enlarged or shrunk at will. The only difference was that the larger the original size of the mother gold, the stronger the weapon would be after it was cast. But mother gold was too rare. Every time one appeared, it was about the size of a fist. There was no difference. Ling Han's heart pounded. He was only at the enlightenment state, not even on the path of immortality. Yet he had obtained a mother gold that could be forged into a weapon exclusive to an ancestral king. Keep it. Ling Han walked over. Following the method Wu Qingxiu taught him, he stored the mother gold in his spatial artifact. This was only the primitive mother of gold and had not been forged into a weapon. Otherwise, he would not have been able to collect it so easily. If it had been forged by the ancestral king himself, then once it was unleashed, a wisp of its aura would be enough to shatter a saint's body and kill him. An ancestral weapon, in a sense, represented an ancestral king. An ancestral king's lifespan was limited, but ancestral weapons were everlasting. Even after putting away the mother gold, Ling Han still felt like he was in a dream. This harvest was so great that he could not believe it. Who would believe that I already have a piece of mother gold before I even set foot on the path to immortality? Ling Han murmured. I'm sure that even the son of an ancestral king or the daughter of a great emperor doesn't have the right to enjoy such treatment. Mother gold was too rare. Even the strongest ancestor kings in the world could only obtain 1 piece of mother gold in their lifetime. Some might not even get one. Emperor Wuya's luck was heaven-defying. In addition to the mother gold, there was also a jade bottle on the table, half filled with water. That's innate Tao water. What's it for? An environment that could resist extreme heat. Before the mother gold was forged into a weapon, it was extremely sturdy. Even if all the saints in the world worked together, they would not be able to break a corner of it. They had to go to a place where the heavenly flame was burning to forge it. The heavenly Tao flame could burn sages to death. If Ling Han were to go now, he would be courting death. But as long as he consumed the innate Tao water, he would be able to suppress the heavenly Tao flame and complete the forging of the mother gold. Emperor Wuya was very thoughtful. Not only did he give the mother gold, he even prepared the materials needed to forge it. This ancestral weapon had to be forged by himself. Only with a trace of his soul would he be able to connect with the weapon and command it as he wished. Senior, don't worry. Since I've obtained this fortune, I will bear the corresponding responsibility. In the future, when I cultivate the great Tao, I will definitely wipe out this Yin Eye and eliminate all future troubles. Ling Han said. He had made a Tao oath, so he would definitely fulfill it. He bowed towards the end of the palace, thanking Emperor Wuxia for leaving him a piece of mother gold. This favor from a lifetime ago was too much. Ling Han walked back and quickly returned to the garden. He then left the front hall and came to the square. In the distance, the little girl was sitting on the ground, bored. She didn't even lick the milk candy. She had probably eaten too much and lost her appetite. Ling Han walked back to the edge of the square and easily walked over. He didn't need to walk for another 10 days. Let's go back, he said. What did you get? The little girl's eyes widened. She was also a curious baby. Ling Han smiled faintly and took out a crystal origin. There's actually crystal inside. Tang Yun'er's face was full of surprise, but she immediately replied with an "Oh. This is the frigid water lake. It's not strange for there to be crystal inside the palace. At least you didn't waste 10 days of running." Ling Han let out a "ha," and put the little girl into the energy-nourishing gourd, preparing to leave. He didn't say anything about the mother gold. It wasn't that he didn't trust the little girl, but that the mother gold was really too precious. Tang Yuna might not have any evil thoughts, but what if she let it slip and others found out? This was a treasure that even saints were tempted by. Even if it couldn't become an ancestral weapon without the ancestral king's methods, it would still be a top-notch saint weapon made by a saint. It was enough to be invincible among saints. For such a secret, the fewer people who knew, the better. Ling Han took a deep breath, then stepped out of the screen of light. Instantly, an endless pressure assaulted him, causing even his bones to creak. "Let's go." He quickly floated up, and after about 10 minutes, white appeared above. He was almost at the top. With a splash, Ling Han broke through the water surface. It didn't matter if there was no floating ice. He had already been inspired. His feet quickly stepped on the water surface, providing him with buoyancy and allowing him to stand on the water surface. Ling Han identified the direction and walked quickly. In just half an hour he arrived at the shore. Ling Han disguised himself and waited to meet the milk babies. It just so happened that 3 days later was the agreed time to meet. In addition to cultivation, Ling Han was looking for where to find the heavenly flame. It wasn't on the Moonlight Star, so he had to go to a super large star where the ancestral king could achieve enlightenment. Ling Han asked the little girl about it. Coincidentally, she came from such a large star. The problem was that Tang Yun didn't want to go back at all. "There's no hurry. I'm only at the enlightenment realm now. Even with the help of the Kanate Dao water, it's hard to escape death if I enter the land of the heavenly flame. I have to enter the celestial path first. Okay, I'll refine the 5 elements fortune pill now and break through the celestial path. I'll just pretend that I didn't get the source gold." 3 days later, the milk babies returned one after another. When they learned that Ling Han had obtained the crystal element, they were naturally happy for him. They were also liberated and didn't have to search for water elemental creatures every day. It was extremely boring. "Dad, where are we going now?" second baby asked. "To collect some interest," Ling Han said lightly. He had almost been killed by the Pang and Lei families. He had to take revenge. Although it was because of them that he had obtained the source gold, that was 2 different things. Chapter 36-22. How do you want to take revenge? Tang Yun'er asked. "First, don't expect me to help you. You're not cute at all." Ling Han smiled. "I don't need your help." "Hey, do you really think you can rival a Life Core Realm Force?" Little Lolita was very surprised. Under the absolute suppression of strength, Ling Han couldn't compete with the Lei and Pang families no matter what method he used. Ling Han shook his finger. "Little girl, don't just think about fighting and killing all day long. I'm such a smart person. Do you think I only know how to fight head-on?" Tang Yun'er immediately revealed an excited expression. "Then, are you going to set a fire?" Hearing the word, set a fire, the 7 children became excited at the same time. This was very fun. Ling Han's forehead was full of black lines. What's wrong with children nowadays? He shook his head. "I'm not setting a fire." "Then, how are you going to take revenge?" Tang Yun'er was puzzled. Ling Han smiled and took out a crystal. He smiled and said, "I'm going to sell this crystal to the Pang family." "Handsome uncle, are you confused?" Tang Yun'er stretched out her small hand and pressed it on Ling Han's forehead. "Strange it's not hot. How did it burn into an idiot?" Ling Han unhappily pushed her hand away and said, "What are you doing?" "Uncle, the Pang family originally wanted to use the 5 elements crystal to refine the 5 elements fortune pill, but you brought the crystal to their door. Aren't you helping them? Tang Yun-er looked at him as if she was looking at an idiot. Uncle, you've suffered too much. You've become stupid. Ling Han shook his head. The so-called genius of the Pang family wants to reach the peak of his life, so the Pang family definitely won't refuse this crystal. It's over. Little Lolita hugged her head. This handsome big brother had already gone mad. The 7 milk babies came to their senses. They had followed Ling Han for a very long time, and naturally had no lack of understanding of Ling Han's personality. Father, are you trying to tamper with this crystal? Asked the eldest child. When the Pang family gathers the 5-element crystal essence and refines the 5-element fortune pill, that idiot from the Pang family will eat it. Not only will he not be able to break through the shackles in his body, but he will also be in big trouble. Second baby clapped his hands. When the time comes, Father will reveal his identity. The Pang family will know that they were tricked by Father. They will definitely die of anger, the invisible 6th baby said. Daddy is indeed a scammer, the proud third brother concluded. Ling Han laughed. That was indeed what he thought. Tang Yun-er was depressed. Her IQ was even lower than a milk baby now. How could she be the big sister of the milk babies in the future? Ling Han, how are you going to do something to the crystal yuan? Do you think the Pang family won't check it? She poured cold water on him. This was indeed a problem. Ling Han nodded and said, I already have an idea, but I don't know if it will work. He wanted to inject destructive energy into the crystal yuan, but he wrapped it with his own will and didn't use it immediately. When he was refining the 5-element fortune pill, the destructive energy would surge out and directly destroy the pill. Of course, it would be even better if he could give the Pang family's genius some fake medicine. In the next few days, Ling Han rushed to the Pang family's ancestral land while studying the crystal yuan. He wanted to know what method he should use. The crystal yuan was no different from a drop of water, but it was very condensing and wouldn't shatter. However, it couldn't be broken either. Once it was broken, it could still condense, but a large amount of essence would be lost, which would affect the effect of the pill. Lose the essence? No, this could be seen clearly from the outside. If he did something like this, the Pang family would definitely find out. Or I can concoct a drop of medicine that can perfectly fuse with the crystal yuan. Thoughts flew through Ling Han's mind. Injecting destructive energy was the last resort. He would only use this move if all other methods were useless. He began to search for information to concoct such a medicine. With his level of alchemy, there was still hope for it. Thus, he stopped in a small city for 2 days and successfully concocted a drop of liquid. Condensing agent can prolong the time of refining pills. It's originally used in alchemy, but adding a condensing agent under inappropriate circumstances will destroy the effect of alchemy. I used 3 methods to fuse it with the crystal yuan. Even if you cut it open and study it carefully, you won't be able to see it unless you have profound alchemy skills. This is a lesson for you. Don't ever offend an alchemist. Ling Han revealed a satisfied smile. He had already fused the condensing agent with the crystal yuan. Next, he had to find a way to sell it to the Pang family. This was extremely simple. Ling Han arrived at Qingling City. This was where the Pang family's ancestral land was. In this city, the Pang family was also the absolute ruler. After changing his appearance, Ling Han went to the local auction house and took out the crystal yuan, indicating that he wanted to auction it. This naturally shocked the auction house. Crystal yuan. Ordinary secret realm cultivators had to fight for hundreds of years, and they had to ensure that they did not die and stay in the frigid water lake all the time to obtain it. How precious was it? Experts on the immortal path naturally did not care about it, but for secret realm cultivators, it was extremely precious. It could unlock more shackles and break through to the limits of the mortal realm. Especially for geniuses, it was indescribably precious. Unfortunately, there was only one crystal yuan. If there were other crystal yuan of the 5 elements, the price could be pushed even higher if they were sold together. The auction house immediately said that they would start the auction as soon as possible and use this crystal yuan as the finale. Ling Han waited in the city for 2 days before someone from the Pang family came to find him. It was a middle-aged man who directly barged into the courtyard that Ling Han had booked, his face full of pride. Kid, I heard that you auctioned a crystal yuan. He looked down at Ling Han. Go and cancel the auction. I want it. Ling Han had already put the 7 children and Tang Yun-er into the spirit-nourishing gourd to avoid exposing his identity. He deliberately showed a puzzled expression and said, Sir, if you need the crystal yuan, you can participate in the auction. As long as you have enough wealth, you can naturally obtain it. You don't want to sell it to me? the middle-aged man said coldly. Ling Han shook his head. I've already handed it over to the auction house. If I suddenly cancel it, wouldn't I be a dishonest person? Do you know who I am? The middle-aged man said coldly. You must be a dog of the Pang family. Otherwise, how could you be so arrogant? That was what Ling Han said in his heart, but his face showed a blank expression. Who are you? My name is Pang Li, the Pang of the Pang family, the middle-aged man said proudly. Ling Han sneered in his heart. It was just a secret realm cultivator, what was there to be arrogant about? But it made sense. Even if the Pang family was a life-state pill force, there were not many experts on the immortal path. Most of them were definitely clansmen in the mortal realm. He smiled. So you're from the Pang family. Sorry for the disrespect. However, I still say the same thing. I can't be a person who breaks his promise. Chapter 36-24. When the Treant collapsed, there was a ray of light near its roots. Upon closer inspection, it was actually a drop of green liquid that was pitifully small. Wood essence. Ling Han put away the wood essence and continued to search for new Treants. He had thought that Treants were plant-type and indifferent, which was why he did not directly attack them. Killing them without rhyme or reason was not in line with Ling Han's way of doing things. But now that the Treants were so fierce, Ling Han could kill them without any psychological burden. He searched for new Treants and then attacked without hesitation. After half a day he had gained quite a lot, but this efficiency could not compare to that of Extreme Flame Valley. It was much better than Frigid Lake, but he had a fortuitous encounter at Frigid Lake, and it had only taken him 2 months. If it was here it might take 4 months or even longer. Ling Han could only hope that he could find a Treant King and gain a lot in one go. The next day when the sun rose, Ling Han first caught the little lowly to cultivate with him and then they ate. This happened to be a cultivation node for him. This time he had opened another 9 acupoints, and his cultivation path had taken another step forward. Ling Han continued to move. Of course, killing monsters was a very boring thing, but he had no choice. In order to become stronger in the future, he had to endure the boredom and loneliness. Brat, stop. Not long after he started walking, someone called out to him. The other party was a middle-aged man in his 40s. He held a knife in his hand and had a fierce look on his face. Hand over the wood essence or die. The man waved the knife in his hand. Ling Han revealed a strange smile. You really want to rob me? Cut the crap off. After a while, the middle-aged man cried. That goddamn brat had not only robbed him clean, he had even stripped him naked and hung him on a tree. As long as someone showed themselves, they could admire his little sparrow. How embarrassing. Ling Han decided to go and rob others as well. This was the only way to quickly become rich and powerful. Also, the one who was fighting the Treants here was hired by the Pang family. He started to get busy. Whenever he saw a tree man, he would beat up a tree man. Whenever he saw a martial artist, he would rob them. Sometimes he would even fight a demonic beast. His life was really colorful. In the blink of an eye, 20 days had passed. While Ling Han had harvested a lot of wood essence, he had also opened 63 apertures. He shuttled through the forest looking for prey. He discovered that there was an incomparably tall tree in front of him. It was at least 1,000 feet tall, and its huge canopy was open. Even in this forest, it was like a crane among chickens. Treant King Ling Han couldn't help but rejoice. There really was such an existence. Don't even think about it, a cold voice rang out. Ling Han turned his head and saw that not far to his right, there was a young man standing with a sword on his back. His hands were behind his back and he looked very pretentious. Although Ling Han also liked to show off, he was naturally unhappy when he saw others doing it. Did your family plant this tree? Ling Han asked. Don't be so glib, the sword-bearing man said indifferently. This is a 1,000-year-old tree. It's not something you can deal with. Don't throw your life away. Just watch from the side. Once I kill this 1,000-year-old locust tree and take its heart, you'll naturally be able to obtain its wood essence. Oh, he was taking care of me. Ling Han looked at the tree. It was actually a 1,000-year-old monster. He smiled. Since it has lived for 1,000 years, it is clearly very good at staying alive. You might not be able to deal with it. You don't need to worry about that. The sword-bearing man strode towards the 1,000-year-old tree. He drew his sword and a powerful aura circulated around him. It was very extraordinary. Swish. At that moment, A black shadow actually smashed down from the tree towards the sword-bearing man. Ling Han looked carefully. Was a fruit. Was the old tree attacking first to gain the upper hand? The sword-bearing man naturally saw it as well. He drew his sword. Shwa sword light flashed and the fruit was cut in half. However, this was only the beginning. Hong, the two halves of the fruit suddenly exploded. Under the wild surge of energy, the sword-bearing man was instantly sent flying, coughing up blood. Fuck, what was this? An exploding fruit? Ling Han could not help but think of Misty Peak. The vegetable fields there also had such exploding fruits. Watermelons, loofah, grapes, all of them had become extremely destructive weapons. He had not expected to encounter it here again. If this really was a 1,000-year-old tree, then it could be imagined what kind of killer move it would evolve into. Squeak, squeak, squeak. A purple squirrel appeared on the trunk of the old tree. Its two front paws held a fruit, and it was squeaking downwards, an extremely angry expression on its face. Could the fruit just now have been thrown by this squirrel? Wait a minute. Ling Han was a little confused. Wasn't this a locust tree? Why was a squirrel on a locust tree? Didn't it eat pine nuts? Had it changed its diet? Xiao, the purple squirrel, raised its two little paws high up, and then smashed downwards. The fruit was thrown towards the sword-bearing man. Having suffered once, the sword-bearing man naturally would not repeat the same mistake. He hurriedly leaped up, dodging the throw. Boom. The fruit smashed onto the ground, instantly forming a huge explosion. Terrifying energy surged wildly, and even Ling Han, who was standing very far away, was affected. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The purple squirrel jumped up and down as if saying, "This is my territory, don't even think about invading it." Was this throw and the exploding fruit the reason why the old locust tree could live for 1,000 years without being toppled? The sword-bearing man snorted. He attacked again, his body moving like a dragon. Shio, shio, shio. The little squirrel kept smashing the fruits down, but not a single one hit him. Just as he was about to climb up the tree, a terrifying scene appeared. At least 100 fruits smashed down at the same time. This was practically a rain of fruits, densely packed, and there was no way to dodge at all. The sword-bearing man hurriedly turned around and quickly retreated. Boom, boom, boom. The fruits exploded, forming a resplendent tide of energy. On the tree, little squirrels emerged one after another. Accounts showed that there were at least 100 of them. Just now, it was they who had smashed the fruits together, forcing the sword-bearing man to retreat. However, other than the first squirrel, the others had gray fur, making the purple squirrel stand out. Could it be some kind of mutant? I mean, do you need help? Ling Han asked the sword-bearing man. No need, the sword-bearing man said through gritted teeth. Then we'll go our separate ways. Ling Han naturally wouldn't listen to the other party. He leaped out and rushed towards the old locust tree. I said watch from the side, the sword-bearing man shouted loudly, chasing after Ling Han. Ling Han smiled faintly and swung his fist at the sword-bearing man. Boom, surging energy surged, incomparably terrifying. The sword-bearing man was shocked. He hadn't expected Ling Han's strength to be so great. He struck out with a wave of sword chi to neutralize the attack. His sword-bearing technique was quite profound, and he was able to forcibly split apart the fist force. However, Ling Han had already fled to the front. Chapter 36-25. Shio, shio, shio. The squirrels also attacked Ling Han, throwing countless fruits at him. Ling Han made his move. His hands danced, and a gentle force immediately supported the fruit. Then he threw it to the side. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of explosions rose and fell, but not a single fruit exploded beside Ling Han. The swordsman's eyelids twitched involuntarily. Ling Han looked relaxed, but he needed to have perfect control over his strength to be able to support the fruit with a gentle force. Otherwise, the slightest mistake would cause the fruit to explode. To be able to control power to such a perfect degree, this person was simply a monster. He quickly pulled himself together and attacked as well. Ling Han was already close to the trunk of the tree. With a leap, he stepped on the trunk of the tree. Shio, 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 he rushed toward the crown of the tree. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The squirrels were anxious and threw the fruits even faster. Ling Han kept striking out with his palms. Gentle energy surged as he delivered one fruit after another. Where do you think you're going? The sword-bearing man roared from below. A few of the fruits Ling Han had neutralized were now flying towards him. Ling Han couldn't help but laugh. Sorry, it wasn't on purpose. I think you did it on purpose. The sword-bearing man's heart was filled with frustration. He was certain that Ling Han had the ability to control the direction in which the fruits were thrown, but a few of them just happened to be thrown at him. This was definitely intentional. Unfortunately, he had no evidence to blame. And who asked him to follow behind Ling Han? Actually, he could go around to the other side of the tree, but if he did that, he would definitely have to endure even more attacks from the fruits. Unlike now, with Ling Han attracting all the firepower, he only needed to pay attention to the fruits that Ling Han accidentally threw over. The choice was naturally simple. Ling Han was already close to the treetop. With a squeak, all the squirrels scattered. He couldn't help but stare blankly. Weren't you guys all fierce before? Why are you all so timid now? Ling Han stood on a branch. Although it was only a branch, it was still extremely thick and solid. The little squirrels had already fled out of sight, and Ling Han had no interest in chasing after these cowards. Xiao, the sword-bearing man, also leaped up. He looked at Ling Han with a very complicated gaze. At first he looked down on Ling Han, but in the blink of an eye he had to rely on Ling Han's strength to get up the tree, which made him feel a little embarrassed. To think that he was a Foundation establishment powerhouse. I owe you a favor, he said. After a pause he added, my name is Shinhan Yun. Ling Han did not even turn his head and merely nodded. He found it strange. If there was only the squirrel army's fruit-smashing attack, although it was powerful, could it protect the old locust tree and allow it to live for thousands of years? Boom! Just at this moment, the trunk of the tree suddenly shook violently, and a huge force surged out, causing Ling Han to fall from the trunk of the tree. What was going on? Not only Ling Han but Shinhan Yun was also the same. She was also shaken off the trunk of the tree. Bang bang, both of them fell to the ground. Fortunately, with their strength, falling from a height of 1,000 feet was not enough to injure them. Neither of them became angry because of this. Instead, they stared blankly ahead. That old locust tree had already been uprooted. Its huge crown actually twisted and changed shape. Countless branches intertwined with each other, forming a dozen or so incredibly thick arms. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The little squirrels poked their heads out from between the branches and leaves. They were all very excited. The old tree had shown its might. This time, it would be able to annihilate all the invaders. Boom! The old tree attacked. It swatted out two huge arms at Ling Han and Shinhan Yun. Ling Han, on the other hand, felt relieved. The old locust tree could live for thousands of years because it itself had great strength, and did not rely solely on the help of the little squirrels. And its attack meant that its trump card had been revealed. Ling Han raised his fist and met the old locust tree head-on. Boom! With a single strike, Ling Han was instantly gone. He had been forcefully smashed into the soil. Meanwhile, Shinhan Yun slashed out with her sword. Boom! There was a flash of flames. This was a huge threat to the tree ant, and the old tree withdrew its arms in time. However, when the force swept past, it formed a strong hurricane that extinguished the high-level flame energy. Good heavens, this uncle tree's strength is really thick. Ling Han emerged from the soil. Although he was no match for the old locust tree's strength, his body was too powerful. This attack only caused his chi and blood to boil slightly, and was far from being able to injure him. Shwa shwa shwa, the old locust tree shook its body. Instantly, hundreds of fruits fell at the same time like rain, extremely dense. Run! Shinhan Yun exclaimed and hurriedly dodged. If his cultivation had not been suppressed, then no matter how powerful the old locust tree was, he could easily kill it with a single strike of his sword. But now he had to be careful or he might lose his life here. Ling Han also did not dare to take it head-on. The damage caused by the fruit's explosion was far more terrifying than the old tree's direct attack. The two of them dodged, and just as they dodged, the old locust tree swatted them again. This old tree's attack was actually quite methodical. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Ling Han snorted. He drew on the destructive energy. In any case, with the black mass of palms swatting towards them, Shinhan Yun could not see what was happening on his side. Bang! The palms swatted down and Ling Han disappeared once again, slammed into the soil. But in just an instant the old locust tree retreated again and again. All the leaves on the tree trembled and quite a few even fell. It seemed to have suffered great damage. The palm that it had used to hit Ling Han had a hole in it, and with that as the center, all the leaves around it turned yellow. The destructive energy was too terrifying, and even the 1,000-year-old locust tree could not withstand it. Shinhan Yun was dumbfounded. What was going on? How did Ling Han suddenly become so ferocious? Ling Han took advantage of the situation to pursue. He had already taken out the heavenly pattern jade, and its weight was completely compressed. He struck out. 14 times the speed of sound. The old locust tree's defense was extremely high. This kind of creature had a common characteristic, and that was that it could withstand extremely powerful attacks without even feeling the slightest pain. The best way to deal with them was to cut them in half with a sharp weapon, and the second was to burn them with a fierce fire. However, the heavens were fair. While the Treants were given extremely high defense, they also had the disadvantage of moving slowly. Even if it was a 1,000-year-old locust tree, its speed was not very high. At the very least, it could not dodge an attack that was 14 times the speed of sound. Xiao, the heavenly pattern jade, struck over, and the old locust tree could only use its branches to block it. Ping, 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 but it was unable to block it. 1, 2, 3, more than a dozen of its arms were all smashed through, and under the tremendous force these arms were even torn off. But thanks to the obstruction of these arms, the heavenly pattern jade's momentum was finally exhausted. The Trent's defense was clearly powerful. Ling Han was also astonished. He had actually not been able to kill it with a single strike. Then let's try again. He rushed out and used the demon monkey fist, attacking at a frequency of 70 gravity. Chapter 36-26. The old locust tree was indeed very powerful. As a wood spirit, it was born with powerful defense and it had lived for 1,000 years. Though it could not break through to the immortal path, it could be said to be at the top level in the secret-seeking realm. Before it, not just 1-star geniuses, but even 2-star geniuses might not be able to win. But the problem was, Ling Han was a genius that surpassed 4-star geniuses. Moreover, he had too many tricks up his sleeve. Heavenly pattern jade, destructive energy, frequency attacks. Any one of them was enough to raise one's battle prowess by a large margin. Now that he was using all of them on a single person, how terrifying was that? The old locust tree could not withstand it anymore and broke into a run. On the canopy, the little squirrels were also squeaking, and some even covered their eyes with their little claws. This human was too terrifying. How could there be such a monster? Shin Hanyun was also somewhat dumbfounded. He had not expected Ling Han to become so powerful in such a short time. But his reaction was also very fast, and he immediately intercepted the old locust tree. He had to obtain the 1,000-year tree heart. Shua's sword light slashed out and he went all out. The old locust tree was evidently extremely afraid of Ling Han, and actually chose to take Shin Hanyun's attack head-on, unwilling to stop, and ran away as fast as he could. Pooh, the sword light struck the body of the old locust tree, and its powerful defense was immediately put on display. This strike had left a deep gash on its body, but to its thick and sturdy trunk, this deep gash was completely insignificant. Shin Hanyun roared angrily, and his long sword pointed out repeatedly, unleashing a powerful attack. Leopard lunge. Sword chi shot out and actually transformed into a black leopard, striking towards the old locust tree. But after unleashing this attack, Shin Hanyun's face also became deathly pale. This move was too much of a burden on him. One had to know that even if he recovered his foundation establishment cultivation, this attack could only be used a few times, let alone in the secret-seeking realm. It made his organs and lungs boil, and it was indescribably uncomfortable. But the power of this attack could not be underestimated. The black leopard was like an ancient monster, and under the impact even the old locust tree staggered and fell to the ground. Ling Han caught up and the demon monkey fist struck out again. However, he did not use the destruction energy this time. This was more than enough. How powerful was an attack of 70% gravity? With one strike, the old locust tree's leaves fell like rain. Of course, there were also fruits that fell one after another. This was still quite dangerous, and its destructive power was extremely great. Even Ling Han had to avoid it, not daring to take it head-on with his physique. It was really not worth it. Shin Hanyun did not remain idle either. She continuously launched attacks from the side, and the might of her attacks could not be underestimated. She caused quite a bit of trouble for the large locust tree. After a few dozen moves, the big pagoda tree was finally unable to hold on any longer and was blasted into two halves. Squeak. The squirrels on the tree immediately scurried away. Only when they reached a safe place did they turn around and stare angrily at Ling Han and Shin Hanyun. The purple squirrel in particular had an unusually rich expression on its face. Shin Hanyun took a deep breath and said, "Although I know this is a bit excessive, I still have to say it. I need the 1,000-year tree heart." "You shouldn't be here for the 1,000-year tree heart, but for the wood crystal yuan, right?" He paused for a moment before continuing. Ling Han nodded. "That's right. Then it's easy, said Shin Han-yun. I'll use my wood crystal yuan to exchange for it. Oh. Ling Han was surprised. She actually had wood crystal yuan? Was this for real? Shin Han-yun explained, this isn't my first time coming to the Ironwood Forest. The last time I was here, I killed a lot of wood elementals and collected a lot of wood essence. In addition, I was robbed by some people, so I collected a lot of wood essence from them. I just happened to be able to make a portion of wood crystal yuan. Ling Han thought for a moment, then said, all right, I'll trade. However, I didn't bring any wood crystal yuan with me. You'll need to come back with me, said Shin Han-yun. It wouldn't take more than a few months to make a trip, so it was still worth it. All right. Ling Han nodded. If she was going to go back on her word, then he could still let Tang Yun-er come out. With the power of her battle armor, she could rival a Foundation establishment cultivator. Shin Han-yun was overjoyed and quickly went to dig out the tree heart. 1,000-year-old locust tree had a majestic life force. Its tree heart also had a strong vitality, making it an excellent tonic. Of course, this could only be used to supplement a mortal body. Otherwise, Shin Han-yun wouldn't be the only one eyeing the 1,000-year-old locust tree. They arrived at the outskirts of the forest. After waiting for 2 days, the milk babies returned one after another. When they learned that Ling Han had quickly obtained another portion of wood crystal yuan, they were all very surprised. His father's luck was too good. To be on the safe side, Ling Han let 6th baby stay in the forest to safeguard the wood essence. He didn't want this trip to be in vain and their previous efforts to be in vain. It was necessary to be on guard. Shin Han-yun couldn't see 6th baby anyway, so it wouldn't cause any awkwardness. They left the Ironwood Forest and hurried to Shin Han-yun's hometown. Although Shin Han-yun was in the Foundation establishment realm and had extraordinary combat ability, he was very low-key and not famous. His hometown was Jianghu family town, and he had tried every possible way to obtain the 1,000-year-old tree heart to save a person. A girl? Tang Yun asked immediately. She was young but full of mischief. She had been released by Ling Han when Shin Han-yun wasn't paying attention. It was like the 7 milk babies had gone out to fight wood elemental creatures. Shin Han-yun nodded. He was a bit quiet and didn't like to talk. You like her? The little girl asked again. Shin Han-yun didn't answer, but a gentle expression appeared on his face. It must be so. Ling Han couldn't help but look at him in a new light. He didn't expect this taciturn person to have such a gentle side. After arriving at Jianghu family town, Shin Han-yun was familiar with the way and brought them to an elegant courtyard. Fang Yu, Fang Yu. Shin Han-yun called out, but no one answered. The courtyard was only so big. Shin Han-yun searched through the rooms one by one, and his expression turned cold. He didn't find anyone. Brother Ling, this is your wood crystal yuan. He threw a green sphere to Ling Han. It was filled with the aura of life. This thing had been hidden in the courtyard. Ling Han took it and didn't look at it carefully. He put it away first and said, let's go out and ask around. Okay. Shin Han-yun nodded. He was also panicking because he was worried about himself. They asked the neighbors about the situation and soon found out the whereabouts of Lady Fang Yu. She went to Sunken Sand Valley. At first, Ling Han had thought that it was some evil tyrant who had kidnapped this Lady Fang Yu, and what would happen next would be a melodramatic plot of Shin Han-yun showing off her invincible might, killing the tyrant and saving the beauty. He had never thought that she would actually enter the Sunken Sand Valley herself. This place was very dangerous. There were many quicksand pits. If one accidentally stepped on one, they would immediately sink in and be covered in yellow sand. It was impossible to escape with one's life. So, even if it was a secret realm, it was very dangerous. They hurried to Sunken Sand Valley. The more people there, the easier it would be to find someone. The place wasn't far, so they arrived quickly. Then they split up. This place was deserted, so if they met a young lady, it would definitely be Zhao Fangyue. Ling Han walked for a while and soon saw a green-clothed girl sitting on a rock in front of him. Chapter 36-28. The outer shell of this scorpion was made of metal, so it was especially sturdy. Even Ling Han felt his feet go numb. The scorpion died, leaving behind a tiny bit of gold essence. It was a grain of golden sand, but it was much brighter than the sand in the desert. Even if it was thrown into the sand, it would stand out like a crane in a flock of chickens, very conspicuous. Ling Han put away this grain of gold essence and continued to advance. He returned to the extremely boring life of killing monsters. Every day he would search for metal elemental creatures, kill them, and then obtain their metal essence in order to become stronger in the future. In the blink of an eye, 10 days passed. Ling Han's cultivation speed was very fast. He encountered another node, and after crossing it, he opened another 9 chakras. Now, the number of apertures he had opened had reached 72. In fact, most people broke through to the secret-seeking realm in the second stage. Those who broke through in the first and third stages were the minority, and those who could open the hidden cave were even fewer. The progress is a little slow. If that's the case, when I concoct the 5 elements fortune pill, I probably haven't reached the peak of the secret-seeking realm yet. In reality, it wasn't that Ling Han's cultivation speed was slow, but rather that he was collecting 5 elemental crystal elements too quickly. It had to be known that an ordinary person would need at least a few hundred years to collect 5 elemental crystal elements with their own efforts. And him? In less than half a year, he already had 3 sets of 5 elemental crystal essence in his hands. In comparison, his cultivation speed was naturally slow. What a blissful annoyance. A few days later, he met a group of people who were also collecting metal essence. He was eating when these people came up to him and demanded that he hand over his metal essence. Of course, Ling Han wouldn't be polite and rob them clean. He also learned of a legend from them. In the depths of the Golden Desert, there is a temple. Hidden within it is a peerless opportunity. These people were professional at collecting metal essence. Because there were always powers that wanted to refine the 5 elements fortune pill for their juniors, it was very easy to meet people collecting 5 elements essence in various 5 elements lands. This time, all the metal essence they obtained was sold to the Pang clan. They also had another goal, and that was to find that divine temple. From then on, they would be able to cast off their lowly status and become outstanding people. However, the temple only existed in legends. Some people swore that they had seen it, but most people had never seen it. Moreover, everyone knew that there might be signs of a mirage in the desert. Who knew what those people saw? Among this group of people, there was one person who claimed to have seen the temple. It was also because of his persistence that everyone had been chasing after the temple with dreams, even though they had already spent more than 30 years here. Ling Han was just listening. His main goal was, of course, the 5 elements fortune pill. He wanted to perfect his foundation and walk towards the pinnacle of martial art. He spared these people and continued to eat. The little girl was curious and said, "Ling Han, do you think we can find that temple?" Following the crowd's opinion, the credibility of this matter is less than 10%, Ling Han said. "Hey handsome big brother, you're too pessimistic." Tang Yuner shook her head. "You should believe that with this baby here, your luck will definitely be heaven-defying." Ling Han chuckled. "Just like how you always hit someone." Tang Yuner was instantly embarrassed and argued, "Don't you know the law of conservation of luck? If you have too much luck, it is inevitable that you will have some bad luck. Only then will you have good luck again." Cuckoo. Somewhere in the desert, Your Highness, we have been searching here for dozens of days. We are running out of clean water and food. Should we leave for now and replenish ourselves? A gray-robed elder asked respectfully. There were a total of 8 of them, and they were all wearing cloaks on their heads, looking very mysterious. However, as they were eating, their faces were still revealed. 1 young man and 7 elders. The young man looked to be in his 20s and had a stalwart figure with bright eyebrows and starry eyes. He might just be sitting there, but he had a captivating aura presence. The 7 elders all had different appearances, but they were all led by the young man and appeared very reverent. This young man was the crown prince of the Azure Dragon Empire and had a shocking status. On the surface, the Azure Dragon Empire was a cult masterclass force, but there was an old venerate overseeing it. Thus, they were able to rule over a star region and had astounding power. Such a powerful force had to be very careful when selecting a successor. In order to ensure that the leader was the most outstanding, every member of the imperial family would be able to become the crown prince if they displayed enough innate talents. However, if their cultivation wasn't up to par or if they made any grave mistakes, they would be stripped of the title of crown prince and would never be able to become a crown prince again. Thus, the Azure Dragon Empire had around 100 crown princes, and their ages were all different. There were old crown princes that were over 1,000 years old, and there were also those like this young man who were only in his 20s. His name was Meng Yangqing, and he was currently ranked 97th among the crown princes. It was very low, but if his age was included, it could be said that he had a boundless future. That's right, Your Highness. The divine temple is just hearsay. Who knows if it exists or not? Another elder advised, Your Highness, you are too precious. Why don't you let this old servant search for it? If we really find the divine temple, it wouldn't be too late to inform your highness. Meng Yangqing snorted and said, "What do you know?" Back then, the divine temple had automatically retreated into the golden desert. For so many years, only a limited number of people had seen it. That was because it was originally active. By the time you inform me, it would already be too late. The 7 elders were astonished. Could the legend of the divine temple actually be true? Meng Yangqing opened his mouth and didn't intend to stop. He continued, 30,000 years ago, the Buddha race wanted to preach in this place, but this empire naturally didn't allow it. Those people from the Buddha race specialized in bewitching people's hearts. If everyone was to become their believers, would this star region still belong to the Meng clan? The great ancestor emperor mobilized all the experts to fight against the Buddha race. He might have successfully defeated them, but he wasn't able to eliminate them all. The remnants of the Buddha race drove the divine temple into the golden desert. That so-called divine temple was the vehicle that they used to traverse the universe. It itself was a powerful artifact, but the great ancestor emperor was sure that even if the remnants escaped into the desert, they were all severely injured and would be completely wiped out in no time. However, it was also because of that battle that the great ancestor emperor was severely injured. He had no choice but to pass down the throne and go into seclusion to recuperate. Otherwise, we wouldn't have been in such a passive position when the Shadow Moon Empire invaded this time and lost a few resource planets. Meng Yangqing spoke with a gloomy expression. The 7 elders didn't dare to continue, but they were shocked. It turned out that the legend of the divine temple was not only true, but it also involved the great ancestor emperor, who was that old supremacy. If Ling Han was here, he would be able to deduce some things. For example, why didn't the Azure Dragon Empire send someone to Heavenly Sea Star to take a look at the situation of the Array Seal? They were invaded by another empire and were in a terrible fix. How could they have the energy to care about a cage? Chapter 36-29. Your Highness, since the divine temple was left behind by the remnants of the Buddha race, then if you insist on finding it, it will be very disadvantageous to your Highness if the other crown princes find out about it. An elder advised. Meng Yangqing smiled lightly. If I am able to find the divine temple, then it will be a great merit. The 7 elders all revealed curious expressions, but Meng Yangqing didn't explain further. Because the divine temple contained the inheritance of the Buddha race, and what kind of existence was the Buddha race? In the past, there was an ancestral king who ruled over an era. How shocking was the Buddha race's inheritance? Even if the inheritance in the divine temple was not complete and only a portion was, it was enough to move the hearts of the saints. Back then, the Azure Dragon Empire strictly sealed off the information because they didn't want to alarm the saints. However, the old emperor was severely injured and couldn't suppress the heaven and earth power in the golden desert. He could only lament his inadequacy and dragged it until now. Meng Yangqing was extremely confident that he would definitely be able to find the divine temple, because no one knew that he had secretly learned the Buddha race's cultivation technique. Although it was just a superficial knowledge, after entering the golden desert, the cultivation technique would resonate with the divine temple. Thus, he would definitely be able to find it. Ling Han fought monsters every day and was blown by the wind and blown by the yellow sand. After more than a month, it was as though he had changed into a different person. A casual jump would be able to shake off 2 kilograms of sand. He was numb and simply wanted to vomit. Fortunately, the gold essence in his hands was also steadily increasing. He believed that in another 1.5 months he would be able to fuse the gold crystal essence. At least for the next 10 years, I will take a detour whenever I see a desert. After such a long time, Ling Han had opened up another 18 apertures and had a total of 90 apertures. Handsome Pan, am I seeing things? Or is there really a temple in front? Tang Yun suddenly said. Ling Han was walking like a walking corpse. Only when he heard this did he raise his head, and saw that in front of him, there really appeared a great temple with golden walls, incomparably grand. He took a glance and was still numb. It's just a mirage. Ignore it. But it looks very real. Tang Yun said again. Kiki. Ling Han didn't have any reaction. Let's go. Little Loli pulled Ling Han towards the temple. However, even though the temple was right in front of them, after walking for half a day, they still couldn't get any closer to it. It's really just a mirage. The little Loli lost interest. This is so annoying. I'm not playing anymore. She entered the vitality-nourishing gourd. Although the space inside would be affected by the outside world and would be a bit hotter and drier, compared to the outside world it was many times better. Ling Han didn't react at all. His killing intent would only erupt when he encountered metal elemental creatures. What? Suddenly, a voice sounded out by Ling Han's ears and entered directly into his divine sense. It was like a resounding bell that caused him to immediately awaken from his muddle-headed state. It was a Buddhist hymn. Ling Han paused and looked forward. He couldn't help but reveal a look of shock. Could it be that this wasn't a mirage but a real temple? The fabled temple it couldn't be. What kind of luck did he have? This was his first time entering the Golden Desert, and it had only been slightly more than a month. He had actually encountered a temple that many people would never encounter in their entire lives. If he had only seen it with his eyes, then it might have been a mirage. However, it was different when he heard the Buddhist hymn in his ears. Ling Han used so close yet worlds apart. However, after he moved, he discovered that the distance between him and the temple had not shortened. Instead it had increased. What the hell was this? He used his eye sorcery and observed carefully. He couldn't help but let out an "oh." It was indeed a temple. However, due to the refraction of light and the fact that the temple itself was somewhat mystical, it appeared to be an illusion. If he headed straight for the temple, then he would never be able to reach it in his entire lifetime. The Buddhist race's most frequent saying is that the sea of bitterness is boundless, and it is difficult to cross to the other shore. Right now, this desert is the sea of bitterness, and the temple is the other shore. How am I going to cross it? Ling Han's eyes lit up. If it was someone else, they really wouldn't be able to do it. However, Ling Han was different. Not only did he obtain the eye sorcery divine ability, but he was also an array marshal. With the two of them together, Ling Han was able to break the power of heaven and earth. He started to move. He was no longer walking in a straight line. Instead, he was constantly changing his direction. The temple was getting closer and the Buddhist hymn was getting louder. He could even see Buddhas appearing above the temple. They were executing mystical arts that could purify mortals and souls. After walking for half an hour, Ling Han finally arrived in front of the temple. This divine temple was clearly only 300 meters tall, but when Ling Han stood at the foot of the divine temple, he had a feeling that he was incomparably small. This divine temple seemed to be the center of the universe, indescribably majestic. He could clearly see that on the murals of the temple, there were furious arhats, solemn bodhisattvas and smiling Buddhas. Ling Han suddenly turned his head and saw a group of 8 people approaching from behind. Strange. There were actually people who could come here? You also have the eye sorcery? You also have the array formation. However, Ling Han didn't know that Meng Yangqing was even more shocked than Ling Han. He had relied on the Buddha race's cultivation technique to achieve a resonance with the temple. That was why he wasn't bewitched and came here. But what did Ling Han rely on? Who are you? Meng Yangqing asked. His tone was calm, but it had a commanding arrogance. It couldn't be helped as his identity was there. Ling Han just let out a faint smile. Did he need to bother or care? My lord is asking you a question. One of the elders immediately reprimanded. Ling Han still didn't reply. He just brandished his fist. These people's attitude made him very unhappy. If they weren't happy, then they should come and fight. The matter of the temple is of great importance. Meng Yangqing thought for a moment. Kill and silence them. Yes, your highness. The 7 elders all obeyed. Your highness. There was only one empire on the Moonlight Star, and this guy was a prince of the Azure Dragon Empire. One of the elders leaped out and rushed towards Ling Han. The rest of the elders were all spectating and were obviously very confident in that person. Ling Han also had the intention to kill. If you guys want to kill me, then I will eliminate you guys first. He used his body as a weapon and rammed towards that elder. Bang! Ling Han was like a cannonball, completely disregarding the old man's defenses, and forcefully crashed into his bosom. Then the old man screamed in pain as his body was sent flying, landing on his bottom on the ground. Everyone in Meng Yangqing was astonished because the elder's chest had actually sunk in, as though there was a wash basin embedded in it. This was too horrifying. It was just a collision and he was able to injure an expert of the immortal path to this state. Of course, this place suppressed one's cultivation, but it was still an extremely horrifying thing. Attack together. The remaining 6 elders turned pale with fright and hurriedly rushed out. Chapter 36:30. However, what was the use of this? Ling Han stepped forward and a burst of murderous aura shot out. The 6 elders were all affected and expressions of shock appeared on their faces. Umph. Meng Yangqing made his move and slashed at Ling Han with a palm blade. Ling Han threw a punch to neutralize the attack, which naturally affected his attack. His other punch blasted out, and though it sent the 6 elders flying, it ultimately did not cause any damage to them. I didn't expect your battle strength to be so shocking. Meng Yangqing snorted, his face full of fear. In the outside world he could easily crush Ling Han. But in this place his cultivation was limited. He could only display the battle strength of the mystic-seeking realm, and he had no confidence at all. Ling Han didn't answer and responded with a strong attack. He would never be lenient to those who were against him. Meng Yangqing no longer sat by and joined the battle. He was the main force as well. He took out a sword, which emitted a terrible evil aura and an indescribable might. This was a replica of the Azure Dragon Empire's treasure, the Azure Dragon Sword. It was a standard magic artifact that most of the crown princes would be equipped with. Even though it was a replica, it was far more powerful than a magic artifact of the same rank. Swoosh! The sword slashed across, and an illusion of an azure dragon appeared, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. The 6 elders worked together. They didn't attack Ling Han. Instead, they used a strange footwork and sent their power to Meng Yangqing. This was a formation. Ling Han was surprised. This was truly amazing. When the power of 7 people was combined and used by one person, the power was far stronger than 7 people working together. The sword chi slashed over and the azure dragon roared. You think I'm afraid? Ling Han snorted and punched with 70 layers of power, and it was a high-frequency attack. Bang! The fist force hit the sword chi, and the azure dragon illusion trembled slightly before shattering. What? Meng Yangqing's expression changed. The 7 of them working together couldn't suppress Ling Han. How abnormal was this guy's battle strength? 2-star genius? Even 3-star genius? If he knew that Ling Han was only at the enlightening state, he would have guessed that Ling Han was a 4-star genius or even a 5-star genius. Ling Han let out a long roar and pushed the demon monkey fist towards Meng Yangqing. You're too arrogant, shouted Meng Yangqing. His current strength wasn't any weaker than Ling Han's. Boom! His right hand unleashed sword chi, while his left hand turned into a palm, and he struck out repeatedly at Ling Han. The 2 of them clashed. After receiving the installations from the 6 people, Meng Yangqing's strength was actually far above Ling Han's. However, Ling Han had mastered the frequency of his attacks, so he was not weak at all. For a moment, the 2 of them were in a deadlock. Actually, it was very simple to defeat Meng Yangqing. As long as he got rid of the 6 elders, he would lose the power boost and his battle strength would naturally fall. However, Meng Yangqing obviously knew this, so he protected the 6 elders very well. This was a little like an eagle catching chicks. Ling Han was the eagle, the 6 elders were the chicks, and Meng Yangqing was the mother hen. The scene was very funny. If the little loli appeared at this moment, she would definitely want to play with him with sparkling eyes. Meng Yangqing was speechless and even a little embarrassed. He was the crown prince of the Azure Dragon Empire and had such a majestic status. But now, a puny mystic-seeking realm was actually able to fight him to a draw. This made him feel ashamed. Fortunately, there weren't many people who could get close to this place, and he didn't have to worry about this matter being exposed. His murderous nature flourished even more. This Ling Han was so powerful and he just had to come here. This made him view this as a great threat. Could this be someone from the Buddha race who was going to compete with him for the fated opportunity? Die! He yelled out and took a deep breath. His entire body seemed to have been blown up, and he actually expanded into a giant that was 30 meters tall. Boom! He struck out with his sword again. The sword chi was so thick that it was like a huge tree that slashed over, and its power increased drastically. What kind of secret art is this? Meng Yangqing's combat strength increased drastically, but the 6 elders all had ugly expressions as they suffered a huge loss of chi and blood. They were all complaining incessantly because to activate such a big move, they needed to draw on the strength of 7 individuals, which was barely enough. Now that one of them was missing, the burden on each of them had increased greatly, and they naturally couldn't endure it. But there was no other way. This secret art was completely centered around Meng Yangqing, and he had the complete initiative. As long as he didn't stop, the 6 of them would only have to endure the continuous absorption. Therefore they only had one thought, for Meng Yangqing to quickly kill Ling Han. Otherwise they were going to be in deep trouble. Boom, boom, boom. Meng Yangqing was extremely ferocious. After the giant transformation, his strength had increased by a lot, and even Ling Han's high-frequency attacks couldn't completely neutralize it. He had completely taken the initiative, and each of his sword and palm strikes were extremely tyrannical. Ling Han could definitely drag out the time. Behind such strength, he must be draining the pond to fish for the 6 elders. But why would someone like him be willing to use such a method to obtain victory? Could it be that he couldn't win in a direct confrontation? Ling Han let out a long howl and activated his baleful aura attack, blasting towards Meng Yangqing. Even in his current state, Meng Yangqing was still affected. He paused for a moment, but it was only for an instant. He immediately recovered, but it was unavoidable that a flaw appeared. Come. Ling Han used the 3 moves of the war god. Instantly, heaven and earth seemed to be the center, and endless energy gathered around him. He struck out with his palm and the energy surged. Meng Yangqing revealed an expression of fear, but it was already too late to dodge. He could only brace himself and face Ling Han head-on. Boom. He and Ling Han clashed in close combat, and he felt his opponent's surging strength was incomparably terrifying. He finally withstood this attack, but he was immediately astonished because Ling Han had struck out a second time. How could this be? How could such a violent attack be used twice in a row? Is your strength limitless? Is your body made of immortal gold? Aren't you afraid of collapsing? Left with no choice, he could only brace himself and attack again. With a bang, he felt his body was about to collapse, and the 6 elders behind him all vomited blood. They were one body, and if one was damaged, they would all be damaged. However, this was not the end. The 3 moves of the war god naturally had a total of 3 moves. Ling Han let out a loud roar and struck out the 3rd time. This time he couldn't take it anymore. Meng Yangqing said in his heart. He immediately made a decision, like a hero cutting off his own wrist, and directly diverted the impact force, allowing the 6 elders behind him to take it. He was the core of this formation and also the guide, so of course he could do this. Bang! The surging energy surged over, and the expressions of the 6 elders changed drastically. This was a destructive force. Your Highness. They let out cries of despair, but Meng Yangqing didn't pay them any attention. Bang 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 bang, the 6 elders were all shattered by the terrifying force. PFFF. Meng Yangqing also vomited a mouthful of blood. He didn't want to continue fighting and turned around to leave. Ling Han chased after him for a few steps, but he felt his chest was boiling, so he stopped and didn't give chase. Chapter 36-32. The Bodhi tree had originally withered, and even its crown had been cut in half. However, when the moon rose into the sky, it became bright under the nourishment of the moonlight, and the lost crown reappeared. Mani Mani Padme. The 6-syllable Akala mantra continued to ring. A gentle breeze blew, causing the Bodhi tree to shake gently. The leaves rubbed against each other, producing a pleasant sound. Ling Han quickly patted the little Loli's head and woke her up. What are you doing? I want to sleep. Tang Yun stretched lazily. Her eyes were hazy, and her face was full of bitterness and hatred. What she hated the most was being woken up when she was sleeping soundly. Even her own mother would be anxious. Idiot, you don't want the Buddhist race's inheritance anymore. Ling Han shouted. Ah. Little Loli was startled and immediately lost her sleepiness. She opened her eyes wide and naturally saw this magical scene. What about the inheritance? She asked. Don't talk. Just watch. The Bodhi tree kept swaying. After an unknown period of time, a monk wearing a kasaya suddenly appeared. He sat cross-legged under the Bodhi tree. His head was bald, but there was a halo around it. He's given birth to a Buddhist halo. He's from the Buddhist race. The little Loli immediately said in a low voice. Which one? Ling Han asked. He was naturally referring to the Buddha ancestor, the founder of the Buddhist race. He was invincible for an entire era. The little Loli shook her head. That's impossible. If it's a remnant image of Buddha, the key would be extremely terrifying. It's impossible for us to be so close. This should be a bodhisattva. According to the rank distribution of the Buddha race, the Buddha corresponds to the ancestor king, the Buddha corresponds to the sage, the bodhisattva corresponds to the venerable, and the arhat corresponds to the sect leader. Even on the Moonlight planet he would be a top-notch almighty. Ling Han couldn't help but widen his eyes. Would this bodhisattva teach him the 6 words Akala mantra? But what disappointed them was that the monk was just sitting cross-legged and cultivating. How could there be any inheritance? I waited for nothing again. Ling Han did not give up. After a long while, a leaf fell down. The Bodhi tree had long since withered, so where did the leaves come from? Ling Han stretched out his hand. Coincidentally, the leaf fell near him and he easily caught it in his hand. Suddenly, an indescribable power surged within Ling Han's body, transforming into a loud and clear voice that was chanting something. It sounded like a song, a melody, and a spell. Ling Han felt a chill in his heart. Could this be the legacy of the Buddha race? He hurriedly used his heart to capture every word, but it was extremely blurry and difficult to capture. After a long time he finally caught a word. It is one of the 6-word Wisdom King mantra. This is the Akala mantra. Ling Han said, "Pft." Hong, there was an indescribable wave of power that surged, open and above board, making one think deeply, to the extent where one could even see Buddha light illuminating everything. Ling Han, you've learned the 6 words Bright King incantation? The little lowly was given a fright. Although she could also shout out the word Fa, without any special cultivation technique to complement it, it was only an ordinary word, and did not have any special effects. Ling Han wanted to catch it again, but the leaf in his hand had already turned into light fragments, leaving nothing behind. The power in his body disappeared, and so did the majestic voice. Ling Han was astonished. He had really learned a word. He recalled and then came to a realization. So the process of capturing the sound was the process of cultivation. He could hear the word "pft," which meant that he had successfully captured the technique. This kind of imparting technique was really magical. Ling Han explained the process to the little lowly, causing the little lowly to become excited. Ling Han, the next leaf is mine, she emphasized. Ling Han chuckled. Okay. He also needed to consolidate. Although he could chant the word "pft," he was not proficient and needed to practice. Moreover, there were too many details that needed to be studied. The little girl waited for the second leaf to fall, while Ling Han perfected his "pft" formula. However, Tang Yuner waited for an entire night without any results. When the sun rose the next day, the vision disappeared, and the Bodhi tree became withered again. There was not a single leaf left. I'm so angry. I didn't sleep for an entire night. The little girl shouted angrily. Ling Han, on the other hand, faced the morning sun and cultivated. He had to speed up his cultivation and enter the mystic realm as soon as possible. The 6-word Wisdom King mantra had not been completed, so Ling Han and Tang Yun naturally would not leave. They rested during the day and waited for the night to come and fight. However, Ling Han was already full of energy after only 4 hours of sleep. He once again studied the "pft" formula. Although it was only one word, when combined with the technique, there were all kinds of changes. It could suppress evil and clear one's mind. It was broad and profound. After an entire day, Ling Han was unable to contain his joy. The 6 words Wisdom King mantra was indeed worthy of being one of the 2 supreme ultimate techniques of the Buddha race. It was very meaningful, and using it to shout at himself caused his spirit to become even more stable. This was natural. His own divine spirit was not stable, so how could he talk about suppressing evil and telling demons to retreat? It was night and the moon was in the middle of the sky. The vision appeared again, and the Bodhi tree shone brilliantly once again. The withered leaves all grew out at once, decorating the entire tree. Not long after, the Bodhisattva appeared again and began to comprehend under the Bodhi tree. Because he had mastered the "pft" formula, he naturally understood a part of the Buddhist Dharma. Ling Han immediately understood more things. The Bodhisattva's comprehension was not without changes. The Bodhi tree's leaves changed from dark to bright, and there was a kind of wonderful rhythm. He captured this rhythm and could not help but be immersed in it. He vaguely discovered that there was a Buddhist chant in his mind. It was thought-provoking and it made him acknowledge it from the soul level. He wanted to pledge allegiance to it, and from then on, it would be his responsibility to release evil from purgatory. Ling Han was startled and he couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. This Buddhist Dharma was too terrifying. He had only comprehended it for a while, but it had already made him immersed in it. His mind was bewitched and he wanted to convert. Was this the ancestral king's method? It was practically attacking cities and plundering the land without spilling blood. As long as the Buddhist Dharma was used, everything would be purified. Ling Han hurriedly guarded his mind. He was only interested in the 6 words Wisdom King mantra, but he definitely did not want to become a member of the Buddhist clan and be restricted by the Buddhist clan's rules and regulations. After a night, Ling Han's understanding of the "pft" formula had increased a little. However, the little loli had waited for a night in vain because there was no Bodhi tree's leaves falling down. She was so angry that she immediately jumped up and wanted to pick them herself. In the end, a huge force pressed down on her, causing her to fall down firmly. "Little milk candy, I think you're destined to have no fate with the Buddhist Dharma," said Linghan with a smile. "I don't believe it, this baby doesn't believe it." The little loli put her hands on her waist, and her face was filled with anger. "Based on what? Even such a stupid uncle can learn it, but a smart baby like me can't." The two of them quarreled here. At night, Linghan captured the Bodhi tree's movement pattern and comprehended the wonderful method. Meanwhile, the little loli looked up at the top of her head, waiting for the leaves to fall. Chapter 36-33. Day after day, time passed very quickly. After 9 days, Linghan had already completely grasped the swastika technique. He opened his mouth to chant, and the sound of Buddha's voice was vast and mighty. If one did not look at him, they would think that he was a bald monk who had attained the Tao. Linghan was very satisfied, but the little girl was depressed to the extreme. There was still no second leaf falling from the tree. "Damn it, he's bullying me too much." However, on the 10th day, Linghan was unable to deduce anything from the Bodhi tree. Back and forth, it was just a description of the swastika formula. It was just a one-word inheritance. Linghan thought about it and suddenly realized that the Bodhi tree had withered and been destroyed, and the inheritance had also been destroyed. It was already lucky for him to be able to learn a complete swastika formula. He told this deduction to Tang Yun, and the little girl was naturally very disappointed. "Handsome, then pass it to me," she said. Linghan shook his head. It wasn't that he didn't want to pass it, but that he couldn't. Otherwise, the Buddhist clan wouldn't have needed the Bodhi inheritance. It would have been much easier to pass it down by word of mouth. Look, he waited here for 9 days and only learned a swastika formula. The efficiency was too low. "Forget it, I don't want to learn it." Tang Yun was angry and unhappy. If it were an adult, they would definitely continue to stay. Even if it was just a swastika formula, it would be a supreme secret technique. But this little girl was only 6 or 7 years old. How could a 6 or 7-year-old child think so much? She must be throwing a tantrum. "You really don't want to learn it?" Linghan asked. "No." Tang Yun shook her head, her attitude firm. "If you don't want to learn it, then don't learn it." Linghan originally wanted her to stay here while he went to get the golden essence. Anyway, the little girl couldn't help much. The two left and began the road of killing monsters again. After a few days, they met up with the 7 babies. "Dad, you disappeared for a few days. Did you have another fortuitous encounter? Did we waste the golden essence again?" 4th baby said. Linghan smiled. "How is that possible? I did have a fortuitous encounter, but I did not obtain any gold crystal essence." He told them about obtaining the hexagram Wisdom King mantra, causing the milk babies to be amazed. "Father, could it be that you have the bloodline of the Buddha clan?" 3rd baby bit his finger and said, "Otherwise, why would the Bodhi tree acknowledge you and let its leaves fall? There's such a thing." Tang Yun's eyes widened, and she immediately expressed her displeasure. It turned out that she had really worked for nothing. Linghan shook his head. He had absolutely nothing to do with a bald head. Furthermore, he said, "Isn't the Buddhist race just a general term? What bloodline?" "Father, you don't know about this, do you?" Eldest baby shook his head. The Buddhist race also has bloodlines, but it is not the traditional way of giving birth to children. Instead, there is a saying that the almighty figures of the Buddhist race reincarnate. Some babies are born proficient in the Buddhist Tao, and in the future they will definitely become almighty figures of the Buddhist race. "Father, are you the reincarnation of Buddha?" 2nd baby touched Linghan's head. "Father, if you convert to Buddhism one day, you won't be able to keep your hair. While they're still here, hurry up and watch," 5th baby said with a smile. "Yes." The other babies nodded. Linghan's face was full of black lines. "I won't become a monk." He had many beautiful wives and a large group of children. How could he become a monk? Tang Yun interrupted inappropriately. "Actually, the Buddhist race also has a branch of the Mary Buddha. They don't forbid marriage or shaving their hair." "Go away," Linghan said unhappily. "I won't treat you as a mute if you don't speak." "Ah." The babies and the little Lolis all laughed. They continued to fight monsters and collect the gold essence. Linghan also met up with Shinhan Yun. After another month and a half, They finally collected enough gold essence and fused it into a portion of gold crystal essence. Finally, they were short of 1 out of 5 and they were about to succeed. Next stop, Rolling Rock Wasteland. They set off and headed for the last place of the 5 elements. This took some time and they only arrived after 5 days. Since it was a wasteland, it was naturally a barren wasteland. There was scorched earth everywhere and there was little vegetation. Fortunately, it was not as hot as the Golden Desert and there was also a river. There was no need to worry about dying of thirst here. Everyone split up and agreed to meet up once every 5 days. For example, if someone was extremely lucky and directly collected the earth crystal essence, then the mission would be completed. But after only 2 days, Ling Han began to cultivate in seclusion. He could break through again. After cultivating in seclusion for half a day, Ling Han opened up another 9 acupoints. This time he was only 9 acupoints away from the end of the enlightening realm. Of course, this did not include the hidden acupoints. Tang Yun quickly got bored and hid in the gourd to sleep. Ling Han was also very bored, but he had no choice. This was for himself. He moved forward looking for the earth elemental creatures. There were many of them, all made of round stones. There were no joints at all, but they could be stuck together. It was very magical. However, their strength was just that. With Ling Han's current strength, he could easily finish them off with 1 finger. Unless he encountered some rock king, otherwise he could sweep through them with his eyes closed. All of a sudden, goosebumps appeared all over his body, and he felt a strong sense of danger approaching. He abruptly turned around and saw a person walking towards him with large strides. This was a handsome young man. His appearance was simply perfect, and there was not a single flaw to be found. He was dressed in white and carried a sword on his back. His black hair fell to his shoulders and it was black and shiny. Of course, what Ling Han cared about was not his appearance, but the aura this person exuded. It was as sharp as a sword and extremely terrifying. This kind of aura was something even Hong Tianbu could not compare to. Yes, Hong Tianbu could only compare to him after he activated the vicious beast eye. I finally found you. The person in white smiled. Ling Han also smiled faintly. I don't seem to recognize you. I'm really ashamed to have troubled you. The person in white was stunned for a moment, then he laughed loudly. You are more interesting than I thought. I have always been a humorous person. Ling Han shrugged. However, the person in white stopped smiling and said, My name is He-san. Ling Han gave an oh. He did not recognize He-san or Si. He-san was surprised. After hearing his name, the other party actually did not change at all. Yes, this person definitely did not know his identity. He did not explain either. There was no need to waste this time. I'm here to kill you, he said. Ling Han nodded. I have no friends here. I can also guess that you specially came to find me. You are here to kill me. Let me think. Firstly, the Pang clan and the Lei clan should not be able to invite a genius like you. Secondly, they also think that I am already dead, so they will not waste this effort. He paused for a moment, then continued, So, you should be under that prince, right? He-san smiled. He can't order me around. It's just that the current dynasty's crown prince was almost killed by you. Since I know about it, I naturally have to make this trip. You kill yourself. Chapter 36-34. Just kill yourself. Ling Han seemed to have heard many people say this, but he always thought it was stupid. Of course, when He-san said this, he didn't think he was stupid. He was just being pretentious. This person had the right to be pretentious. Ling Han chuckled. There are many who want to kill me, but look, I'm still alive and well. So, you have to work hard. Talkative, He-san attacked, slapping at Ling Han. Boom, the palm moved and the wind and clouds rose. He was indeed a super genius. He should have been a 3-star genius and he had crossed the immortal path. Now that he was suppressed in the secret-seeking realm, he should have retained some combat power. So, in the secret-seeking realm, He-san could be considered a 4-star genius. Of course, he couldn't compare to Ling Han. He was a 4.5-star genius, but his disadvantage was his realm. After all, he was only at the enlightened aperture stage. Come, let's fight. Ling Han clenched his fist and punched at He-san. Hong, the collision caused Ling Han's figure to involuntarily flip, and he was forced to retreat repeatedly. Ha! He-san looked surprised. You can block my palm? With his genius, this attack should have easily killed Ling Han. No wonder even Meng Yangcheng could only escape with his life. You do have some ability. He nodded and gave Ling Han a relatively high evaluation. Meng Yangqing, that so-called highness. Ling Han stopped moving. Right now he could practically sweep through all the mystery-seeking realms, but against a 3-star genius, it would still be a little difficult. Moreover, the current He-san might not even be a 3-star genius. He moved his limbs and said, "Aren't you afraid of being killed by me?" He-san's face darkened. "You can be proud to be able to survive one move from me, but you're making a big mistake by being arrogant in front of me." He attacked again. This time it wasn't a simple slap. He used a high-level energy, turning it into a green light and blasting at Ling Han. Ling Han wasn't afraid to face it head-on. Although he was inferior in terms of raw power, his combat prowess wasn't entirely dependent on power. Boom boom boom, the two of them continued to exchange blows. Ling Han first used his lightning fist, but he was no match for his opponent and was quickly suppressed. A secret-seeking realm with the combat power of a 4-star genius was no joke. He-san sneered, "That's all you got?" Ling Han didn't say anything. As a reply, he executed the demon monkey fist. Instantly, his aura changed and was filled with ruthlessness. Even if the heavens wanted to suppress him, he would be able to overturn it with a single punch. He-san couldn't help but be startled. It was as if he was seeing a demon monkey from ancient times wreaking havoc. That kind of aura made him a little apprehensive. His eyes lit up. Such a good fist technique. It's such a waste to use it on you. He also unleashed a technique, and it was as if he had transformed into a giant python. He continuously coiled around Ling Han, wanting to strangle him to death. This technique was actually inferior to the demon monkey fist, but He-san had the upper hand in terms of strength, making up for the inadequacy of the technique itself, and even suppressing Ling Han. Ling Han's expression was calm. He was far from being at the end of his rope. 70 gravity frequency attack. He punched again, meeting He-san's coiling attack head-on. Bang! He-san was instantly sent flying back. "Huh. You actually mastered such a secret technique." He-san revealed a smile, filled with emotion. His opponent was much weaker than him in terms of strength, but he had relied on a technique to make up for the difference. He was happy because he had already regarded the demon monkey fist as his own. He also executed his ultimate technique again. With a point of his finger, a brilliant light shot out, and even the sun seemed to have lost its luster. Sun-shattering finger. Ling Han attacked head-on with a frequency of 70 gravity. However, he was forcefully sent flying back by that one attack. He felt as if the bones in his fist were about to shatter. The power of this attack was really terrifying. Ling Han's bones had been tempered 7 times, and could be said to be the strongest under the celestial path. However, a single attack had almost broken his bones. The power of this sun-shattering finger could be said to be terrifying. However, He-san was even more shocked than Ling Han. He naturally knew how powerful the sun-shattering finger was, but it had only made Ling Han's fist bleed and not break it. "What kind of bones do you have?" Again. He pointed his finger again and a brilliant light shone. Ling Han frowned. Although his bones could withstand this attack, it would still injure him. He did not have a masochistic tendency. Thus he struck out with a murderous aura. So what if it was He-san? He only felt an indescribable murderous aura seize his heart, making it difficult for him to even breathe. However, he was after all a 3-star genius, and had long since stepped onto the celestial path. He immediately focused his mind and circulated his secret power, expelling this fear from his body. However, as a result, his attack inevitably revealed a flaw, which was seized by Ling Han. Not only did Ling Han dodge his attack, but he also retaliated with a punch, forcing He-san to dodge. The two of them could be said to be evenly matched in this attack. He-san's expression was gloomy. Who was he? He was one of the top 3 geniuses in the Azure Dragon Empire's younger generation. He was not someone that Gutong could compare with. He was actually forced into a draw by an unknown person. How could he accept this? He let out a loud roar and his attacks became even more urgent. He had grasped many wondrous arts, and he constantly circulated them with astonishing power. Ling Han mainly used the murderous aura to counter the demon monkey fist, but He-san used his true power. After all, he had the suppression of an entire realm's strength, which was an unavoidable weakness. It caused Ling Han to be at a complete disadvantage and he was surrounded by danger. In terms of same-stage combat ability, He-san was not much weaker than He-san. Naturally, he had the upper hand. Die. He-san slammed his palm over. The flames were blazing, but they were dark blue in color. Ling Han instinctively felt a chill. This blue flame was a high-grade energy and had immense destructive power. He could not take it head-on. He retreated, but he opened his mouth and spat out a golden sword. He-san did not expect Ling Han to have such a move. He quickly tilted his head to dodge the attack, but the edge of the sword still sliced off a few strands of his hair. He-san's expression became even more ashen. The dignified He-san was actually sliced off a few strands of his hair by a nobody. If you don't die, it will be enough for your name to shake the world. He-san spoke with an even stronger killing intent. This was a genius that could threaten him. He had to get rid of him. Ling Han sneered. He shook his fists, which were already wrapped with destructive energy. Come on. Who's afraid of you? Boom. He brandished his fists and welcomed the attack. This time, it was He-san's turn to be astonished. He instinctively felt a sense of alarm. This black energy was filled with destructive power, and he must not take it head-on. He retreated, and as he retreated, he grabbed with both his hands. How could a top-notch genius just take a beating and not retaliate? The air on both sides was forcefully pulled over by He-san, forming an astonishing pressure that caused Ling Han's body to involuntarily slow down. The pressure even caused his face to turn pale. It was more refreshing to read on his phone. Chapter 36-36. He-san continued his pursuit. He was one of the few prodigies in the younger generation of the Azure Dragon Empire and could be said to be one of the most outstanding prodigies in the entire Moonlight Planet. Since he was determined to kill Ling Han, he wouldn't give up so easily. The repeated failures only made his killing intent more resolute, and his pursuit didn't slow down at all. Ling Han had to choose the right time to break through, and he had to shake off He-san as soon as possible. Otherwise, if he took too long, He-san would definitely track him down. It was extremely difficult to open the hidden acupoints because ordinary people could only open 72 acupoints. Reaching 108 acupoints was already praiseworthy. 108 acupoints is the small heavenly cycle. Then, will all the acupoints be 360 acupoints, the number of heavenly cycle? Ling Han gritted his teeth. 108 acupoints took almost a year to open. If it was 360 acupoints, wouldn't it take as long as 2 years? No matter how long it would take, if he had a perfect goal, he had to achieve it perfectly. Therefore, it just so happened that there was such a super expert chasing after him and giving him the pressure of life and death. He naturally didn't want to miss such an opportunity. Ling Han continued to kill monsters. Right now, he was only missing the Earth Essence. Putting aside the fact that He-san was the only one chasing after him, even if there were 100 He-sans, he would still stay here until he obtained the Earth Crystal Essence. 7 days later, Ling Han suddenly had an epiphany. He stopped and sat on the ground. Boom, the upgrade of his life level began, and it came so violently. Ling Han consumed a treasure fruit of life and began to break through the shackles in his body. Pa. The shackles collapsed and an acupoint was quietly opened. It could communicate with heaven and earth, and it could allow the secret power to search. The first hidden acupoint. This was just the beginning. Not long after, the second hidden acupoint was also opened, and then the third. It was like a hot knife through butter. Half an hour later, he had already opened 9 hidden acupoints. When he thought that this breakthrough was about to end, he realized that the upgrade of his life level was still extremely turbulent. It could still continue. Ling Han naturally couldn't stop. After consuming another treasure fruit of life, his breakthrough was still ongoing. The 10th hidden acupoint, the 11th hidden acupoint, and after 9 more hidden acupoints were opened, the breakthrough finally stopped. Ling Han was astonished. This time he had actually opened 18 apertures. At this rate, he would only need about half a year to open all of his Zhou Tian acupoints. Of course, if there were a total of 360 acupoints, a terrifying killing intent surged. He-san is here again. Ling Han didn't try to escape this time. Instead, he chose to face the attack head-on, and he immediately used the 3 strikes of the War God. How many hidden acupoints did he open? Did his combat strength increase by leaps and bounds? Boom boom boom. After exchanging 3 blows, Ling Han turned tail and ran. Activating so close, yet worlds apart, he quickly disappeared into the distance. He was still no match for He-san. Although he had opened a few hidden acupoints and his strength had improved, there was no qualitative change. Therefore, after 3 moves, Ling Han ran away. At this moment, He-san was naturally very depressed. Ling Han, who had been running away as soon as he saw him, suddenly dared to attack. Moreover, if you want to fight, then fight, but why only 3 moves? These 3 moves stunned him. The 3 strikes of the War God was too powerful, and he was completely suppressed. However, just as he was about to counterattack, Ling Han ran away. You fucking ran away. Yi-san was filled with anger. After letting out a long roar, he once again started to chase. The game of tag continued. This time, Ling Han didn't run away as soon as he was caught. Instead, he used the 3 strikes of the war god to fight back. After 3 moves, he used so close, yet worlds apart to run away. After a few times, Yi-san's accumulated anger was about to explode. Was there anyone like you? He immediately used 3 powerful moves, forcing him to defend passively. Just as he was about to counterattack, Ling Han ran away again. He couldn't unleash his strength and he couldn't vent his anger. Damn it, how infuriating. 10 days later, Ling Han broke through again. He opened 18 hidden acupoints. This time he fought with Yi-san for another 3 moves. He felt that his strength had improved again, but he was still no match for Yi-san. If there was no qualitative change, he shouldn't be able to gain the upper hand. A gentleman's revenge was never too late, and he didn't need 3 years. He had more and more earth element in his hands, but he didn't consider meeting up with the milk babies while being chased by Yi-san. Once his relationship with the milk babies was exposed, the 7 milk babies could become a threat to him. Of course, he wouldn't put the milk babies in danger. He didn't even meet Shin Han Yun. Instead, he left a message at the agreed meeting place, briefly explaining the situation. 10 days, 1 month, 3 months, time continued to pass. Yi-san's willpower could be said to be astonishing. He continued to follow behind Ling Han, as if he would not leave this place until he killed Ling Han. This made Ling Han very angry. They didn't know each other, but you actually chased after him for almost half a year. Was there such a big grudge? Just you wait, when he enters the secret realm, we'll settle the score together. Although Ling Han was unhappy, Yi-san wasn't any better. After all, when the 2 of them met, it was Ling Han who attacked with the 3 styles of the war god, forcing Yi-san to start with self-defense and then run after fighting. It was like a prostitute receiving a customer in a brothel, but she met a fast shooter. Not only did she not feel good, but the other party didn't even pay after the game, and ran away after pulling up his pants. Yi-san was getting more and more angry, swearing to kill Ling Han. After so many days, Ling Han's strength improved steadily. The number of acupoints he had opened had reached 324. He was very confident that the total number of acupoints should be 360, which was the same as the number of a chi cycle. Soon, he said in his heart. He broke through almost every 10 days and opened 18 hidden acupoints. According to this calculation, he only needed to break through 2 more times to reach the peak of the opening realm. It had to be said that Yi-san played a big part in this. If he didn't force Ling Han and give Ling Han enough motivation, he wouldn't have been able to reach such a high level in such a short time. Just as Yi-san was thinking, Yi-san appeared again. This time he slashed at Yi-san with his sword. He didn't want to repeat the fate of being killed by Ling Han's 3 styles. However, it was useless. As soon as Ling Han used the 3 styles of the war god, Yi-san was forced to defend and use all his strength to deal with his 3 styles. But when Yi-san caught his breath, Ling Han had already used Imminent Skyline and disappeared. Yi-san couldn't help but feel an urge to just forget about it. It was practically impossible to kill Ling Han here. It would be better to wait outside. At that time, with his prowess of the cash tripod tier, he would be able to kill Ling Han with a single move. But Yi-san immediately shook his head. If he gave in to such a thought, it would definitely leave a flaw in his soul. It would be a hidden danger when he wanted to reach the peak of martial art in the future. Chase, continue to chase. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.